What if I type in Mudang live? Do we have a live feed? Alright, so just so you know what you're potentially voting for, that's Mudang. And that, what is this one? Mudang's aunt or something? Oh, gonna step on Mudang. Wake up, Moo. Wake up, Moo, you have visitors. This is like me in the morning. It's tough to wake up. It's tough to get up. Aww. This is Sleepy Mudang. I think this was the one we watched a few days ago. There's Moo. Ah. Moo is fast. Is Moo agitated? Bite. Bite. I will bite you. I will bite you. I am Mudang. You got Mudang emotes? Oh, Moinope has Mudang emotes. There's a cat! How did a cat sneak into my room, though? That's my question. I don't understand. How? Meow. Mischief managed, I guess. Huh. I have trivia. Did you guys know what's the closest two animals to primates? No, I don't know what the closest two... What are the closest two animals to primates? Rabbits and hares, and Pikas? Wait, as in Pikachu? Flying tree shoes? And rodents? I thought there was a cat in the enclosure and I got super scared. Yeah, you're right. Hippos are actually, so there's some statistic about the number of deaths caused by different animals. And, you know, a lot of the animals on that list are predators, but one animal that's not actually a predator and is on that list is hippos. Hippopotamuses. These are pygmy hippopotamuses, so I don't know if these animals are responsible for lots of human deaths, but regular size hippos are. And it's not because they want to eat you, because I think they're like vegetarian, but it just like they have weird interactions with humans. Like it's not good. What is Mudang eating? Cats do what they do. Yeah, they sneak in your room. Bunnies are our cousins. Rabbits and hares. I was gonna say humans. Pigs. They're cute and slimy. 700 deaths a year. Think in Africa. An animal I really like is the dik-dik, because they're super cute and their name is super funny. Yeah, that's true. What were they feeding Mudang though? What is that stuff? They're omnivorous? Oh, they are omnivorous, but they mostly eat plants. They even try to square up with elephants. Damn. There we go. What? Oh, it's water. Okay, it's freaking water. I thought they were feeding Mudang like corn silk. But yeah, I guess they gotta stay moisturized. Anyway, what do we have for today? We're gonna be talking about, oh my gosh. You know, I should make some little chyrons down here, shouldn't I? Like, I've been noticing that on Breaking Points. Breaking Points has nice, like, little labels of, like, what they're gonna cover. And I always worry that people will come in, and I've seen it happen, where they're expecting what's in the thumbnail, and they don't see it immediately. And I don't know. They leave, and that's sad, because it might be the next thing that's coming up. But what are we covering today? We're going to be talking about Israel and Hezbollah, Lebanon, the tensions, an attack on Tel Aviv, and strikes on Lebanon. And the risk of war, which is what Netanyahu seems to be pushing for. And the United States potentially fading influence on what is looking more and more like a rogue nation. Well, I mean, it's been a rogue nation, but more and more people are seeing this. And we're going to be watching the debate between Eylon Levy and Medhi Hasan. And then we're going to see what Vaush has to say about it. And, you know, it's probably not going to be good. But yeah, we're already well on our way thanks to Soul Life. We're now at 6% of the dono goal. And Soul Life said, "Legal Eagle, please." Chat is saying "Legal Eagle, please." Although 23% of you are saying Noah Samson versus the anti-breadtube vid. And 19% of you are saying Foo Fighters, AIDS denialism. 7% of you are saying give me Mudang. Maybe that's content that's better for the beginning of the stream. The best music came out of Mudang in the 60s. Wait, Mudang, is that a band? Is that a artist? Watching reruns of TJ Hooker? What is TJ Hooker about? They're the deadliest animals on the planet after humans and mosquitoes. Oh, I didn't think of mosquitoes, but you're right. They feed on fruit. Yeah, it looks like here it looks like maybe melons or pumpkins or something. Very cute hippo. Happy end times, everyone. Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to keep us balanced, right? Because I know this stuff is not easy to watch. TJ Hooker was Captain Kirk? A hooker named TJ? That makes sense. He's like, be civil, don't call a liar a liar. Oh, who, Eylon Levy? Yeah, people are mixed up with Eylon and Elon, but I assure you they are two different people. I was watching Midas Touch. The citizens of Haiti and Ohio filed a criminal complaint against Trump and JD. Nice. Mo dang, mo problems. Wait, so it's Captain Kirk as a cop. Did I get another vote for I assumed that your vote was also for Legal Eagle? Is that correct, Soul Life? Oh, this is why people like Mudang so much. Do you see the eyelashes? Wait, are they even eyelashes? I think they're eye wrinkles. They look like eyelashes, though. Wait, did I misspell Eylon? Oh, I did! I thought I was wrong about that. Alright, well, we can fix it all in one. Look, I started off with E-Y-L-O-N, and then I was like, wait a minute, no, it's spelled like Elon, because I thought I'd been confused before. I think I must have seen somebody misspell Levy's name. All right, let's correct everything and pretend that I'm smart. You know that Sunday we'll be doing a stream about this, right? Anytime I make a grammatical mistake, I can count on President Sunday to correct it. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. But yeah, we're well on our way towards the dono goal. We're going to be watching a few things before this debate. This debate is like an hour. Now I want to watch, it's not Pod Save America, but it's from the family of podcasts. It's Pod Save the World. They actually had something to say about this, and I was kind of surprised, right? I think of the Pod Johns as being liberal and as being stenographers for whatever Democratic administration or ticket is in power or running for office, right? And I was actually kind of surprised at their take on this. It was very, un-Biden. It was un-Bidened by the burdens of that which has come before. And I think I know why. Because in addition to coming from the Clinton administration, right, which like John Lovett does, and I think maybe one of the other Pod Johns does, they're not all named John. There's only two Johns. There's Jon Favreau and John Lovett. Not to be confused with John Lovitz, and also not to be confused with Jon Favreau from movies, but a different Jon Favreau and different John Lovett without the Z. Right, but they kind of trace their roots back to the Obama administration, and that is one difference between Obama and Biden that actually cuts against Biden. Like Biden, you could say that his labor policies have been a breath of fresh air compared to the previous Democratic administration. But when it comes to foreign policy, and particularly when it comes to Israel, you know, as mid as the Obama administration was, it was better on these issues. So that's probably where we're going to see that from. We're also going to take a look at the attack on Tel Aviv that almost happened. It was intercepted. Kind of an interesting case scenario, because this was an attack supposedly on the Mossad headquarters, which are in suburban Tel Aviv. Now, if this had been a shoe on the other foot situation, and it had been an Israeli attack on Lebanon or an Israeli attack on somewhere in Gaza, where there was like some kind of Hamas stronghold, this would have been seen as very justified, right? But as it is, most of the media is portraying this as a Hezbollah attack on residential area, rather than admitting that the target seems to have been Mossad. But yeah, Netanyahu seems to be intent on pushing this towards a war, and there has not been an overwhelming support from Hezbollah, from Lebanon so far, and there's a little bit of speculation as to why that was, right? Whether it is that they're aware that they're being baited into a larger conflict, which the United States would most certainly be pulled into, or whether it is that the command structure is truly so disrupted that they're unable to do any sort of reprisal. So we'll take a look at that, see what you think about that. And then, of course, the main show, the debate, Medhi Hasan, Eylon Levy debating about Gaza. So that's what we've got on the agenda for tonight. We also have the possibility of doing bonus content. We almost got there last night. We almost hit it. I've changed a few things up. I added P. Diddy RICO charges. I added Mudang. I can't remember what I took away, but it was something that wasn't getting votes. But we still have Foo Fighters, AIDS denialism. That's a Rebecca Watson video. If you know Rebecca Watson, one of the good atheists out there. One of the atheists that did not become an anti-SJW weirdo, but was rather on the side of atheism plus, which is like, you know, atheism plus progressive, I guess. And also the victim of Elevator Gate, who's continuing her career on YouTube and has been recently talking about the Foo Fighters and AIDS denialism. I really don't know what this is about, chat. This one I honestly have not pre-watched. We've got Legal Eagle talking about the RICO charges against one P. Diddy, the Diddler, as he's being called. Seems to be a fan favorite so far. Although, yeah, it looks like Noah Samson's making kind of a comeback here. Noah Samson at 24%. Legal Eagle at 48%, Foo Fighters at 20%, Mudang at 8%. So Noah Samson versus the anti-BreadTube video. There was an anti-BreadTube video made with Noah Samson's face as a selling point, because these kind of commentary channels, they hate Noah Samson. And so Noah Samson decided that he was going to, if they were going to leech off of his clout, he was going to leech back. So this is Noah Samson leeching back. This is not the Chud Logic one. We will try to cover, I'll try to cover that if I can. There's a lot going on right now. There's a lot going on right now, and Chud Logic's not exactly on the top of my agenda, but he is back in the news over some old stuff that never really, I think, got properly adjudicated. So we'll try to cover that soon. It is the end of the month, so I'll be streaming a lot in the next few weeks. In the next few days. I'm always streaming a lot. Oh my gosh, Omega Star with the 5 community gift subs. Bad Lefty, you just got weaseled. Choky, you just got weaseled. Mozart, you just got weaseled. Afroponics, you just got weaseled. Killtech Productions, you just got weaseled. And Martin Kirk, you just got weaseled. Oh yeah, the other thing that I'm always supposed to do and I always forget to do. So let me get to this right now. That puts us up to 21% of the way to the dono goal. Again, if this thing hits 100 by the time that I'm done with this content, we'll do some bonus content. Right now it's looking like Foo Fighters. No, sorry, it's looking like Legal Eagle. But make sure to keep voting. Make sure to keep liking the stream. And if you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these... Yeah, Dino Poppies, right? Which of these topics you want to see. And I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. That goes for any kind of donation you're making, whether you're using a super chat, whether you're doing a super sticker, whether you are giving the gift of weasels, or even giving the gift of weasels to yourself. I don't think Chud Logic is ever on top. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's some kind of information about Chud Logic that I'm not even sure I want to know in this latest set of revelations. That goes whether you are donating to Throne, which is right there. It's one way that you can donate to me that's not through YouTube or Twitch, and I think it's more of the money actually comes to me, or signing up on Patreon, which I will now read. Also works for Twitch if you are getting yourself a gift sub, getting yourself a Prime sub, giving others gift subs, or buying yourself a sub at a discounted rate, which is kind of the best deal going right now. It's 25% off for this month only. Speaking of Patreon, I like to do this in the beginning and the ending of the stream. All right, I like to shout out my fancy weasels and my fancy weasels, because we have both. And also fancy weasels, I need to find out from you when is a good day to do like a post stream Discord chat, because that's part of what you get by supporting me at the fancy weasel level. But hey, just by being a fancy weasel, you get a shout out. Just by being any kind of weasel, you get exclusive access to uncut, uncensored, and, you know, kind of like before it comes out for anybody else, versions of my video. So you'll get to see it first. You'll get to see sort of the Snyder cut of it. And with all the F words intact, if you like to hear me say the F word, there's usually a lot of me saying the F word. That's a lot of what I cut out of my videos. You might also get a few extra ums and ands as well, if you're a fan of those. If you're a Sam Cedar fan, you probably like those. But let me shout out my fancy weasels in reverse order this time, just to be funky about it. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to John Richter. Shouts out to Zara Zerex. Shouts out to Omega Star. And also special fancy shouts out to Zara Zerex and Omega Star at the fancy weasel level. The F word is strong with this one. That's what I've heard. I mean, that's like undeniable, isn't it? Pretty much. Why is this stopped? Yum. That's gotta be a pumpkin, chat. There's no way. Would a melon be that slimy? I don't think so. It kind of looks like eggs. It looks like runny eggs to me, but I'm pretty sure it's actually the remains of a pumpkin that Mooding's aunt? Is that right? Is that Mooding's aunt is eating? Anyway, we need to get started. We got so much time and so little to talk about. Scratch that, reverse it. We've got so little time and so much to talk about. What's up, Simon Pierre? Chunky Monkey is the best Ben & Jerry's. What one? That one has bananas and peanut butter? Is that right? What's the one with pretzels? I kind of like pretzels. It doesn't sound like chocolate covered pretzels in an ice cream. Actually, chocolate covered pretzels at all. Actually, any pretzels. Chat, why don't I eat more pretzels? I think it's because of acrylamides. I think I stopped eating pretzels because they got a lot of acrylamides. But you know what doesn't have a lot of acrylamides? That's right, our sponsor. No, just kidding. We don't have a sponsor. Our sponsor is you. Our sponsor is my Patreon. So sign up for my Patreon if you want that exclusive access to first run, uncut, uncensored versions of my videos before they even come out. The latest one that went up was the Westside Tyler versus Lonerbox one. So that's out now for Patreons. You can also, depending on the level, you got a fancy shout out if you're a fancy weasel. You get a fancy shout out if you're a fancy weasel. And legendary weasels, we don't have any yet, but they get even fancier stuff. So check out my Patreon if you haven't already. And we will get started. That's my sponsor, my Patreon. That's right. Shouts out to my Patreon. What am I missing here? I'm missing the playlist. So we're gonna try to watch the Podjons. I feel like we've watched a little bit of them before. I was just kind of surprised this time.
Better than you. The Jets demolished the Patriots.
Oh my God! Why the Jets in the? I'm trying to decide if we want to do... Shakespeare got weaseled? Did I miss something? You are a fancy weasel now? Congratulations, Shakespeare. Do you want to add that to the... C'est vrai. So let's add that to the dono goal here. That makes it 36. Oh, 56. That's overly generous. 36. That's what I was trying to type. Shakespeare, do you have a preference? Do you have a preference when it comes to the bonus content? I missed the fact that I think you just did it. Slightly to troll me, but it's a good way to troll. It's a fancy troll. It's like a troll with a top hat and a monocle and a show tune even. I don't know. How come nobody ever trolls me with show tunes? I picked Diddy, Legal Eagle. Yeah, so that's why I added your second one to Legal, or your gift sub to Legal Eagle as well. And, oh wait. I'm missing somebody too. Omega Star. What did Omega Star say? I picked Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters it is. Foo Fighters has 15% extra. And what will Shakespeare pick? That's my question. C'est la question. Shakespeare just fancied up. How come YouTube gives us CC sometimes? Wait, what is CC? YouTube gives us CC? Like cubic centimeters? Duncan Trussell always turned his ads into like a weird made-up shit, is what he does with everything. Like to add to Fallout, oh my gosh. We need to do a straight-up Fallout. We need to do a straight-up Fallout marathon. And I'm thinking about doing a Twitch marathon too, so we'll make those maybe be the same thing. I don't know. Because they are not Shakespeare, c'est vrai. Alright, so I'm trying to decide if we want to do... Maybe not yet. Right, if we're watching Podjons, I don't think that's a good... what? Oh, God. I don't think Podjons is the right... What is going on? Chat, my Stream Deck is acting strangely. And I'm missing my button. Where are you, button? Button? Why is it acting so weird? Why is everything acting weird? Okay, what happens if I do that? Oh, there's my... There we go. Press this button. Why are you not working, button? Uh-huh. Do I like literally have to... Are we on Twitch? We are on Twitch, right? I'm just making sure. My stream deck is not working. I think it... What? Oh, you gotta go to manage stream, don't you? Oh my god. That's a clip button. Can we add stream marker? Oh, wait, what? Add stream marker. There it is. Okay, added a marker there. Added a marker there, so I'll know where the segment starts. And we are in for our first segment. This one on... Oh, come on. Why do you not work? Uh-huh. Oh, there it is. This button. Oh my god, chat, nothing works. Why do you not work? Is there a way to, like, reset this thing? There we go. Oh my gosh. It was just on delay. It was on a massive delay. It took like 5 minutes, but we're finally here. All right. Let's see what the Podjons have to say about the Israel-Hezbollah conflict. And it actually surprised me. It actually surprised me because the way that I think of these podcasters is that they're very much... I mean, they did once buck the Biden administration. I think that's what it is. Do you want me to beat someone up? I mean, it's just my tech that's not working. Mystery of the Ersatz Stream Deck? I don't know. But yeah, I was kind of pleasantly surprised at their take on this situation. It's not what you'd be likely to hear from the Biden administration or from the Harris-Waltz campaign.
Because it's just a huge story right now. So the fighting has escalated. I saw this AP report. It's like, is it a full-blown war? It's like, what are you talking about? Of course it is.
How many bombs have to go off before it's a war? Yeah.
There were hundreds of airstrikes this week. The airstrikes in southern Lebanon by Israel killed more than 550 people, according to Lebanon's health ministry, and injured more than 1,600. This was the deadliest day of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah since the 2006 war, which no one would dispute was a major conflict. The Israeli strikes come shortly after the very high-profile pager and walkie-talkie sabotage attacks that we talked about last week. Those were the operations by Israeli intelligence on Hezbollah operatives. The IDF says now they are hitting Hezbollah infrastructure, leadership, weapons depots, like stockpiles of rockets, other military targets. On Tuesday, the IDF said they killed a senior Hezbollah commander. Last week, an airstrike in Beirut reportedly took out a bunch of senior commanders in Hezbollah's most elite fighter unit, the Radwan Commando Unit. That's the unit that's trained to do a lot of cross-border operations into Israel. That said, a lot of these strikes are in major population centers and have also killed civilians, including children. You're going to hear much more about this situation on the ground from Ben and Kim in Beirut. But Ben, it feels like this is the beginning of something bigger. I mean, you got Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu telling people in southern Lebanon to evacuate north. He's saying things like, we're preparing for the next phase of the conflict. I assume that could include a ground operation. Axios reported that Israeli and Western intelligence officials believe that Hezbollah has asked Iran to respond directly to Israel. Luckily, that hasn't happened yet. But the Pentagon has already announced they are sending what was described as a small number of additional U.S. troops to the region.
Yeah, I don't know about small number. Right, from what I've heard, a carrier is headed to the Mediterranean now. Supposedly, it was like scheduled to go there already, but it left in an expedited fashion. Let's just put it that way.
Top of, I think, 40,000 who are already there, a couple aircraft carriers, like serious hardware.
They are aiming for civilians. Yeah, and their whole thing about there are the stories about like, no, they're using houses to launch the. It rings very hollow, especially considering that it's the exact same rhetoric that they use to justify their actions in Gaza.
And so, Ben, with the caveat that Israel and Hezbollah have been trading rocket attacks for the better part of the year. In fact, I think Israel says Hezbollah has launched 900 rocket and drone attacks into Israel since October 7th of last year. It seems like, is it fair to say that this broader, Biden international effort to avoid escalation has just completely failed at this point?
Yeah, Tommy, but by any measure, this has been a total failure of U.S. policy, including, what they were saying publicly, urging de-escalation and avoiding precisely this outcome. It's come to pass, and the U.S. just appears to be a completely passive actor. The fact that we're sending aircraft carriers and once again and surging...
or what did they call it? The bear hug strategy? The bear hug strategy? We're going to give Netanyahu everything that he wants so that we can whisper sweet nothings into his ear like, do a ceasefire. Do a ceasefire, Bibi.
To protect
while we're bear hugging him.
Own troops, so let's keep in mind what the sequence is. We urge Israel to not escalate a conflict in Lebanon because we know that it could lead to kind of regional war. Israel completely ignores the United States, escalates without even telling us that they're doing it. And so what? We rush military assets to protect our own people against what our allies doing over our objections. It's just a bizarro world of...
Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary, Omegastar.
A feckless policy,
and constant escalation. Killing Hamas leaders in Tehran, this walkie-talkie and pager assassination, the increased airstrikes. It's a series of things, as you just pointed out.
Yeah, and again, if we're not willing to use any leverage on the Israeli government, and the Israeli government is willing to completely...
green pumpkins that look like they have warts on all over them. Are you talking about kabocha squashes?
Ignore every single thing that we tell them as the U.S. government. What are we doing here, guys?
Right.
I don't know what else to say. Now, in terms of the dynamics on the ground, Israel is dealing huge blows to Hezbollah. That is, there's no question about that. But the question is, where does this go? Hezbollah is not going to disappear. Like Hamas, they're not going to come out and surrender.
And Hezbollah actually stopped firing rockets during the few times that there were, temporary ceasefires, right? So that this is a solution that has a very a problem that has a very easy solution to it, right? And that is to cease hostilities in Gaza.
People I know who rightly point out, there are 40,000 Israelis at least displaced from northern Israel. Mm-hmm. That's unacceptable to a sovereign country. Well, there are also tens of thousands of Lebanese displaced.
Bad Lefty says pager and walkie-talkie terror attacks. It should be frightening to everybody the world over that commerce has been weaponized in this way, because it sets a chilling precedent that really endangers, any kind of like international commerce. And can you imagine being a country in the Middle East right now and like considering, do you want to receive any commerce that goes through Israel? Do you feel comfortable with, any sort of civilian like objects, right, coming from Israel, considering that those could be weaponized if you as much as have any sort of resistance group at any level in your country, right? And they don't seem to care much about the collateral. Like, I don't know. I feel like this should be something that the drawbacks for Israel, right, should be apparent, but I guess they don't care.
displaced from southern Lebanon. We never talk about them.
A lot more now,
I guess
too.
they're not people or something,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
But they're displaced as well. And do we think Hezbollah, those 40,000 people are going to be able to go home because Hezbollah people are being killed? I don't know. I mean, that would mean Hezbollah would have to essentially kind of admit defeat. So I just don't know where this is going. And if you combine this with what's happening in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank, it's escalating everywhere. Certainly in Lebanon and the West Bank, it's only not escalating in Gaza because it's been.
Oh my God.
And it's just, where is this all going? Where
Now, let me see. Does any of my...
I think you get into this with Kim a little more later, but just it's worth talking for a minute just about the broader political and economic situation in Lebanon.
My stream deck doesn't pause. But that's a giant weasel that a megastar just posted. Wait, I wonder if it shows the giant, if it can come across the screen. That's a giant weasel.
Because I think that context is important when you think about what the impact of this war could be on the Lebanese people. Because
this is what the Twitch CEO announced at the TwitchCon in Rotterdam, right? Was that these gigantifying there's like all kinds of weird things that people can do now on Twitch. I don't even know what they all are. But apparently a megastar has figured out that for 30 bits you can gigantify an emote. New Anna, thank you for the super sticker with a secret agent hippo, or is that a parachuting? I think it's a parachuting hippo. I think it's getting ready to parachute.
Not an exaggeration to say that Lebanon is experiencing one of the worst economic collapses in history. Like when you look at like the IMF data, they defaulted on their debt in 2020, right at the start of the pandemic. Later on that year, there was that massive explosion at the port in Beirut. Their currency has lost 98% of its value. There's runaway inflation. Like the banking sector is basically collapsed. If you have money in a bank, you either can't get it out, or what you get out is worth a fraction of what you put in because you're given the Lebanese lira. And this financial crisis has just like impacted every part of life: healthcare, energy supplies, everything. And so, like, yes, Hezbollah, it's a terrorist organization. They have a militant wing. There's no love lost for those guys. Like, they want Israel not to exist. They want to kill civilians. But they also do provide these social services.
We got a Gigantamax Waluigi over in YouTube. We need a Waluigi emote.
Banks, they have welfare services. They even started like a shadow economy and a shadow banking system to fill some of the void. And like, again, no one's saying this is a good way to run a railroad. I'm sure almost all of this money is getting steered only to the Shia population. But this war and like the further disruption of everything that's happening in Lebanon is going to impact everybody.
Well, and Kim makes this point that like it should also
Giant Alf
be emphasized that, they're not the only health service in Lebanon, that there's a complex, multi-dimensional Lebanese state, and Hezbollah is a part of that. It's not all of that.
Right.
And she makes that point because this is a war on Lebanon. I mean, they can call it a war against Hezbollah, but the bombs are going off in the middle of Beirut. The pager attacks, targeted Hezbollah, but went off all across the country, and that terrorized like the broader population as well. And that's not my words. That's exactly how Kim described it, right? And you would think, if things were blowing up all over Los Angeles, you wouldn't think that there was a war just against like some gang in Los Angeles. It would feel like, I make this point that to suggest that somehow there's not a broader cost, as you say.
Then again, think about the move bombing, right? They were going after a group, that lived in a house together, and they end up burning down 61 houses. They end up burning the whole block down, and not just because of some miscalculations. They literally kept the firefighters out of the West Philadelphia neighborhood where that bombing took place, right? In the U.S.
To the Lebanese people, including a lot of people that don't like Hezbollah and aren't part of Hezbollah, is just to ignore what is happening in front of us, and how long can this go on where there's just...
Yeah, Israel is initiating a whole Mid-East-wide conflict and dog-walking the U.S. right into it.
Disregard for the civilian population that is caught up in the midst of these wars. And, every time you hear again about, understandably, rightly, absolutely correctly, about the civilian cost to some, to these displaced Israeli citizens, it's like, well, why is the logic applied there and not to civilians in places like Lebanon? Lebanon in particular, it's they've just been subject to one tragedy after another, and I start to wonder too, like, how long can this war go on, without, again, the West Bank blowing up more, or Jordan becoming unstable? Is there,
it has the potential to destabilize the entire region. Yeah.
Palestinian population starts to ask, why is the Jordanian government not doing anything about this? Or Egypt is a very brittle state. I mean, we're just not, we're living with a degree of risk in this kind of multifaceted, ever-changing war that I think, leads in dangerous directions.
Yeah, and that quote from the Israeli Minister of Education was, "There is no difference between Hezbollah and Lebanon. Lebanon will be annihilated. It will cease to exist."
Well, there you go. I mean, that's not me saying, sometimes you say these things and be like, how dare you say that? Israel's at war with Lebanon. Well, listen to that. You know? Like, these are people in the government,
Yeah, and listen, Lebanon is also sheltering, a couple million Syrian refugees. Yeah. Also, but just like, it's not all Hezbollah. I mean, 2/3 of Lebanon is Muslim. It's basically half Sunni, half Shia. 30% of the country is Christian, 5% of the country is Druze. So there's a lot of people in there that probably really hate Hezbollah.
Yeah.
And they're suffering too because of this war.
And the previous, the 1982 Israeli military invasion of Lebanon helped kind of fuel what became, seemingly endless civil war. The 2006 war did not go well for anybody. Like, these wars, again, you can degrade Hezbollah's capability, you can kill a bunch of their leaders, but they don't solve the problem. I mean, I don't know how many times we have to learn this.
Yeah. It's definitely not making anyone any safer.
Another thing we just want to flag, you mentioned the West Bank earlier, Ben. So on Sunday, the IDF raided and shut down the office of Al Jazeera in the West Bank. The Israeli...
Oh, God, I forgot about that. Yeah, that happened too.
Government said that they're ordered to be closed for 45 days. This was on the order of the military, which had determined that the office was being used to incite terror in some way. We should note that Al Jazeera operates in part of the West Bank referred to as Area A, which is supposed to be under full Palestinian control. So this is a pretty surprising move by the Israelis. Back in May, the Israeli government...
Yeah, Israel withdrew without completing their objective in 2006.
...passed a law that allowed the government...
Caused a lot of misery
...to shut down foreign media...
...on the way.
...that are deemed a national security threat. The shutdowns are supposed to last 44 days, but they can be renewed, and they have been renewed. But after this law passed, Israeli authorities quickly moved on. It's called the Al Jazeera Law in Israel, and they moved to shut down Al Jazeera's offices in East Jerusalem. So, I think, the world is losing a major source of reporting on Gaza, the West Bank, the conflict generally. And also, it's important to note, just for context, that Israel all but bans international journalists from entering the Gaza Strip to cover it there. If you get in, you're basically, pre-approved or with a minder.
Wait, Happy Feet?
You're escorted around with some IDF unit. So I don't know, Ben, when Vladimir Putin or Viktor Orban or Nicolas Maduro does stuff like this, the response is pretty unequivocal. I tried to look around. I didn't read every State Department briefing, but I've not heard as much from the U.S. on this one.
No, and there's no credible reason. They talk about incitement. Al Jazeera, they may not like their editorial line, but they're a journalistic entity that's been reporting on what's going on there. We've seen journalists killed in the West Bank, including Shireen Ebadi, an American journalist for Al Jazeera. But your point is the right one about Gaza. Like, if there's if there's a commitment to the freedom of the press, and B, if there's not, war crimes being committed, why are we almost a year into this war and no journalist is allowed to just go report in Gaza, not even allowed to go in there, and they're shutting down media outlets in the West Bank? If you don't want people to see what's going on, it's a pretty good indication that there's something that should be reported on, but it's getting increasingly difficult to actually get on the ground in these places.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I don't think this will be the last time we're talking about this. But let's turn to Anga, Ben, because unfortunately for all New Yorkers, leaders and delegations from over 150 countries are in New York.
Okay, so the UN, I thought there was another segment. Maybe not. I guess this is it. Anyway, here's the latest from NBC News.
Welcome back. The UN Security Council is set to meet later this evening to discuss the escalating tensions in Lebanon as Israel appears to be moving toward an expansion of its conflict with Hezbollah. Earlier today, the IDF released this video of one of its leaders visiting troops along Israel's northern border. In the video, he tells soldiers to prepare for a possible ground operation in Lebanon. It comes as Lebanese officials say Israeli airstrikes killed more than 50 people today, a day after the country reported more than 550 deaths. Israel, meanwhile, says it intercepted a missile fired from Lebanon toward Tel Aviv. This is video that appears to show that incident.
This is how they're reporting it. This is how this is not like, are they going to say where the actual target was? Because it's not.
Be the first time Hezbollah had.
It's just so unbalanced the way that they're able to legitimize Israeli attacks on civilian areas and take an attack on a Mossad installation from Hezbollah as being, oh no, this was, just they're trying to blow up civilians.
Targeted Israel's economic hub. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins me now from Beirut. So, Matt, let's talk about this. There's been a lot of discussion about a ground invasion. Does it now seem inevitable? Where do things stand?
Well, I wouldn't say it seems inevitable, Kristen, but I mean, the language that we've been hearing from the chief of staff of the Israeli military really makes it sound like they are girding for that very possibility in a way that almost looks as though there's no going.
Should we do shorts tonight? I'm just like a little bit depressed about all this. But yeah, this is maybe something that shorts would like. Chad, it's okay if you're talking about food. I'm kind of thinking about food as well. I'm in that space. I'm in that state where I've like tried to make this this last round of groceries last as long as I could, and this is like the day that I have like next to nothing in my house, so I'm right there with you. But anyway, yeah, should we do shorts? The U.S. is diseased beyond saving. I feel like there's something really wrong with the world. But yeah, the U.S. is like where a lot of that emanates from.
Back. I can't make predictions, and every time I do, Kristen, I end up with egg on my face, so I'm not going to do that now. We did hear the words possibly and potentially, but we also heard in those same comments, and he was addressing his own rank and file, his own troops in northern Israel. He said, and we use this term, boots on the ground. He said to these troops, put on your boots. Kind of lace up your shoes, put on your boots for these maneuvers. And he described everything about the upcoming operation, not in a tactical way, but he talked about how they will be going into, and he used the word will be, after he used the word perhaps and possibly earlier in his statements, saying that they will be going into villages and towns that have been fortified by Hezbollah, areas where they're going to be meeting really strenuous resistance. And he said that they will be showing these Hezbollah fighters an example of a professional fighting force. So there is, on some level, both the preparation, and it sounds almost like the will and the desire to go in and execute what could become a blistering operation.
Yeah, the clearest indication yet, it is a real possibility, that's for sure. And it comes as Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying today to Savannah Guthrie that he is pushing for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Do you have a sense of where those efforts stand?
I mean, we're talking about a ceasefire. We're talking about an American government that no longer has the same kind of traction on the Israeli government.
See, I don't know if I buy that. Like, that sounds like more bullshit, especially considering that it's a Democratic administration, and this is constantly what we hear from the Democrats when they don't want to take the policy, they don't want to do the domestic policy necessary. they're always like, oh, it's we would do it, but Kirsten Sinema, Joe Manchin, whatever. There's always some excuse. It's out of our hands. So I'm sorry, we can't control. I don't know. It just seems like for them to say that there's nothing we can do would imply that they're trying. And I just don't see that. I see the same hollow words we've heard for a year.
That it did maybe even a month ago, maybe even 2 months ago. This is, a decoupling of two of the strongest allies that the world knows right now, the United States and Israel. We're no longer seeing them intact, and we had this on our own.
Well, I'll believe it's a decoupling when the U.S. doesn't back Israel up on this when they get into trouble. Which, again, this is going to destabilize governments in this area. This is possibly going to pull in Iran. There's all kinds of ways that this is going to blow up. And the U.S. seems to be sending troops into the area to have Israel's back when it does.
NBC News reporting on our website that Israeli or American officials no longer feel as though Jerusalem is listening to them. And so in the past, remember in the early days when I think...
Okay, so either they were lying when they said that Netanyahu wasn't listening to them as far... No, they didn't even do that. They didn't even do that. Yeah, no, I can't trust anything that comes out of this, I can't trust anything that comes out of the Biden administration as far as this is concerned. They have been telling us that a ceasefire was right around the corner, and then when Israel blows up the deal, they blame Hamas for it. I can't trust anything.
Here in Beirut, speaking to you, Kristen, from here, when there were always these indications that the Israelis would be doing the same thing that it looks like they're about to do now. Attack forcefully Hezbollah or even move in with a ground invasion. Back then, it was the Biden administration, and this doesn't get nearly enough credit, it was the Biden administration that prevailed upon Netanyahu to step back from the brink and bring Israel away from what could become and what still could become a terrifying region-wide war. It looks as though, from our own reporting again, that the Biden administration no longer has that kind of leverage.
All right. Well, Matt Bradley, thank you as always for your reporting. Please continue to stay safe. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
I swear to God, most of the time when Lester Holt comes up, it's like a horrible story. And you're in some horrible part of the horrible story, and they're like, hey, everyone, it's Lester Holt here. How's it going? Make sure to follow us for more breaking. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right. Anyway.
Good morning. Welcome to Counterpoints. How you doing, Emily?
I'm great. You just got back from a big trip. You might be a little jet lagged.
I'm feeling good now. Yeah, I was in Doha for some reporting and for a conference. I'd never been to Doha before. Kind of exciting to see that. There are some of the roads down by the sea that are basically paved with the marble that we would use for our, if you're rich here, you put in your kitchen. They're paving their roads with it. They're doing well in Doha.
Another level of rich.
They are.
Really.
They're another.
But are they rich enough for Ghost Energy?
I'm sure some of them are. It also
wait. Are they? Is that their sponsor?
Puts the inequality that all wealth rests on, right in your face, because you have all these guest workers everywhere.
Good evening, Cindy. Good to see you.
You talk to your Uber drivers, and it's kind of like, normal people with normal families here in the U.S. Over there, it's like, oh yeah, I haven't been back to Sri Lanka for 2 years to see my family, and I make
pennies,
$500 a month, and send it all back.
Right.
It's absolutely there are so many people across this world living just the most difficult lives, and those are the people lucky enough to get those jobs.
Right.
Which is it's a reminder of just what an ugly world we've developed.
And we will be talking about some drop site reporting actually later in the show. We're going to start with obviously breaking news as it relates to Tel Aviv. This is just breaking after we had prepped most of the show, so we're going to get to that in a moment. Updates on Lebanon. There is a truly remarkable Rashida Tlaib block. Rashida Tlaib kind of versus CNN or versus the world, even you could say, that we're going to get to just after we do some updates from the conflict itself. Kamala Harris and the filibuster, a saga that started in like 2022, actually. Probably, I'm sure she commented on it before, but
Okay, now somebody asked me about this yesterday, right? And I actually didn't have the information on this. They just said that Kamala is talking about ending the filibuster. And I thought it was strange because that's not exactly like a campaign, slam dunk. And that's usually what you are going to hear as far as policy proposals, right? They're going to want to come forward with their most popular, policies. But I heard more about it, and apparently this is specifically in relations to passing legislation to, overturn the Supreme Court decision. I shouldn't put it that way. It doesn't overturn the Supreme Court's decision, right? But overrides the Supreme Court decision and essentially makes Roe versus Wade the law of the land, right? That's what the ending of the filibuster is in relation to. That's why Kamala Harris was talking about it, and that actually does make sense.
Joe Manchin has now said he will not endorse Kamala Harris because she told a radio station yesterday she wants to get rid of that filibuster.
Joe Manchin's butt was hurt. Oh my gosh, how will she survive without the Joe Manchin endorsement?
Yeah, she had such high hopes.
All those West Virginia voters going to the polls and voting to preserve the filibuster.
Joe Manchin himself didn't run in West Virginia because he was going to get crushed.
Who's sponsor? Breaking Point sponsor. She's got a energy drink right there. And I feel like we've seen them with this stuff before. I mean, I don't know. They've also got some books back there. I don't know if these are just books that they're like recommending or if there's some kind of a... I mean, Breaking Points does seem to have, the monetization figured out pretty well. They're doing pretty well, right? This is the same formula from The Hill, but it's kind of been jailbroken by by Crystal Ball and Sagar, and then they brought in more, Ryan Grimm on the left, Emily on the right. It's this formula, right, that they can potentially get a right-wing audience and a left-wing audience. Unlike The Hill, though, I assume, I could be wrong about this, but I think that the slant on Breaking Points is maybe a little bit to the left. Although there are some certain issues, like whenever they've talked about trans issues before, it's been very much from a right-wing perspective.
So, not sure what his endorsement would have meant. But anyway, yes, Kirsten Sinema also not happy.
Yeah, exactly. What is Joe Manchin's endorsement worth?
And then we'll be talking about this lawsuit that the Department of Justice filed against Visa, which is excellent and awesome. It actually comes after Trump was...
See, so I need to do this. Actually, I need to fast forward through their explanation. But this is a good way to let you know, like, what stories... I mean, you have to shorten them down to, like, one word, right? But if I had, like, a list of the stories I'm going to be covering so that if you come in here, here's what we're talking about now, here's what we're going to be talking about next, that kind of thing.
To get Clemens.
Spinach with your chickpeas? That sounds delicious. I wish I had spinach or chickpeas. Chickpeas are so good.
Instead, he's dead.
Yeah. So we will break down all of the details, and
you're my resident moderate, Tool 5150.
Even talk about the larger trend, because I think just this month there's a host of executions that are scheduled to take place. That is
a whole bunch in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's the pace is pretty high in the next couple of weeks. So we'll talk about all of that. Let's start on another bleak topic, which is we're going to be beginning with Tel Aviv. Ryan, breaking news out of Tel Aviv, where
chickpeas are some of my favorite legumes.
Israel says says that it intercepted.
I'm just talking to chat here.
A missile that was headed
chat's making me hungry
for Tel Aviv. Now, what we're hearing is that apparently that was the story from Hezbollah, is that it was intended for a Mossad headquarters. Is that right?
Yeah, the Mossad headquarters in the suburbs of Tel Aviv, which, if this were...
You know what you can make if you get chickpeas, tahini, lemon juice, salt, and garlic together? You can make hummus, but you've got to disavow it. You've got to... Sorry.
A newscast about an assault on Gaza or on Lebanon, the newscaster would immediately say that Israel is keeping its military and intelligence infrastructure in civilian areas to hide behind human shields. And when we see the reverse, we see how clearly clear it is, that doesn't make it okay
Chickpeas are way too feminine. Is garbanzo more masculine? You call them garbanzos?
to bomb a suburb. For some reason,
Thrilled to be funding another attack, I know.
the American public is swayed by that argument when it comes to, say, Gaza or Lebanon or anywhere else. Say, oh, well, it was in a suburb. I guess that's a real shame that they had to level all those apartment buildings and that entire civilian area or that hospital. They found a couple weapons.
I was going to say, people conflate those two things. The idea of, as in this case, having Mossad headquarters in the suburbs, which is the same with the CIA, for example. A lot of those intelligence...
Oh, yeah, Langley, Virginia.
Agencies are out in the suburbs here. But
They
then...
might bomb Costco here.
You have to condemn Hamas, yeah.
For the Pentagon.
And no casualties reported so far in this case, but people will conflate having in a densely populated area like Gaza infrastructure that's near military infrastructure with people when they're literally hiding like bombs under children's beds. Those two things are not the same.
And another difference would be the actual firing of the missiles.
Right.
Hamas or PIJ will fire missiles from very nearby, like a school or a mosque or something else. But again, that's related less to, I think, morality and more to just the massive asymmetry. Like Israel has the U.S. sending, fighter jets and endless amounts of bombs and missiles and has the capacity to just launch from the air. When they go about building their infrastructure, they build their military infrastructure right into Tel Aviv.
So again, no casualties reported so far in the situation. The death toll, according to the Associated Press, since Monday.
Yeah, that sounds like Hasbara coming out of Emily here.
In Lebanon is 564
Some bad Hasbara at that.
people. That's 50 children and 94 women, according to Lebanese authorities. So there's been also attacks from Hezbollah in northern Israel. A couple of people in a kibbutz.
Some of the VO here of the.
This is Beirut,
the
right?
carnage, yeah. Well, this is southern Lebanon.
Yeah, we're gonna have to kind
of psychotic body. Like it's just a complete. Lebanon as a state is a complete mess. In 2006.
I'm trying to remember. I feel like part of what they showed was there were cops in Israel beating up Orthodox people that didn't want to be drafted, that didn't want to they've changed the rules around the exceptions to service in the IDF for people who have religious objections, and there were cops beating these people up. So we gotta skip past that.
Launched a little cross-border raid and grabbed a couple of Israeli soldiers, and
Hasbara, yeah, exactly.
And Israel then launched a massive all-out bombing campaign and ground invasion into Lebanon, which turned out to be a failure. Did not get the hostages back, and also withdrew, which again kind of raising the celebrity status in the region of Hezbollah. But then in the 2010s. There was a Syria civil war, and Hezbollah sided with Bashar al-Assad. Now you can imagine why they would do that, because they are allies with Iran. Iran is allies with Syria, and so if Hezbollah is a client of Iran and Iran's got business, Hezbollah is going to carry out that business. But that meant that they were fighting with a lot of kind of
share my booze. Oh, does it look like? People say this looks like something one would drink moonshine in. Thank you for the 20 bits, Omega Star. Cannot be trusted on the website.
Sunni rebels in Syria and killing a lot of Muslims. And that very much tarnished their reputation and led to a break between Hamas and Hezbollah. Like they became adversaries. They were on the other side of this. Hamas was supportive of the uprising in Syria, but since then, a little bit before October 7th, Hamas and Hezbollah had a détente and became allies again. And so, right after October 7th, when the rubber hit the road with the war between Israel and Hamas, Hezbollah immediately starts launching rockets, which sends 60,000 roughly Israelis from the north scattering, displaced back towards Tel Aviv and elsewhere. That is what is driving the political pressure to now go to war with Lebanon, to try to get those 60,000 people back into their homes who've been displaced for that long. And imagine how much pressure that puts on Israel at 60,000 people. Gaza's 2 million people been displaced for 11 months. And so this, in the same way that the Houthis were facing domestic problems and regional problems because of the civil war there, were able to politically overcome those by challenging Israel. Hezbollah, too, is able to overcome its problems that it had in the region by challenging Israel. It's the oldest story in politics. You got problems at home, you find an adversary somewhere else that people hate more, and everybody rallies around.
Oh my God, kicks are the best cereal.
The flag. And so it is in the...
Sorry, chat, I'm very distractible by food right now.
Domestic political interests of all of these actors, whether it's the Houthis, Iraqi Shia militias, Hezbollah, to challenge Israel. And because it makes them look like they're standing up for Gaza, which they are. And what Nasrallah keeps saying, the head of Hezbollah, and the Houthis as well, we are not ending this until the war on Gaza ends.
Yeah, and the U.S. actually does not seem to be able to counteract what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea.
Going to be my big question for you with all of that context, because the massive open question is, does this escalate? And that's been the fear since violence broke out on October 7th. I mean, where do you see this going where do you see this going in terms of how it can pour even more sort of gas on this fire? If it's good, if it's in the interest of Hezbollah.
Do I like cheesecake? I mean, I don't ever eat anything. I'm not a big dessert person, but it is pretty tasty.
Politically, to escalate. Does Hezbollah escalate? Are there external pressures? A lot of people would say there. So the argument from like the neoconservative camp would be that
these types of shows always seem to show such a knowledge gap between the left and the right wing host. Yeah.
Iran
it is like a genre of show, isn't it?
Orchestrating all of this. They're puppets. Or
I mean, like I said before, it's modeled off of The Hill, I think.
Sort of chess pieces in Iran's game versus the West. So it's not necessarily what Hezbollah wants, it'll be what Iran wants. How do you respond to that?
So I don't think it's one point on that, Iran has major influence over...
But you almost posted a manifesto, a bacon manifesto?
Hezbollah. U.S. has major influence over Israel. Both Israel and Hezbollah have their own agency as well, though. From their kind of superpower.
And their own political motivations.
Because Iran's not a superpower, but a bigger power. And their own political motivations.
The entire military infrastructure is for fighting China or Russia, and we have nothing to combat a simple $10 drone with a bomb. True.
Don't think it's in their interest to escalate. I think it's in their interest to look like they're putting up a strong resistance and continuing to put pressure on Israel to end its genocidal campaign in Gaza. Like, I think that's what works for them. They think, and Iran and Hezbollah have been very clear in kind of the signals that they've been sending and that their proxies have been putting out, that they believe Netanyahu wants a regional war to bail himself out. That Netanyahu's kind of stuck in a cul-de-sac of his own making. And
what's my favorite meal? That's such a hard thing to decide. Like, I can't imagine this, chat. You're stuck on a desert island, but you're going to have plenty of food, all right? But you have to choose one meal and one meal only, right? That's such a difficult, because, right, whatever it is, if it's pad thai, if it's pho, if it's spaghetti, if it's nachos, you're going to get tired of whatever that is. You're going to want something different, right? It's so hard to pick one.
And wants to just flip the table and see what happens on the other side. Like, it's not even necessarily a strategy, but it's a strategy to blow things up and live to see another day. And both Iran and Hezbollah think, if that is the thing that our adversary wants, let's do everything we can to avoid giving him that. Which is exactly what I and some other people were saying right after October 7th, that it was like, Hamas launched this attack very clearly as a provocation to bring about an overreaction that would then discredit you.
On the world stage.
On the world stage.
And the US.
And hurt your economy and flip the table and just see what happens, upset the status quo. So if you're Israel's beast.
Well, and also probably out of a sense of desperation, right? You always want cooler heads to prevail. You always want a partner for peace to emerge and to find somebody on the other side to be able to shake hands with and come to some sort of a, negotiated settlement. But you didn't get that because Trump was the one running the show. Trump brings in his son-in-law. No experience in diplomacy whatsoever, no business negotiating a settlement, but it's a nepo baby choice to bring Jared Kushner into there. And again, what does he do? He cuts the biggest stakeholder, the faction that with the most at stake in the negotiations, Palestine, out of the equation, right? I mean, what do you expect to happen after that?
Don't give them that. But they couldn't help themselves. So there are some who think that Hezbollah has been so thoroughly degraded by the intelligence infiltration, basically. So it's interesting how in Gaza, Hamas has obviously been completely, shellacked, but Israel had to do it by destroying the entire area, and then.
I'm sorry, chat. I didn't mean to laugh, but shellacked is a weird word. Shellacked is a very strange word. The last time I heard shellacked, I believe it was like Sarah Palin saying that she had taken a shellacking. I don't know. There's just something inherently goofy about that word. Did he pick Jared because Jared is Jewish? With the way that Trump stereotypes Jewish people, yeah, probably. Right? I mean, he's weird around Jewish people.
Another day as an organization.
Exactly, but they have not been able to, but they've been able to inflict a lot more damage more quickly on Hezbollah. I think some of that has to do with because Gaza is such a closed-off society, like literally physically closed off.
Ooh. Miskatonic says Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted. No word as to whether it's part of the Diddy investigation or the feds just protecting fellow rats from the mayor.
And Israel has much less intelligence.
Let's actually put
penetration.
Let's put these up on the screen. So this is A2. This is a map of where you can see the latest death toll, and look at the concentration there in southern Lebanon. If you're listening to this, a massive cluster of dots in southern Lebanon from the border with northern Israel. We also, though, Ryan, this is, I think, sort of along the lines of what you were just talking to. If we put A3 up on the screen, this is a map. Explain what we're seeing here and how it relates to everything you were just mentioning.
Yeah. So this is. This is a map that basically Israel putting out saying, like,
it's in Hebrew.
And I put it for the next one. I think we have the translation, and a bit of a translation in the next one. Basically, what they're saying is that what I said earlier, that Lebanon is a mess of a state. So this is Amichai Shikli, is Israeli Minister of Diaspora and Combating Anti-Semitism, minister in the government, saying basically Lebanon is not a real government, not a real state. It was, drawn by colonialists. Like he talks about Sykes-Picot. It's like the amount of projection and like irony in it is overwhelming. But he says this isn't a real state. These borders aren't real, and by having these Lebanese civilians down here by this green line, it makes it more difficult for our people who live in villages up to the north to live there safely. So basically what they're saying is we need to push these Lebanese folks way up higher.
Not a country.
Right? And it's not a country anyway, so we can just redraw it. Like he says,
So I feel so silly, right? Because whenever I am either doing a debate analysis or I'm doing a debate myself, I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt if I am like unaware. I'd never heard anything about any intention for Israel to, enlarge its borders at the expense of Lebanon. So when Lonerbox said, well, you don't think that, like, you're not suggesting, that, I was like, well, yeah, I mean, I've never, in the Tyler debate, right, I've never heard of that. So maybe Lonerbox is right, but no, they're definitely got their eyes on southern Lebanon.
Actually, a country's borders ought to be drawn by natural boundaries and power politics, which, okay, I guess that is how it's always been done. We're just kind of used to it being stable over the last 100 years or so. What they're implying there is that they're going to, run a campaign of ethnic cleansing and clear it out of people so that they can repopulate northern areas. I mean, that has been a long-time goal of what's called Greater Israel. But they've been able to infiltrate Hezbollah in a way that has allowed them to kill an enormous number.
The whole project of Greater Israel, yeah, I mean, like, as far as I knew, it was Golan Heights, West Bank, and Gaza. But yeah, they've occupied, the Sinai Peninsula before.
Senior officials and middlemen. The pager attack, it sounds like it maimed something like 14 or 1,500 people. It's a fighting force of about 40 to 50,000, but its communications had been disrupted by all of the assassinations. They moved from cell phones over to pagers. Then the pagers start exploding. So, it's an open question about how much damage has been wreaked. And so there are some people who are saying that the lack of a huge response so far is strategic and that it is related to Iran and Hezbollah not wanting to give Israel this all-out war. There are others who are saying they've really received a massive blow, and that they don't even have the capacity, and that its supporters are kind of covering up the fact that they've received this major blow by pointing to a strategic pause, like, hold me back, hold me back.
And before we get to this new drop site report that is chilling, could you walk us through what ProPublica found in the investigation?
Yeah, I haven't really looked into Greater Israel and what entirely that encompasses, but it feels like very, manifest destiny-ish.
About Gaza yesterday.
Technically speaking, Israel has no borders. It has never declared where its borders are.
This was released yesterday, I believe, as well. This is A4. We can put this up on the screen.
Yeah, so interesting piece here. So ProPublica's investigation, Israel deliberetely blocked humanitarian aid to Gaza. 2 government bodies concluded. Anthony Blinken rejected them. So on the one hand, we reported here at the time, based on Akbar Ahmed at HuffPost and actually DevEx, which does some great reporting on USAID, and it's like a trade pub that focuses on development around the world, had reported that of the 3 agencies within the State Department that were asked to sign off on whether or not Israel was restricting humanitarian aid, 2 of them said that they were restricting the aid. That was their assessment on the ground, that Israel was blocking aid from getting in. The legal consequences of that was under this provision called 620I. We can't give military funding to a state actor that is at the same time blocking our own humanitarian aid from getting to the people we're trying to send it to. Pretty reasonable law. Kind of funny that we even had to put that into law. It's so common sense. Like we're not, no, of course we're not supporting somebody who's actively our adversary in attempting to get humanitarian aid. Turns out we would do that. And so the State Department, or Blinken at least, had to figure out a way to affirm to Congress that this law was not being broken. And his problem was that his people inside the State Department were telling him that the law was being broken. And what ProPublica does have that hadn't been reported before is this fascinating email exchange at the very end of its article. So if you read that piece, just scroll to the very end and it's very strange. Like their last 6 paragraphs are like awesome. The rest of it is like, we knew all this already. But go to the last 6 paragraphs and read those. But basically what happens is the top State Department official who really is in charge of moving the money, moving American tax dollars to Israel so Israel can send them back to us for weapons, is telling the general counsel of the State Department, we really need to move this money. Like Israel has bills to pay, which is also absurd. They're not paying their own bills. We're paying the bills. We're just moving it over there and moving it back. Hope we're not paying banking fees to Visa though, or West.
That should be the next drop site investigation.
Yeah, wait, is that because of the Visa story? Okay, that's because of the Visa story. I'm sorry. It's just like,
we're gonna find out.
That is a big question.
Who are the banks that are just like siphoning fees as we send money to Israel and Israel sends them back to Rosalind for the weapons? But so anyway, they're like, look, they got bills to pay. We need to move this money over there. But the general counsel's like, ooh, but we still don't have approval yet. because there's still questions about whether they're blocking humanitarian aid. So there's this email chain, and a top bureaucrat writes back, a woman named Noyes, I forget her first name. She writes back,
Yeah, don't make a banking joke, right? That's like, of all the shit to...
it's our assessment that they are, in fact, still blocking humanitarian aid. And so the GC is like, so are you saying that they're in violation of 620I?
Right.
And she's like, yep, that is our assessment. So it's like, boom, okay, done. You cannot send the money then. They take it offline, as ProPublica reports. The woman has a couple meetings with senior officials, and she decides that, you know what, Israel really is doing not everything that we'd like them to do, but they're really trying, and they're making commitments.
Sure.
They're saying things.
And it is true that like the situation is difficult.
It's true they said things.
And it's true the situation is difficult. It's true that there are legitimate problems with like getting the aid to the right people in a war zone.
True, but as
Anytime.
like USAID in its report,
And don't fucking invade Gaza.
in its private report that has since surfaced, they have examples of aid workers who Israel gives permission to evacuate along a certain route that they then run into an Israeli checkpoint, get stopped.
Yeah.
And they're like, we have been approved to move through here. They're like, nope, sorry, go back. They go back, IDF opens fire on them and kills them. So USAID is like, okay, maybe there are some challenges here to what we're doing here, but what they're doing is malicious, and like they didn't use the word genocidal, but what they're doing is far beyond what is necessary.
And how do you read the Blinken politics into this?
That Blinken was clearly always just going to sign off on
Blinken's the worst.
this, and I guess fortunately for Blinken, a decent number of State Department officials have resigned in protest over this policy. So now he doesn't have to worry about them either. He can just the only time that humanitarian aid ticked up a little bit was after that World Central Kitchen massacre.
Yeah.
And Biden had to get on the phone with Netanyahu and say, like, you need to do better. And for several days, things were better, and then they went back to normal.
Hey, if you
Oh my God, this is depressing. Yeah, grab me some cereal while you're at that. Okay, change the hashtags here. And let's take a look at this. Now, I was going to watch this with you yesterday. Yesterday? Was it yesterday? No, it was the day before, I think. But I didn't end up doing it. So we ran out of time. But I wanted to make sure to take a look at this. I don't know if we want to start with, so this is Donald Trump. Wait a minute. We already watched this one, though. There was one other... It's this one.
Israel, they'll love you.
So this is Donald Trump speaking at the Israeli-American Council. Right? He's been getting weird at different groups of voters. In this case, Jewish voters. And it's a little bit of what sounds like a threat, or I don't even know what to make of this. You tell me, right? But he's mad about the fact that like the polls of Jewish voters say that 60% of Jewish Americans are voting for Kamala and only 40% say Trump. Now, I kind of feel like he should be happy with that number. He should be happy that his number hasn't gone down, considering all the weird, stuff that he's done, considering his whole weird statement in Charlottesville. And considering that his policy on Israel is of the total and complete support for Netanyahu is not something that American Jewish people agree with, right? I feel like he should should consider himself lucky to have 40% of the Jewish vote at this point, but he's mad, and he's blaming Jewish people if he doesn't win the election. That is the weirdest freaking campaign. He is the weirdest campaigner. He's the weirdest candidate, right? If a group isn't voting for him, he gets weird. He's also getting weird on women voters. In terms of, another group that the polls say do not support him by and large. There's a pretty large gender gap, not a ginger gap. And, it cuts this way, right? Where women voters are breaking for Kamala Harris by more than 20%. Male voters are breaking for Trump, but only by like 12%. So, is there an effect of the whole manosphere mentality? Yeah, but it's small. Like his crowd size, it's small. Let's see what he has to say here.
I said, my, things have changed. How things have changed, right?
Getting weird out should be the saying for all Trumpian things. You're not wrong, BCatK. Wait, is Miriam here too? He keeps on talking to Miriam Adelson is who he's referring to. She's one of his biggest donors. She was married to Sheldon Adelson before Sheldon passed away. And supposedly she is the person who suggested moving the American embassy to Jerusalem from Tel Aviv. Kind of an inflammatory move that likely has, contributed to the events of October 7th. I'm trying to think of what else he's done that's been like at the request of Miriam Adelson. But yeah, one of Trump's bigger donors out there.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
So I was a little bit circumspect, to put it mildly.
I thought he was going to say circumcised. He does have some weird ways of trying to relate to Jewish people. I showed you yesterday, no, not yesterday, I think the day before yesterday, that, when he was talking in front of a group of Jewish voters in 2016, he started talking about renegotiating. And he's like, everybody in this room knows what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, this room of all places. Like, he just drives it home so, like at first you're just kind of like, wait, is he saying what I think he's saying? And then he just makes it super clear that he's saying, yes, like, I am relating to you, Jewish voters, by the fact that I also like to renegotiate. Like, I don't know. Yeah, he's weird.
And I went out there in that place.
So that's why when he said, I am circumspect, right? It's just not a word that you expect to hear out of Donald Trump's mouth. He's not a smart guy. He's never been a smart guy. It's a bigger word than I'm used to hearing him use. So I assumed he was going to talk about his circumcision and try to relate somehow. I don't know.
Israel, they'll love you. I said, my, things have changed. How things have changed, right, Miriam? So I was...
Yeah, my, how things have changed. I wonder if it has anything to do with the fucking fallout that we're dealing with right now.
I was a little bit circumspect, to put it mildly. And I went out.
Okay, circumspect.
Went wild because they liked me right from the beginning. I don't know why. A lot of people.
So he's talking about the previous, this, I think, streamed 6 days ago. This is 6 days ago. Huh. So roughly at the same time, but maybe this is the Israeli American Council. This was the Republican event fighting anti-Semitism in America.
A bad taste, I guess. But they liked me right from the beginning.
Yeah, he did move the embassy. You're right, Tool.
And I said, we love Israel, and we will save Israel, and we will fight with Israel. And the place went wild. I said, what the hell is going on? They love Israel. I hate to say it. Sometimes they love Israel much more than Jewish people in New York love Israel.
Wait, no, sorry. What? Who is he talking about now? I assumed that he was talking about this Fighting Anti-Semitism in America event. Maybe he meant some other... Is he talking about like a Christian evangelical event? Yeah, because that's true, right? The support for Netanyahu, the support for the far-right Israeli government is higher amongst an average group of American evangelical Christians than you would expect to see it in a room full of Jewish voters.
And Alan Dershowitz knows that.
Trump, your Epstein connection is showing. Don't mention Alan.
They really do. It's an amazing thing, and that's when it really started, and it was incredible. But you have Christians and evangelical Christians. They love Israel so much.
They don't love Israel. It's part of their end time prophecy. They have a prophecy that for Jesus to come back to the world, that Israel, like 2/3 of the people in Israel have to die, right? But first they have to occupy the entirety of biblical, Israel and Judea, and then 2/3 of them die, and then after that the third that's left, they convert to Christianity. That is not loving the people of Israel. That is a very strange love indeed.
And it's great to see that. It's great to see it. If we continue down our current path with 4 more years of Kamala, and I don't say Harris because when I say Harris, nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. I just said it to another group. Miriam has me working hard here. I have this group, that group, but this is the big one, right, Miriam? This is the big one. But don't worry, I said that to the last group also. No, she's got me working hard. But it's sort of interesting when you look at what we're doing and how important a mission we're on. If we continue down our current path with 4 more years of Kamala, Israel will be faced not just with an attack, but with total annihilation. And I hate to say it so much. It's total annihilation. That's what you're talking about. You don't have a protector.
Look, total annihilation is what Netanyahu is speedrunning right now. He's destabilizing the fuck out of the region and just broadening the conflict. And why is he doing it? Because while he's a war president, he can stay in office. The second that the conflict ends, the second there's a ceasefire, he will very likely not be reelected. And once he's out of office, he has, not as many charges chasing him as Trump, but a lot of charges, right? He will have to face justice in Israel. He will, have to deal with the courts, and he very much does not want to do that. So this is the entire world being put at risk for the sake of, the far right, the most right-wing extremist president that Israel has ever had.
You have a big protector in me. You don't have a protector on the other side. And I've said...
So this is his whole thing, right? He's going to say this to Jewish people, to Israel in this speech. We're going to hear him say something very similar to women voters when he's complaining about the fact that, yes, the 2 groups that do not vote for him, that split for the Democrats, that split for Kamala, are Jewish voters and women voters, right? And this is where Trump gets weird. This is where Trump gets desperate. This is where Trump tries to use what sounds to me like a threat as campaign rhetoric.
Long and loud.
It's a weird way to handle like a group that is by and large not voting for you, to threaten them. But this is Donald Trump. This is what he's done his whole life. He's been able to threaten people. He's been able to bully people into doing what he wants them to do.
And especially over the last few years, anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves Israel is a fool if they vote for a Democrat. But
this is him. You're not. This is his. You're not even black moment. This is like, compare this to Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you're not even black.
beyond
This is the weirdest shit.
that,
He's Bidening. He's Bidening hard.
beyond that,
He misses Biden so much that he's becoming Biden.
if they love Israel, anybody that votes for a Democrat or Kamala, especially because this is the worst ever. This is the worst you've ever had. This one makes Barack Hussein Obama look.
He loves saying Hussein. He loves saying Hussein.
Super chatted $9.99.
Yo.
Suburban women was a major key to his victory in 2016.
That's true. Yeah, suburban women did. Did they actually break for him, or did he just get more suburban women than women at large? Either way, Davi, thank you for the super chat. Remember, if you want to make that TTS voice, the sassy British TTS voice sound, and stop me where I'm at and ask me a question, you can do that for a super chat of $5 or more. You also have the right to tell me which of these topics that you want to see. Here, I'll switch to them really quickly to show anybody that can't see. Right there, we got a donut goal. It's at 39%. It's actually at 49%, thanks to Davi. And if we hit this, if we hit 100% by the end of my stream tonight, we'll unlock extra content. What content? Well, we got Foo Fighters denying AIDS, apparently. I don't even know what this is about. We'll have to watch the video to find out. We've got Legal Eagle talking about the P. Diddy RICO charges. He's P. Diddy, the indictment's not been unsealed, but we know that, part of the charges are racketeering in nature. So we'll hear Legal Eagle give his expert legal analysis on that. We've got Noah Sampson versus the anti-breadtube video. Hey, they've been chasing his clout. Now he's going to chase theirs back. So we've got that. And we've got Give Me Moodang. If you just want to see more Moodang, if you don't have enough Moodang in your life and you'd like to see a cute little baby pygmy hippo eat delicious food, then you can say Give Me Moodang. You just have to let me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it win, potentially. Speaking of which, Davi, what is your choice? Let me know, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you are giving the gift of weasels, giving memberships, or getting yourself a membership, whether you're signing up for Patreon or donating to my Throne account, where I crowdsource better equipment for my stream, or if you're over on Twitch, getting yourself out of the outbreak, which happens every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time. Those ads, unlike YouTube ads, are unskippable unless you're smart and you get yourself a sub. You can do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do so at a reduced rate for this month only of September. I think it's like $4 or less for a sub right now. Or you could possibly be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Anyway, let's get back to the Trump tent. I had some confusion when I stream it on YouTube and I call it Trump tent. Everybody knows what I'm saying. This is the world's biggest lolcow right now. All right, this guy is just he's lolcowing hard. All right, so everybody knows what Trump, X whatever tent is, right? We're laughing at this guy, right? Twitch, they seem to think that it's like me glazing up the Donald. That I'm like, oh yeah, this is our guy, and sometimes I jokingly, say shit like that, but oh my God, no, it's fun. I have to literally explain to people, no. They come in here to like make fun of me thinking that like, oh, she loves Trump, doesn't she? Like, and I'm like, no, you got me wrong. We're making fun of the guy. That's all. Anyway, let's get back to the Trump tent. Like I said, Pygmy Hippo.
like he loved his
10% for the Pygmy Hippo.
by comparison.
Wait,
But
what is that? Oh no, I thought it was a bat at first. I think somebody's like waving a something or other in front of the camera. At first I was like, there's a bat flapping around in here. No.
This is the worst ever. This is the worst you've ever had. This one makes Barack Hussein Obama look.
He loves saying Hussein.
Comparison. But you should have your head examined.
Okay, now that's actually not true. That's actually objectively not true. If you want to know a difference between Biden administration and what Kamala's shown, as much like she's not entirely showing her hand, right? We don't know what kind of president she will be when she's elected in November. But we can guess by the fact that she hasn't done that much to distinguish herself from Biden on this issue. And that's bad. That's bad, right? Obama was not afraid to let Israel know that the fucking nonsense that they were doing with settlements was not okay with their biggest ally, right? Obama did that sometimes. Like I said, Obama administration, very mid, but at least on that, they knew when to draw the line in the sand. Biden, not so much. Biden is getting, just going along for the ride with whatever Netanyahu wants to do. And it looks like so far, unfortunately, that Kamala is signaling to do more of the same. Now, does that make them as bad as Trump? No. Trump will literally, Trump's opinion about Gaza is that Israel needs to finish the job, right? He's ready to green light a wholesale, ethnic cleansing of Gaza, right? So he's objectively worse, but also Biden is objectively worse than Obama. Obama had a little bit of a backbone when it came to Israel. Biden, not so much. And Kamala, if she has a backbone, we can't see it yet. She's not letting the backbone show. So, yeah, unfortunately. So he's wrong. He's wrong. You cannot compare Kamala or Biden to Obama and say that somehow, Obama is more willing to go along with Israel. The opposite is true.
It's an unceasing bloody war to obliterate the Jewish state and drive Jews out of the Holy Land. That's what they want to do. They want to drive Jews out of the Holy Land.
The Holy Land. Oh God, this is so bad, right? Because it's the Holy Land to a lot of different people, right? There's religious places in in Israel, but we understand that from an evangelical perspective, the Holy Land means the land of prophecy, the prophecy of Jesus coming back to the earth. When does Jesus come back to the earth? When the Jewish people fully occupy biblical Israel and Judea, and then really bad stuff happens to them, right? According to Scripture. Not actually according to Scripture. I feel like they take the book of Revelations and they read a little bit into that, right? Where they're like, 2/3 of them off the face of the earth, and then the other third, they convert to Christianity. So yeah, that's not exactly a loving, reason to support Israel, right? But that's what they mean. And when he says the Holy Land, and he wants the Jews to return to the Holy Land, that's what he's talking about, right? He's signaling to his evangelical base that, your weird prophecy where you want 2/3 of the Jewish people to disappear off the face of the earth in some horrible, conflict, and then the rest of them to convert to Christianity. Yeah, I'm on board with that.
We're not forgiving people. You found that out on October.
Can we also have a cute video option on the bonus content ballot? What is a cute video, for instance?
7th. By the way, when Trump was president, you had no problems, did you? None. You had no problems. You ever think of that? I wanted to tell...
I mean, you created a lot of the problems, Trump. You created those problems.
Israel that numerous times during the presidency, but...
Did I see Chappelle Roan refuse to endorse Kamala Harris because of Yeah. No, people mistake this, right? Chappelle Roan is withholding an endorsement from Kamala because of the Biden policy on Gaza, and because of their lack of full-throated support for LGBTQ rights. And people are trying to make it like that somehow Chappelle is both sidesing it, or doesn't want to get involved, or is saying both sides are the same. It's not really what's happening. It's just that if you're an artist, right? Yeah, understand it's not exactly like a normal thing for a musical artist to, you do music, you make songs, you make videos, you make albums, you make whatever, right? and then you're going to endorse a president. So if you're going to do that, you're going to want to, your first order of business is not to endorse someone that you really have some problems with. And my understanding is Chappell Roan has some problems with the Kamala campaign, as do I. Now, do I still think that there might be a utility in weaponizing your vote this November and denying this jackass a return to the Oval Office? Yeah, absolutely. But I understand as a recording artist, as a musician, maybe not wanting to, associate yourself with a endorsement, or at least if you're going to give the endorsement, to kind of hold out for, because like I said, Kamala has not differentiated herself yet from Biden's policies, and Biden's policies have been really bad on this. Not as bad as Trump's policies, don't get me wrong. All right, Trump's the worst on this, but Biden's not great either, and we just haven't seen enough of Kamala really, stepping out there and standing, separating herself from that. So
I didn't want to do that and then have something bad happen, but nothing bad was.
Yeah, it's Chappell Roan. Did that not come through?
Happened. They didn't have the
not like Dave Chappelle. It's like Chappell or Chappell. I think it's because I'm pronouncing it French. I'm saying Chappell, and you're hearing Chappelle. I do know that it's not Chappelle.
Going to happen. We had everything in check, beautifully in check. And by the way, Russia would have never attacked Ukraine either, just so you know. We wouldn't have had inflation.
No, you got to say Russia, 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 okay?
We wouldn't have had that horrible situation in Afghanistan, where we lost 13 great soldiers, where...
Trump taking the dub? More like Trump risking World War III.
$85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment that I bought. Beautiful stuff. I bought and they gave it away. Beautiful.
Look, let me just put it this way, all right? Fallout is a great game. I don't want to live it in real life, okay?
Beautiful stuff. And
cereal break is over? Oh my God, you're making me hungry, Omega.
We wouldn't have that. We left American hostages behind. Remember that. All of that wouldn't have happened. Think of it. October.
Wait, oh God. Yeah, the thing that you caused, right? The thing that happens when you use a Nepo baby to do negotiations instead of an actual diplomat. The thing that happens when you cut like the party that's got the most stake in the negotiations out of the negotiations. That's kind of shit that happens when you move the American embassy to Jerusalem. The kind of thing that happens when you allow Israel to annex the Golan Heights. October 7th. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Would have not happened. That wouldn't have happened. And we wouldn't have had inflation. It was started by a stupid oil policy and a spending policy.
It's more than oil. It is not about oil. Look, I'm willing to cut this guy a little bit of a break because the inflation broke out during his administration. Now, part of that is because he did the right thing in signing the stimulus, right? People needed to be paid to stay home. People needed an extension on their unemployment, and you got the PPP loans too. But when you put out more money into the economy, and then you have supply chain problems, which again, not entirely Trump's fault, probably due to COVID. That's when you have inflation. That causes inflation. It's more money chasing less goods, hence inflation. That's how it happens, all right? Not because of oil. What a jackass.
Never had inflation, which has destroyed many families.
The stimmy was the only good thing Trump did, by the way. That's the only Trumpian policy I endorse, but I also understand that he didn't do it because he wanted to. He did it because he had to.
Let me spell out bluntly the danger of 4 more years of weakness in this White House. If Kamala is reelected, Iran will...
Yeah, COVID ruined a lot of things, says Themester 6500. Yeah, so in terms of people's... Some of the stuff that Trump gets credit for is his economy. And indeed, in the first, the second, and the third year of Trump's presidency, the economy was probably better. Shit was less fucked up. All right? But the fourth year, things kind of went to hell. And they haven't recovered. They haven't recovered. Now, I don't give Trump credit for the Obama economy that he inherited. And in fact, if you look at the Trump economy and compare it to the Obama economy was slightly better. But I'm willing to grant that things kind of fluctuate somewhat, and it's hard to really nail down one president's policies to the economy during their tenure in office. But when people say they won an economy like 2018, like 2017, like like 2019, they are wishing for a time machine. All right? Shit hit the fan. There was a once in a lifetime public health emergency, and shit has not been the same since, and re-electing Trump is not going to magically get that back for you.
Quickly obtain nuclear weapons. They're already about ready to do it. Okay.
Talking about Iran. Yeah, you know how you could keep Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons? By not blowing up Obama's deal with Iran. Obama had a deal where inspectors were going into Iran, making sure that they didn't turn any of the processed nuclear fuel that they're using in their reactors into weapons grade stuff, right? That was achieved. Achievement unlocked, and then Trump comes in, achievement ruined, right? You worried about Iran having a nuke? This is who you got to blame for that, right? If they get a nuke, it's this guy.
And you know, they were so broke, and I'm not looking to hurt him.
Trump is boring, says JF. Wait, JF, you wouldn't possibly be the famous JF Garepe, would you?
Anybody, but they were broke. I had sanctions.
Take off your blinders. This is a hoodie. Come on, Michelle.
Anybody that did any business with Iran.
Wait, are you French and Trumpy? Does that exist? Do we have a French Trumpy in here?
Could not do business with the United States. I told President Xi of China, if you do business with Iran, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from Iran, you're not doing any more business with the United States, and I'm going to put on tariffs of 200%. And China didn't buy anything, and other countries likewise, other countries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wait, what's going on here? What are they talking back to him? Did you hear what they said?
And China didn't buy anything, and other countries likewise, other countries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Something love you. Yeah, I don't think it's a protester. I think it's somebody that's a big fan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Iran was ready to do something. They were ready to make a deal. They weren't spending the money because they didn't have the money to spend. And you didn't have a single strike. You had nothing happen during this period of time. It was a beautiful time.
The fuck are you talking about, Trump?
Not a single strike. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Note to self, cancel the order for 3 barrels of oil from Iran. Yeah, it's important.
So Iran will...
Miskatonic says, hopefully the next administration will provide better elder care and mental health so he can fall back on that safety net. Yeah, I feel like we just need to matrix this dude and just put him in a golf simulation. He would be happy. He would be happy as fuck. Or you could just play golf forever. You would plug you right into the matrix and you get to play golf for the rest of your days, Trump.
Right now, quickly obtain nuclear weapons capable of killing millions and millions of people. Jewish people, non-Jewish people. There's no discrimination with nuclear weapons, you know that. And the power is unbelievable. And I know because I renovated, fixed, and...
That's why we need a president that can stop Israel from destabilizing the fucking region, right? Because that's how World War III is most likely to break out. Think about it from Russia's standpoint, all right? If they start a war based on Ukraine, they're not going to have the kind of allies that they would if they got into a war, based on Iran-Israel, right? People's sympathies are not with Russia, who invaded Ukraine, but people's sympathies are with, going to be, rightly or wrongly, with Iran if they're jumping in against Israel, which has turned itself into a pariah state, right? So the more likely path for World War III to start is actually not Ukraine, it's Israel. And this guy's fucking policy, letting Netanyahu take care of business or whatever the fuck, is more likely to make that nightmare a reality.
What brand new nuclear weapons? We have the greatest nuclear stockpile now, but I hated to do it because the devastation is nothing. This will be Third World War if it happens, and we're relying on stupid people. If it happens, this will not be...
Well, Trump's definitely relying on stupid people like Michelle Leroux in chat that thinks that a president's effect only lasts for the discrete time of their term. That's pretty stupid.
2 army tanks going back and forth and shooting. This will be, again, obliteration. This could be world obliteration. And we have to get back to...
You gotta be able to connect the dots, Michelle. All right? No offense, all right? But you gotta be able to connect the dots. You gotta be able to connect the Abraham Accords, connect the movement of the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and connect the annexation of the Golan Heights to October 7th. And then you'll see that it's his fault. You understand that the Abraham Accords, right, were negotiated not through a diplomat, but through his son-in-law. This dude literally used nepotism to name a diplomat who fucked everything up by cutting the Palestinians out of the negotiation. If you don't like what's going on in the Middle East right now, you got this asshole to thank for that.
Common sense, and we have to get back to good leaders that are respected by the other side. Our leaders are not respected by Russia. They're not respected.
You got to say Russia, Russia, Russia too.
By China.
China.
They're not respected.
They're not respected by the late great Hannibal Lecter. Oh my God, Chad, I can just riff on this guy.
By Kim Jong-un of North Korea. They're not respected, frankly, by anybody.
They're not respected by Viktor Orban, the arbiter of who a good president is. Viktor Orban.
From behind this nuclear shield, the regime will be free to unleash its militant terror brigades to turn the Jewish homeland into hell on earth. They've already started with October 7th.
That's part of the evangelical plan, though. That's literally, yeah, Israel getting blown, to smithereens is literally part of the American Zionists, the Christian and evangelicals he mentioned earlier, right? That's their prophecy, right?
Rockets will rain down from above until the Iron Dome has been exhausted. You know, the Iron Dome is great, but when you send too many, there's not a thing it can do. It's exhausted. It becomes exhausted.
You're exhausted. Trump's actually exhausted. You know about this, chat? I wanted to find that moment where he gets really weird about Jewish voters. But I also want to show you that Trump is apparently not campaigning the way that he used to. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's towards the end. Interesting. Oh my God, he gets so weird. It's his attempt to court Jewish voters is so bizarre.
Makes me realize how important this is, Miriam, frankly, for so many people to make the trip, and there's nothing more important than what you're going through, and there's nothing more important than the people that you love, and it will be so beautiful to see it work out well. We got to make it work out well. Got to make it.
What is he even talking about?
And to confront the crisis of anti-Semitism at our universities, I will tell college presidents that they must end the anti-Semitic propaganda, or they will lose their accreditation and they will lose all federal.
So much for free speech, right? You understand that what he's calling anti-Semitism is not actual anti-Semitism, because he's okay with that. He's a big proportion of his base are anti-Semites. Right. In fact, I would say that the Christian evangelicals that want like 60% of Jewish people to fucking die in a, or 2/3 of Jewish people to be like eliminated in some giant clusterfuck Middle Eastern war, and then the other third to convert to Christianity. I would say that those are anti-Semites too. No, you're okay with anti-Semitism. What you're not okay is for students standing up for Palestinians not being fucking ethnically cleansed out of Gaza.
Support. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the most important election in the history of the United States. And it's also the most important election in the history of Israel. Can you imagine that? A non-Israeli election is the single most important election that Israel will ever have. Isn't that something? With all I have done for Israel, I received only 24% of the vote. But I understood that. That was in 20.
What? Oh my gosh. I was giving him too much credit. I thought it was like 60-40. He's saying 24% of the Jewish vote in 2016.
2016. And, it's one of those things. I thought I'd do much better. I happen to have a Jewish daughter. I have a Jewish son-in-law.
Don't they know I have Jewish family?
I have 3 Jewish grandchildren. I thought I'd do much better. I tried to relate to the Jewish people by talking about renegotiation, and then pointed them out. You all understand that, right? You all like renegotiation. Oh my God. Yeah. I wonder why they didn't vote for you, Donald. I only got 24%. Think of that. And then I became president of the United States and was the best president ever for Israel and for the Jewish people by far. Nobody was close. I gave them Golan Heights. I gave them the Abraham Accords. I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the...
Again, you gave them October 7th, you fool. You gave them October 7th is what you gave them.
...in Jerusalem. And most importantly of all, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal.
Again, you put them in so much danger. You made it more likely that Iran is going to develop a nuke.
Which was the worst deal ever made in the history of Israel, in the history of the Middle East.
No, it's something that Miriam didn't fucking like, and so you backed out of it. You blew up the deal.
I was there 4 years.
They had UN inspectors in there making sure that none of the spent fuel from the nuclear facilities was converted into weapons-grade stuff.
Them billions and billions of dollars. I was the best friend Israel ever had. And still in 2020, now I've done all these things, so now Jewish people have no excuse.
Do they need an excuse? No.
I got 29%.
Oh my God, he's really posting his L's. I was giving him like 60-40. I was assuming that the split was like 20 points. Is the split 40 points?
I went from 25 to 29%. Think of that. Honestly, you didn't treat yourselves well.
What? Oh my God, dude, this is not the way to get more. This is not the way to get more Jewish votes, Trump. This is not.
Terrible thing. And what made me
Yes, I know. I will show up to the Israeli-American Council and I will scold Jewish voters into voting for me. That will work.
Been more upset about it is the current polling has just been announced. Now, I just announced the polls and I'm now polling at about 40%. That means 60% of Jewish people are going to vote for Kamala or...
Actually, that's not what that means. Generally, when you take a poll, there's some undecided, there's some third party, especially like this, this far away from the election. We're still, more than a month away from the election, right? It doesn't mean that Kamala's got 60, but yeah, look, I'd be surprised if he gained points, honestly.
Democrat, and honestly, you ought to have your head...
That must be a Rasmussen. Oh, the Jewish people ought to have their heads examined. That'll get them to vote for you, Donald.
Have your heads examined.
That'll get them to vote for you.
Those votes may be necessary.
You are stereotyping the fuck out of Jewish people. You are making the assumption that because somebody's Jewish, that they like 100% want a American president to let the most right-wing Israeli president, or Israeli prime minister, ever do whatever the fuck he wants in Gaza. That is not actually a popular view amongst Jewish voters. I'm sorry.
Necessary for us to win. I say us to win because we're in this together. But who are these people? Who are the 60% that would vote? And I really believe that bad things, very bad things are going to happen. And I'll put it to you very simply and as gently as I can. I wasn't treated properly by the voters who happen to be Jewish.
You're such a victim, Donald, and his victim complex is so pernicious that he just can't help himself. But basically present a scenario where he's like claiming to be gang stalked by Jewish people. That is what this guy is doing. That is what he's saying. I wasn't treated properly by voters who happen to be Jewish. Do you think that makes it better than if you just say by Jewish voters, which is actually what you're saying? But if I complain about Jewish voters in front of the, in front of this the summit, then surely my numbers will go up.
I don't know. Do they know what the hell is happening? If I don't win this election and the Jewish people would really have a lot to do.
I'm like actually curious about what the actual polls are now. Like I assumed like 60 to 40 sounds, that's still a heavy split, right? The split that women are doing in terms of women voters voting pattern is about 60-40, right? That's a pretty steep split. That's a pretty severe split. I mean, there's groups that are more split away from Trump than that, but it's 20 points is nothing to it's nothing to laugh about. It's but yeah, the fact that it was 24% in 2016, and I'm curious what the split is and how much it's changed now, because I don't trust this guy's numbers. You know him. He loves the polls that are like Trafalgar or Rasmussen. There's certain polls that are just super in favor of Republicans, just time after time after time, right? And those are the polls that he looks at because he doesn't want to hear any bad news. He wants to hear the best case scenario, and Rasmussen or Trafalgar usually has that for him. So I'm wondering where he's getting these numbers.
With that, if that happens, because at 40%, that means 60% of the people are voting for the enemy.
The enemy.
Israel, in my opinion, will cease to exist within 2 years, and I believe I'm 100% right. There's a hat that comes out. Trump.
See, you just don't get that Jewish people are not a monolith. You're stereotyping the fuck out of Jewish people. You're making an assumption of how they feel about not just Israel as a concept, right? But this particular government, which is, an outlier. I mean, so far, I guess it could always get worse. You could have, a Prime Minister Schmotrick or Ben-Gvir or something, but you're making assumptions that about Jewish people that just are not true. And this is part of why you are not doing well amongst Jewish voters. People do not like to be stereotyped. People do not like to be put in a box.
Was right about everything, and I believe I'm right. And that's a hell of a thing to say, but I believe I'm right. If I do win, Israel will be safe and secure, and we will stop the toxic poison of anti-Semitism from spreading here. All over America, it's spreading. It's spreading like it's never spread before. I've never seen anything like it.
You want to see toxic anti-Semitism spread? Je vous présente Twitter.com. There it is. Now, like, this is like, you know. Oh, here we go. But yeah, this is where it fucking, this is where anti-Semitism thrives on Twitter. From your friend Eylon. Omega Star, thank you for the gift sub to Rip George Habash. Rip George Habash, you just got weaseled. And that brings us up to a grand total of 55% out of 100%. Remember, if we hit 100 by the end of the stream, you will unlock bonus content. And what is popping off right now? It looks like Legal Eagle. A lot of people are voting for Legal Eagle. It feels like Foo Fighters has a lot of energy behind it too. I don't know. I can't tell you. Even Give Me Modang has got some energy in terms of the donors, but we'll have to see. Make sure when you donate to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next. And I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. You just need to let me know in the comments. Let's finish this Trump tin off. I've got I've got actually a few more things on Trump. Then we'll get to Medhi Hasan.
I believe it would be obliteration, and it'll happen quickly too. It's very close to happening. With your vote, we will reject anti-Semitism in our schools, reject it in our...
This is the guy that invited an anti-Semite to have dinner with him. This is the guy that brought Nick Fuentes and Kanye into the White House.
Foreign policy, we will reject it in our immigration system. But all of that starts with rejecting Kamala Harris at the ballot box this election. Number one, she doesn't know what the hell she's doing.
That comes from the guy that just insulted Jewish voters to try to get more Jewish votes. She doesn't know what she's doing? She doesn't know what she's saying? Trump, I gotta quote you. I don't know what you're saying half the time, and I don't think you know what you're saying. I think you're brainwormed.
She doesn't know. She can't do an interview. How do you think she'll do against President Xi? She can't do an interview? And I'm not even...
Yeah, when President Xi does an interview with Kamala, she's in big trouble.
Stupid for not doing that, but her handlers know what they're doing.
You have called her stupid before? You're basically calling her stupid? I know that your handlers have told you that that's not a good look for you, that calling her stupid is actually going to cost you votes, but you can't help yourself, can you? You can't fucking help yourself.
Can't have it. We went through 4 years of that. We can't go through another 4 years of that.
No, we went through 4 years of this, jackass. That's what we can't do again. We are not going back. All right, I don't agree with, Kamala Harris on everything, but I will agree that we are not going back. We cannot go back to this asshole. Fuck that.
Together we will save the United States of America, and we will save the state of Israel on November 5th.
The state of Israel? Is it the 51st state? Is that what are you saying?
2020.
What are you saying, Trump? What are you saying? He literally is threatening the same people he wants. Yeah, exactly, Elizabeth. Like, and he just doesn't understand. Comrade Waluigi, why is he looking so... I gotta get, like, a pipe cleaner to improve his posture. Or, like, what don't they have those harnesses or something? There's, like, a harness that you can get that, like, pulls your, like, shoulders back. I don't know if that's actually good for your posture or not. Trump endorsed Alex Jones. Oh, do you want to see some Alex Jones next? Wait, what should we watch next? We need to do... Oh God, I'm gonna have to save it for tomorrow. Right? I felt like the content that would pair really well with Trump getting weird with Jewish voters would be Trump getting weird with women voters. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow for that, though. I can't do it. Like, again, I'm going to be up all night if I'm not careful. And we don't want that. What are we going to do? I promised you, Trump. He's getting tired. He's not what he used to be.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. A lot to get to today. In just a second, I'm going to give you a breakdown of how many rallies Trump is doing. And
actually, let's watch that now.
So Axios is out with this new article, and in it, they lay out the numbers. Hey, how many rallies is Trump doing, right? Is it fewer than previously? And the answer is a resounding yes. So the title is Trump holding far fewer rallies than in his past runs. Trump rallies held during the 2016 and 2024 election cycles by month. All right, so here we go. You can see here, June, he did more than double in 2016 than he did this year. July, again, almost double. August, Jesus, triple or quadruple the number of rallies. That's what he did in 2016 versus today. September, triple or quadruple. October, well, obviously we're not in October yet, so we don't know. They may ramp up.
Yeah, you were about to give us October numbers, Kyle. Come on.
Big time, but certainly June, July, August, September. We're 4 months of massively lagging behind the numbers that he did in 2016. In fact, I remember back in 2016, many of us were saying, like, he really is just outworking her right now. You know, Hillary very famously didn't do some rallies in some crucial swing states, and that came back to bite her in the ass.
Hillary was extremely entitled, and every time I see her pop up on The View or wherever, I just cringe. She's actually, like, by being publicly visible, she is hurting Kamala's chances. By supporting Kamala, she's hurting Kamala's chances.
She took certain states for granted. Bro, he was everywhere. He was everywhere. He was giving rally speeches, and I remember that what he would say in the speech pertained to the state he was in. So when he was in the Rust Belt...
Steven Crowder has one of those posture harnesses. I thought it was a gun thing.
He would talk about how NAFTA destroyed your communities and globalization destroyed your communities. I'm going to keep your jobs here, and Hillary wasn't even stepping foot. And, you know, when you watched it as an outsider, you went, he could win this election. Now, not only is his campaign strategy objectively worse, but now he's not even doing the legwork that he needs to do. Every other day, he's down at Mar-a-Lago golfing, or one of his courses in the Northeast of golfing, which, by the way, respect. I fuck with that. I wish I could play as much golf as Trump does. But that's the thing is, I don't. And he's running for president, and I'm not. So how does that make sense? It doesn't make any sense. All right, here's what they say. Former President Trump first defined his political...
Bree Breezy says about Hillary, she's not relatable, she's narcissistic, that's why people don't like her, among other things. I think that's the reason that people don't like Trump either, right? They're starting to catch on. I feel like the vote for Trump was more of a vote against Hillary. Both Trump and Hillary were just historically poor candidates. And they're the only thing that were really holding each other's campaign up, right? People were voting for Hillary because they don't want Trump. People voting for Trump because they don't want Hillary. Actually, 2 million more people voted for Hillary because they didn't want Trump. But that's not how we choose a president. We choose a president with electoral college votes, and Trump won more of those. So we got Trump.
Ran and paved his path to the White House with big, vacuous...
Wait, are we talking about Bud the Chudge? Second Life is an uncontrolled life. In a real sense, Chuddism is a disease that cannot be stopped. Plague, if you will. Unknown scientist. Wait, is that Chud Part 2 that you're quoting from?
Rallies. Raucous? I don't know how to say that. But he's hitting the trail much less frequently this time around. Trump held 72 rallies between June and September of 2016. He's held 20...
Yeah, he was a workhorse before.
24 in that period this year. That's a big difference. With another on the...
But I bet you can guess, chat. I bet you can guess why he's not doing as many rallies now. Like, for one, he's older. Kyle's going to explain the rest of the reasons, but I bet some enterprising chatters know exactly why.
Calendar for Monday. Trump's campaign tells Axios he'll soon ramp up his schedule with multiple rallies per week.
Was Chud 2 as good/bad as Troll 2? Troll 2 is still the most epic 80s horror shit show movie I've seen.
Final stretch of the campaign, he'd have to ramp up quite a bit to match the past two cycles. Trump held 69 rallies in October and early November of 2016, taking the stage as many as 5 times per day in the stretch. Bro, That's crazy. 5 times per day in 2016? Look, you got to call a spade. When it came to campaigning, he was like a top 1% type guy in terms of how much he campaigned back then. He just wouldn't stop.
Did someone say horse? Yeah, that reminds me, we got Vaush on the thumbnail tonight. I wonder what that means.
Even with the pandemic raging in 2020, Trump controversially hit the road with 15 rallies in September and 43 over the 5 weeks leading up to the election.
Yeah, his rallies, aka super spreader events.
Stopped holding outdoor rallies for a few weeks after surviving a July.
Silent Night, Deadly Night, part 2 was better. 95 votes, but only 56 likes. Oh, I bet we can get that a better ratio than that.
Assassination attempt in Pennsylvania, but resumed in late August. He held a rally on Saturday in North Carolina and has another scheduled.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Trump still has not said anything about his lifelong enemy Grimace and his shake.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Trump has not commented on Grimace Shake. Has not commented on what he's going to do with the Phantom tax. There's a lot of brain rot. I think this guy just is unaware of all brain rot. Does he even mew? That's my question, chat. One in chat if you think Trump mews.
Monday in Pennsylvania. So, by the way, one of the points to make about this is they were doing the outdoor rallies because a lot of the venues that were indoors, they still owed money to those venues, and they didn't pay it. And so he was doing these outdoor rallies, but then it was at the outdoor rally where there was an assassination attempt, so now he's afraid to do the outdoor rally, but he can't do the indoor ones at certain venues because they still owe the money, so it's a little bit of a pickle that they're in, and some of that may actually explain why he's not doing as many rallies, right? All right, let's continue.
Yo, the only pickle he's in is the fact that his brain is a pickle.
People in Trump's camp give 3 primary reasons he's hitting the road less this time. He's a known quantity, so the campaign feels less need to define him or his candidacy for voters this time around. By the way,
that is cope. That has got to be cope.
This is total nonsense. Like, okay, you had a distinct brand in 2016. You had a distinct brand in 2020. Now you're supposed to be bringing a distinct brand in 2024, but instead
he's Rizless.
You're really not.
No mewing whatsoever.
You're really not. What's his campaign in 2024 about? They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Like, that's the first thing that comes to mind is him smearing Haitian immigrants with propaganda from a Nazi group called Blood Tribe. What else? Like, what is defining you this time around? It's just like anger and resentment is like.
I mean, what do you think, chat? How big do you think of a definer is eating the cats, eating the dogs? Also, I get a sense that the meme, right, which used to when the meme started off, it was all those weird AI pictures of like Trump's got a duck in one hand and he's got a cat in the other, and he's running away from a mass of Haitians coming up from behind trying to eat the animals, right? It was the terrible AI memes on Twitter, and now it's more the songs, right? Have I played this one yet? We played you the Mono Neon song. Let's see, eat the cat. Oh my god, I'm not sure which one of these is. Oh no, chat, these are all super racist too. A lot of these are racist. Is it this one?
They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
No, that's not it. Is it this one?
In Springfield,
I think it's this one.
they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Wait, this is the one, right? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one that's most iconic, I think. Like, I like the Mono Neon just because I like Mono Neon, but this is the one that's popped off like on TikTok and stuff. But here's the deal. Everybody loves these. If you are pro-Trump or you are anti, I bet the people that don't like them though are the people that just like don't like either candidate, or they don't care about politics, right? I bet if you're like that, you probably hate this shit, right? But Trump supporters and Trump haters, they're rocking to this equally. And so it's kind of hard for me to get a feel on it, but I feel like the Trump supporters, they think that everybody that's like listening to these songs is like, yeah, they're definitely eating the cats. We should get rid of Haitian people in the United States because they're eating the cats, unironically, right? And I think that a lot of people are making fun. I think more people are making fun of Trump with this stuff, but regardless.
First thing that pops into your mind. They continue here. Rallies are expensive. Trump's campaign managers this cycle are keeping a closer hold on the purse strings. And number 3, he's older and more inclined to spend time at Mar-a-Lago. Damn, bro. That's the truth. That's the truth. Guys, he's just running out of gas. He's old as fuck, right? When Biden was in, Trump looked relatively young in comparison, but he's old as fuck, dog. He's running on fumes. I mean, he's basically either been president or campaigning for president for 3 fucking election cycles. That's almost a full decade of him just doing shit nonstop. I'm 36 years old in good health, and I feel like...
So you say...
With my much more lenient schedule, sometimes I'm like, God damn, I just want to sleep for like 12 hours, bro. So he's just older. He just doesn't have the same kind of energy that he had back in the day. And by the way, when you're his age, why wouldn't you want to be golfing every day?
That's why I think we should matrix all the political candidates that are approaching octogenarian status, unless they're Bernie.
Like, of course, you should just want to go golf every day and then go chill and eat a cheeseburger
or eat a cat.
Drink a beer and lay on a beach or like, that's the old person dream. And he's subjecting himself to this nonsense. Why? Because he's
Fabi D says, like this stream, it's not propaganda. And you're bringing up relevant points. Thank you, Fabi D. That's really nice of you.
All narcissism and id and ego, and he can't help himself. But his body's getting...
Yeah, Fabi said like the stream, chat, so like the freaking stream.
Up on him, bro. So many fewer rallies. President Trump's signature rallies remain a staple of his efforts on the campaign trail, they say. Campaign spokesperson Carolyn Levitt told Axios, adding that Trump had also mixed it up with retail campaigning and other non-rally events. Trump appears frequently on cable TV and podcasts, often from his...
I mean, I'm sorry, this is cope. No, look, the podcasts are probably a good idea. I think Kamala should do more podcasts. The podcasts are a good idea, but it's a demographic that A, doesn't vote very much, right? The Theo Von voter, not likely to show up to the polls, but they might. And showing up on Theo Von, more likely to make them show up, right? So it helps him a little bit, but like, understand that's an audience he already has. Red pill dudes, he's not converting anybody. There's no red pillers out there. There's no podcast bros that are like, oh shit, I was going to vote for Kamala, but since Trump was on my favorite podcaster, I am now going to vote for him instead, right? But they might go from, I was going to sit on the couch, to maybe I'll go and vote for Trump, right? So that does help him a little bit, but again, he needs to get out past that like demographic. He needs to start, winning. Like, here's the problem for him. He's got more people that hate him than people that like him. And as long as those people have a credible opponent to vote for, i.e. Kamala rather than Biden, they're going to do that. He's got to win some of them over, right? He's got like more than 51% against him now, right? He needs to do more than just podcast, in other words, right? The podcaster, might get you a few votes here and there, but he's got to expand.
In Florida, meanwhile,
and instead he's contracting.
JD Vance has been crisscrossing the swing states. But by the way, I love that. Yeah, send JD Vance. That super charismatic and well-liked man will really rile up people to vote for you. I love the pictures that come out of JD Vance rallies where it's like him in a parking lot with like 6 people. That's my favorite. By the way, what I would say to Kamala is, you guys got to utilize Tim Walz more. Like, to be clear,
put Tim Walz out on the campaign trail and put Kamala on some podcasts.
Walz is doing a bunch of rallies, and that's phenomenal. But get him on cable news. Get him on cable news. The guy knocked it out of the park every time he did a cable news interview.
Omega Star says, I think Swifties will move the needle.
You need to get him back out there. You just have to do it. Your numbers will go up and up and up. The Harris campaign has needled Trump with suggestions the magic is gone from his rallies with smaller crowds that dwindle as he speaks. That's objectively true. In the statement, Levitt claimed his rallies during this election cycle have been bigger and better than before. That is not remotely true. Guys, when Kamala said people are leaving his rallies early, that's literal. There were videos of people leaving his rally early. Now, you might say, hey, maybe it's because it was, 100 degrees outside in Arizona and whatever. Fair enough. You could come up with whatever excuses you want, but Trump was...
I feel like we might even have some... Do we have time for this, though? Yeah, wait. Kyle did this, too. Wait, this is what he's talking about. Sorry to be spamming you with Kyle Kalinske, but he's got these stories.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. A lot to get to today.
All right, let's see.
We've now turned to... And later on, Laura Loomer loses
Wait,
her
what?
mind at the Republican Party. Gee, I wonder why. Well,
Oh, wait, it's the same thing. Oh, shit.
Matt Gaetz got some.
I thought this was a different video. I'm sorry. I think he's got something about... Does he have the video? Maybe I saw this on, like, Midas Touch or something. But there's more shots of people leaving the Trump rallies. This actually is a real phenomenon. Bro yaps. And people don't stick around for it. Okay, one more. Trump grocery. Wait, we got a Trump grocery and a Vance grocery. Oh, this is so good. No, I want the whole grocery. Does Forbes only have like 5 minutes of this? All right, let's take a look.
She gets in, the whole place is going bust. And I'm talking about not only your store, I'm talking about the whole country. Thank you. I'm going to see you at 7 o'clock. We're doing a big speech.
Mr. President, today went really well. It seemed like a lot of farmers that were there. Everybody was super touched by what you got to say, and just opening up the table to be able to talk to them. What did it mean to you to be out there, and even the journey up to here, just seeing the land their land as you're traveling?
Beautiful, and the crowds. What about the crowds? Did you see outside? I bet you've never seen a crowd like that.
We tried to keep it quiet.
That didn't work. I'm so honored by the crowds. We're talking about thousands of people. You people saw it. This group over here, I've never seen anything like it. In a beautiful but small area town. I think that when you look at what's happened to this state, when you look at what they've done to the country.
If people care about Haitians, they should also oppose their inhumane treatment by Biden and Kamala. Yeah, and they should learn something about the history of Haiti and how the Haitian people and the country has been mistreated by the entirety of the Western world, has never been forgiven for being the only country where people that were enslaved overthrew not only the colonial power but the slave owners.
With the border, millions of people coming in from prisons and jails, from mental institutions.
And I swear to God, it's like the Western world will never forgive them for that.
Insane asylums.
Yo! Giant Alf emote. Damn.
And you see it all over. You see what's going on in Ohio. You see what's going on in Aurora and Colorado. The mayor, they don't know what to do. Nobody knows what to do. They're being invaded by very tough people. Many came out of jails. Many came out.
Is he talking about Ohio here? He's talking about
invaded by very tough people. Mayor, they don't know what to do. Nobody knows what to do. They're being invaded.
You know what they need? They do know what to do. They need you to stop lying about people eating the cats and eating the dogs, right? Because you're causing the people, all the people there, to be living in a much more dangerous situation. But particularly, Haitians with temporary protected status, because the United States has fucked up their country to the point where it's not safe there. And there's the difference between Kamala and Trump. Look, like I've been saying all night, and like I always say, I'm super disappointed in the Biden administration and in the Harris campaign, But the difference is that they're, providing temporary amnesty, whereas Trump's threatening to kick these people out. Literally saying send them back to Haiti, right? There's a reason that they left Haiti. And it's because it's not safe, and it's not safe because of the United States. It's because the United States will not let the Haitian people choose their own president. They are insistent on imposing a president on Haiti. And for that reason, the country has been unstable for a very, very long time. And this goes back. This is historical.
People. Many came out of jails. Many came out of gangs in Caracas, but from all over the world. Caracas, Venezuela, crime is down 70% because they took their criminals out of the town. They took them out of the town. They took them out of the cities, and they moved them into the United States of America. Think of it. You really have to think this because...
You really have to think of it. The late, great Hannibal Lecter, folks. He's coming to your town. He's coming to your city. They took him out of Venezuela. They took him out of the asylum. That's what asylum means. Right? He's back to this shit again. He's back. He's literally back on his bullshit.
But I'm saying it now.
But this time he's saying it in a grocery store. This is what makes it super weird, right?
On live television. They come out of jails, prisons. There's a slight difference. One is tougher than the other. They come out of mental institutions, insane asylums, and they're terrorists and they're traffickers in women. They're traffickers in drugs and in children.
Again, Venezuela, a country that Trump did a lot to destabilize.
And they're dumping them, they're criminals. They're dumping them into our country, and they're taking over our towns and cities. Look at New York, look at Chicago, but look at the small towns. We can't let this happen. They are ruining our country. We can't let it happen. I'm in this beautiful town. We saw so many nice, incredible people. You can't let these, they have AK-47s, they have better equipment than some militaries have. We have to get...
Yeah, like your supporters? Like the two Trump supporters that tried to end you? They have weapons?
Out of our country. These are criminals. These are not people that are going to make America great again. These are people that are...
He's at the supermarket so he can buy sides for the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Wait, buy sides?
Going to destroy America. Folks,
Hannibal Lecter can no longer afford bacon. And that's why he'd like to have you for dinner. It's because of Kamala's inflation. Kamala's inflation. She wants the prices to be super high at the grocery store. That's why Hannibal Lecter, he's no longer able to buy eggs. He's no longer able to buy bacon. So he'd like to have you for dinner instead, folks.
And Biden, I don't think Biden knows anything about it. I actually don't.
Make attorneys get attorneys, yeah.
But the
MAGA.
radical left that are controlling our country right now, they're destroying our country. And we have to get those people out of here. We have to get criminals out of the United States of America. We can't have it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Trump, do you think you'll do another debate?
I've done 2 debates.
He's running. He's President Run Day. Chat, it's President Run Day. It's President Run Day. He's too scared.
We've had great success with the debates. I've done many debates, I think 21 altogether, but I've done 2. Had Biden, and after that he had to drop out. He shouldn't have dropped out, to be honest.
You miss him, don't you? Be real. Be real, you miss him.
He got 14 million votes. She got none.
She's like, let me pop a picture of this. You're taking a picture of Trump's ass? No, I didn't notice this before. Chat, why is she taking a picture of Trump's ass? Trump's rump.
Dropped out. We had a very successful second debate.
Do you feel me, chat? Like, right, if you want to take a picture of Trump, you'd think that you'd want to come on the other side and get him from the front, but she's taking a picture of his backside.
And based on the numbers, because if you saw the numbers today that were just released even by the New York Times, we picked up Arizona, way up in Arizona, and we're way up in Nevada. We're way up in a lot of different states, the swing states.
I mean, that's true. There's one poll that came out that had him up in the Sun Belt states, right? But that's not enough for him. Remember, all Kamala has to win, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, say it with me, and Michigan, all right? And like, she's very much her own enemy when it comes to, Pennsylvania and Michigan, right? Her lack of differentiation from Biden's Gaza policy is actually hurting her in those states. But she's not getting great advice, right? You've got a situation in which the majority of Americans, and I believe in one poll, I even saw a poll that said the majority of Jewish voters want to see aid to Israel conditioned on a ceasefire, right? That's like a starting point. That's a very simple, easy starting point. And this is the problem with the Democrats. They're fucking cowards. They're fucking cowards. Just like they caved on immigration, and now you got this demonization of the Haitians. Now you got this demonization of Venezuelans, right? Two countries that the United States foreign policy very much screwed up. And, what do you expect? What do you expect when you cave to this guy?
And I think overall, if you a very
A lot of younger dudes are into Trump because they grew up with him as president. When they were kids, so they're normalized and legit to them. They didn't have a "how the fuck did this happen" moment. Yeah.
respected poll is Rasmussen, and they have us 8 up
8 up, all right. You're definitely getting 8 up.
nationally. So we're doing very
Trump doesn't know how 8 up he is.
well, I think, based on the results largely of the debate, but it's really not that. It's
Wait, the debate? You think that? Oh yeah, that was a great debate for you, buddy. That was wonderful.
based on the fact that this woman is not capable. She was on Oprah, and she couldn't answer the most basic question. We've gone through 4 years.
We didn't cover the Oprah thing. I'm not sure if I can. I'm worried about getting copyright claimed.
of that. We're not going to go through another 4 years of that.
You probably got a shot of she got a shot full of a full diaper.
She couldn't answer any questions that
She doesn't have time to take the pic because she's working. She just wanted to show that Trump is at her work.
nobody knew.
No, she wanted that bussy. Hellfire Hydra, don't ruin this for me. She wanted that bussy.
She was even talking about, and she didn't know what she was talking about.
She wanted that trussy, okay? She wanted that trussy.
We had 4 years of that. Our country has gone to hell. Inflation, crime. Look at the crime numbers. And this lightweight, David Muir, corrected
He's so butthurt about the debate. He's so butthurt about the debate.
the crime when I said our numbers are through the roof.
No, they're not. That's literally bullshit.
And today, the crime numbers got.
He doesn't understand. The FBI's not reporting the real crime numbers. There's a conspiracy against me. I'm being gang stalked. This is basically Trump's whole fucking campaign is his persecution complex. Like, right? He might as well just come on and be like, I'm being gang stalked by the deep state. They're very bad. They're very bad. And most of and the Jewish people don't appreciate me like they should.
just released, and they are through the roof, higher than I said. He corrected me. He said, no, crime has gone down. Only a stupid person would say.
Only a person that can read the statistics would say that crime has gone down because crime has gone down, right? And it's been a trend. It's not a new thing. Crime's been going down, right? If you look at the crime statistics from the 70s and the 80s, they were way higher than anything more recent, right? You did see a spike in crime after the lockdowns, and then it came back down. Sorry, Trump. I know you want there to be massive crime. I know you want immigrants to be this huge problem, but it's just not fucking true. That's not real. That's a distraction. That is you trying to blackmail the American voters, and it's not going to work this time. We're not going back. We are not going back. All right, do you know who else is not going back, though, chat? This guy. Alex Jones. Alex Jones also. Wait, do we want to watch more grocery content? Okay, I got one more for you then. JD Vance, grocery. Let's check this out, because I'm going to bust him. Oh, looks like Economic Times has already beat me to it. They've already busted him. I saw the majority report. Wait, blaming Harris. I just want to see the raw video. I need the raw video of JD Vance. God, everything is them busting him. Jesus Christ, this guy's like gonna lose the campaign for Trump. Can I just get the accident? Are they really calling this an accident?
Guys, yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right, here we go.
You want an orange? Yeah. Okay, come on, let's go. Smell good?
Thank you so
much. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Now here, I'm going to talk for like 3 minutes. Can you guys act like old kids for 3 minutes? Not going crazy? All right. First of all, we're thrilled to be here. I do think, unfortunately, look at the prices here. Things are way too expensive. And they're way too expensive because of Kamala Harris's policies. I mean, look, guess what? You want some eggs?
Okay, now first I want you to look at the prices behind him. Can anybody read the prices? Can anybody read the prices? The one that shows up the best is this one right behind him. It says $2.99. That's a dozen eggs. All right, $2.99.
Talk about eggs, because these guys actually eat about 14 eggs every single morning. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean,
whoa. We'll be careful about this. Eggs, when Kamala Harris took office, were short of $1.50 a dozen.
Now, notice what he's got in his hand, because that's not a dozen eggs. That's not a regular carton of eggs, right? That's not what a family normally buys, right? If you got a big family that eats a shit ton of eggs, maybe you buy that, right? If you're shopping for a restaurant, maybe you buy that, right? But that is actually, let's count them.
A dozen eggs will cost you around...
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 6 by 6? That's 36 eggs. So that's not a dozen, that's 3 dozens.
$4 thanks to Kamala Harris's inflationary policies.
Okay, so now everybody's pointing out that the eggs right behind him are $2.99. They're not $4, right? They have, gone up. The grocery prices have gone up. A lot of companies are taking advantage of the perception of inflation in order to raise prices or keep prices raised, even when supply problems work themselves out, right? Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance took aim at Biden-Harris administration's handling of the economy as he visited Pennsylvania grocery store. Stay off the music, because the music always... Okay, so holding up a container of eggs, Vance claimed that a dozen eggs cost roughly $1.50 before Harris took office and now costs $4. Now, they're going to concentrate on this, right? And you can see he's wrong, right? It's actually $2.99, so it's $3. But you could say, yeah, well, you know what? He got the dollar amount wrong. But I want to show you why he's saying the price of the dozen eggs was closer to $3 in July, and the price right behind him, too. But I want to show you why I think that he... there's a reason that I think he said $4, right? So he didn't just get that from nowhere. He is a liar, but this one he's not just pulling out of his ass.
We're thrilled to be here. I do. All right, guys. Now here, I'm going to talk for like 3 minutes. Can you guys act like old kids for 3 minutes? Not going crazy? All right. First of all, we're thrilled to be here. I do think, unfortunately, look at the prices here. Things are way too expensive. And they're way too expensive because of Kamala Harris's policies. I mean, look, guess what? You want some eggs? Let's talk about eggs, because these guys actually eat about 14 eggs every single morning. Is that right?
What do you think, Chad? Is he doing a better job of being impersonating a human being than he was at the donut shop?
Whoa. We'll be careful about this. Eggs.
Okay, so now he picked those up, right? Or one of his kids picked them out for him.
When Kamala Harris took office, were short of $1.50 a dozen. Now a dozen eggs will cost you around $4 thanks to Kamala Harris's inflationary policy.
Now, okay, no, God, we could just barely see it. Let me show you. Let me see if I can find it. I saw this like as clear as day on the majority report this morning. But I believe that the price right there God, you can see the price, though. You can see the price, right? So he's got 3 dozen eggs. And I think the price was like $4. You can see it like down there. Wait, let me unpause. I can't tell. Is that $4.99? My God, I just want to be able to see it.
When Kamala Harris took office were short of $1.50 a dozen.
He's kind of standing in front of it, chat. Anyway, I can't prove it to you, but the eggs that he's holding, like, they're either $4, in which case the price per dozen is actually $1.33, which is cheaper than he said they were when Kamala took office, or they're $4.99. And they're 166, right? So, you know, the way that he's does he know what a dozen means, right? Because he picked up 3 dozen, right? And B, those eggs that he's holding there are actually pretty damn close to the price that he quoted at the beginning. Now, obviously, you know, the ones up there are $3.99. Anyway, what I'm trying to point out is that he's way off. And I'm not sure he's bought eggs recently, right? I'm not sure that he's had to buy eggs since he's been working for Silicon Valley, since he's been Peter Thiel's, like, dude.
Eggs will cost you around $4 thanks to Kamala Harris's inflationary policy. Now, look, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but, you know, Kamala Harris does this interesting thing.
Comrade Kamala.
Where the only time she speaks before the American people is when she's got a teleprompter right in front of her. And I think it's because she has no idea what to say unless somebody else is writing her lines for her. Isn't that a disgrace?
Sounds like a pretty standard politician to me. Also, I feel like you could use a teleprompter. Maybe they could write better jokes for you than be like, they call me racist because I drink Diet Mountain Dew. They're gonna say that the Diet Mountain Dew is racist pretty soon.
Now she will, you know, I'll give Kamala Harris a little bit of credit because over the past 50 days, y'all, now don't run me out of town yet.
Babe says, y'all know this? If y'all know this, dude is code switching.
Like I said, I'd give her a little bit of credit. I give Kamala.
Is he really human? It's hard to tell.
Harris a little bit of credit. Because she's given 2 interviews over 50 days of being the Democratic Party's nominee. Now, I think I've figured out the secret, though. The reason Kamala doesn't get very many interviews is because every time she does, I think we pick up about 100,000 votes. So
the reason that you shouldn't give as many speeches or appear in public ever is that every time you do, she picks up about 50,000 votes. But go on.
So I guess Kamala's attitude is better hide from the American people, but Kamala Harris, there is no hiding from the wisdom of the voters of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Several Wolf says that that's a Vance dozen, right, which is 36, rather than a baker's dozen is like they throw in an extra one. A Vance dozen is they throw in 24 extra.
And in 44 days, you're fired. Now, it's so funny. I talk to the president, of course, all the time, and he and I think, figured it out a few days ago. Kamala Harris, she's running from every position that she has ever had. Now, she said she ran on defunding the police, and while she...
Lucero Lopez is just saying something pretty interesting here in Shorts chat. If you know they are different prices on 3 dozens of eggs, you are either... Anyway, eggs. I think you got interrupted yourself there. Anyway, eggs are too high with her Marxist communist ideology. Yes, that's right. Marxist supply side economics ideology, right? Favoring the corporations. That's what Marx was famous for. I remember reading that in Capital, right? I remember Marx distinctly writing, corporations of the world rise up. I'm sorry, Lucero, if you were any more backwards, your ass and your head would switch places.
She's been vice president. There's been no vice president in this country's history who's more anti-law enforcement. But now she says she didn't mean it. Now, 3.5 years ago, Kamala Harris said that she wanted to ban fracking. And how would that go over for the workers of Pennsylvania? Not very well at all. But now Kamala Harris says, well, she didn't mean it.
Yeah, we live in a very backwards country, don't we? We don't want to breathe clean air. We don't want our grandchildren to survive. Let's frack the fuck out of the earth. Hump the earth. Drill, baby, drill.
3.5 years ago, Kamala Harris suspended deportations. She stopped Donald Trump's wildly successful Remain in Mexico policy. And she radically increased asylum fraud in this country, opening the southern border and flooding communities like this one with deadly fentanyl and a lot of crime. But now Kamala Harris says, no, I didn't mean to do that. And
she cleaned up Trump's fuck-ups, right? When he raised sanctions on Venezuela, he destabilized the country. And people from Venezuela got temporary protected status because we did that to them. Just like we fucked over Haiti. Just like the United States will not allow Haiti to have its own president. They insist on picking Haiti's president for them, destabilizing the fuck out of the country, making the country too dangerous to live in. And again, right? This is not a flex for the Biden administration. This is not a flex for the Harris campaign. Again, they're weak. They're weak. They caved to Trump on the immigration issue, all right? So they're not great. But again, they are at least taking responsibility for the United States foreign policy, unlike Trump, who wants to destabilize other countries, and then, I don't know, those people are on their own. No, they're not just on their own. We're going to say they're eating the dogs and eating the cats. We're going to make it unsafe for them to live here. We're going to put a big target on their back. We're going to enable all kinds of stochastic terrorism. And then we're going to bitch about the fact that 2 Republicans took pot shots, or at least tried to take pot shots, at Donald Trump. At Donald Trump. I wonder if there were bump stocks on those guns. The one that his one piece of policy that actually a lot of right-wingers hate him for is banning bump stocks. But then the Supreme Court, they took care of that, didn't they? They decided a bump stock is fine.
She can't be trusted. You're exactly right. But I think what I've figured out is that Kamala Harris knows that she's not.
Kamala Harris wants your kids to be gay forever. Yeah, JD Vance wants to send them to a conversion camp.
Going to win this race, so she's auditioning for my job.
The barely hanging on senator from Ohio, like the lowest vote getting Republican official in the state. What job are you talking about, JD Vance? The new spokesperson for Diet Mountain Dew?
And I told the president, sir, you got to be worried.
Writing books about fucking couches? What job is she going to take from you?
Because she's going to show up at one of these rallies with a long red tie and a Make America Great Again hat.
What kind of weird cope is this?
But here in Pennsylvania and all across our country, we are not going to let Kamala Harris forget that she opened the border, that she went to war with the police, that she tried to ban fracking, and she is fired on November the 5th, and we're not going to let her get away from it. We went to a grocery store, and I said, well, another reward.
Yeah, Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. Think about that.
Anything you want in this grocery store, and I assume, of course,
okay, so we're back to the groceries.
That they want a piece of candy. But again, my 7-year-old, he's just like his mother. He's very, very practical. He's what they call a type A personality. And I'm talking about grocery prices, which we'll get to in a second, and the media's sitting there, and my son...
Is he going to complain about getting roasted for that, for not knowing the difference between a dozen eggs and 3 dozen eggs? Is he going to bitch about getting roasted for not understanding that the price of eggs right behind him was $2.99, not $3.99?
Tugs on my shirt, and he says, "Dad, we need eggs." And I said, "Son, when I said you could get anything, I thought maybe you meant like a Snickers bar or something." He said, "Dad, you used the last 3 eggs this morning. We got to get eggs." So I'm like, "All right, son, we'll get an ice cream sandwich." And
Son's like, "My cholesterol is crashing, Daddy. We need eggs. We need eggs."
Get a dozen eggs, and that's exactly.
You got 3 dozen eggs. Do you not know the difference?
But it reminded me, a dozen eggs, almost $4 in the state of Pennsylvania.
Just repeating the lies. No, it's okay. He's just what did somebody say? He's just creating stories, right? You just you sometimes have to create stories.
You know, when Donald Trump was president, you know what a dozen eggs cost in this country? About $1.50. And in the state of Pennsylvania.
Do you want to know what the dozen eggs costed under Obama? Probably less than $1. You can make this argument for anyone, because guess what? There's this thing called inflation. And even when there's not supply chain issues, it happens. And under Donald Trump, we had an incompetent buffoon as a president for the biggest public health crisis in our lifetimes, in a fucking generation. The biggest public health crisis since the Spanish flu of 1918. And yeah, there was some inflation.
Yeah.
But Trump is not going to get you back to 150. You know what might get you back to 150 or not 150? You want what's going to get those eggs prices down? Anti-price gouging laws. Because that's not the real price. According to the cost, that is a corporation taking advantage of the perception of inflation to keep their prices inflated. Grocery stores made unbelievable record profits. A lot of corporations made record profits during that time, right? It wasn't inflation. It was price gouging. And Trump, he doesn't even have a semblance of a plan to deal with that.
One of the worst.
So as much as people want to bitch about Comrade Kamala, the commie queen, right? Trump's got nothing. Trump's got nothing. You know what he'll say if you ask him, like, how are you going to get the prices down? He's like, we're going to drill, baby, drill. No, that's not going to do shit. That's not going to do shit. I said eggs. I didn't say oil, fucker.
Actually, I didn't know this until recently. You know, y'all have had one of the worst grocery price inflation in the entire country. A gallon of milk costs $4.28. Thanks, Kamala Harris. A dozen eggs costs almost $4. Thanks, Kamala Harris. A price of ground beef went from just shy of $4 a pound to $6.
Are you going to blame, because this inflation thing happened worldwide. It's not just in the United States. And in fact, the United States experienced a lot less inflation than some other countries. Are you going to blame her for inflation in every country? Are you going to go on a world tour and say, thanks, Kamala Harris, thanks, Kamala Harris, thanks, Kamala Harris, this is all your fault?
Pound because Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act. And as Kamala Harris, she is...
They've never made an argument for why that act would increase prices. They've never made that argument. They've never fucking done it. They're just saying the Inflation Reduction Act is actually increasing inflation. I guess you're just a meme candidate, aren't you? Right? But your memes are blowing up in your face. Whether it's eating the cat, or a racist Diet Coke, or you fucking a couch. Those memes are cutting back on you. This isn't 2016. There is no more Pepe. There is no more Keck. There is no meme magic on those image boards that's going to help you this time.
You know, my friends, I haven't been in politics long enough to be as shameless as Kamala Harris and stand before the people of Pennsylvania and America and say...
Lockjammer says beef prices are high because Republicans allowed the industry to become monopolized.
On day one, she's going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting American families.
You don't have a plan for that. You don't have shit for that. The only thing that Donald Trump has ever done is change the fucking subject to either drill baby drill or to immigrants. How the fuck are you going to say that immigration is making the prices high?
Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing that whole time?
Serving at the pleasure of the president, because she's vice president, not president, you fucking dunce. Can you imagine this guy in a dunce cap? Because I feel like it would fit really well. Do you know what your job is? Do you think that you're going to go in there and you're going to set policy, JD Vance? Because if you do, you're not going to last very long as vice president. I don't know if you know about this, but the last guy that had your job, Trump had his followers trying to hang the man, all right? Trying to fucking kill Mike Pence, right? You better not take the spotlight from him. And indeed, like, as a vice president, it's a ceremonial job except for one thing: casting the deciding vote on a tie in the Senate. That's what the vice president can do. The other thing the vice president can do is whatever the fuck the president tells them to do. Because again, they serve at the pleasure of the president of the United States. You don't understand the job that you're applying for, do you?
If she wants to do something to fix the very problem she created, there is nothing stopping her. You get to work right now, Kamala Harris. Stop talking about what you're going to do and actually go out there and do it.
I think Republicans, they're like, one of their skills is they find the gaps in people's thinking, right? Like not understanding the difference between a president and a vice president, and they exploit that. Yeah, she can do anything. She's the vice president, right? Doesn't she like set half the policy? Isn't that how that works? The president and the vice president get together, and they Joe Biden says one for me and one for you, right? Kamala, you make this decision, I'll make this decision. Is that how the fucking executive branch works? If that was how it worked, then you wouldn't have had Trump trying to tell Mike Pence to break the law for him, and then sending his fucking hoodlums after that man when he wouldn't do it.
It's not just grocery prices. It's everything is more expensive in this country. Americans cannot afford.
That's why we need something. We need to stop price gouging. The corporations are doing it to you. The companies are doing it to you. Hey, I'll go one step further. I'll tell you something that Kamala and Joe won't tell you. Capitalism is doing it to you, right? You're being exploited, and not just at the grocery checkout. You're being exploited in your labor. You are never being paid for the value that you add at your job. You are always being ripped the fuck off.
To live a good life.
Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the super sticker. It's like a it's a cheerleader doing the splits.
Because of Kamala Harris's policies. It's crazy. Now think about this. Donald Trump and I believe in a very simple principle, that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to get ahead in this country that all of us love. Isn't that simple?
I think with Donald Trump, it's like if you work hard and you play by the rules, you ought to be able to get head from Laura Loomer in this country. I believe that's the kind of head that he's been getting. Do y'all know that? He's been getting his head from Laura Loomer. Anyway, yeah, groceries are too expensive. There's one candidate though that has a plan for dealing with that, and it's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump's got nothing. You know what he does? You know what his plan is? Cut taxes for the rich. If you're rich, you're not worried about grocery prices. Come on. This guy doesn't care about you. You had one plan to cheat at golf, that's right. All right, so anyway, I got one more thing to show you. It's Alex Jones. Infowars has been liquidated. Infowars is no more. Also, the dono goal is up to 75, and wait, am I putting this money on Muding? No, he's not sleeping with her. Like, if I were to say that he's sleeping with her, that would imply PIV. That's not what I'm saying. The rumor is that he's getting head from Laura Loomer. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Wait, Narwhal, where's this going? So when you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. We got a bunch of them. Let me show you them again. If you... What? Here they are. Boom. Right up there. All right. Foo Fighters, AIDS denialism. I have no idea what that's about, but it sounds juicy. Legal Eagle P. Diddy RICO charges. I know what that's about, explaining the charges against P. Diddy, or at least some of them. Noah Sampson versus the anti-bread tube video. Have clout, will chase. And then give me Mudang. Is Mudang. And, you know, if you don't know Mudang, then you should pick that one, because Mudang is adorable. I don't want to think about the relationship between Laura Loomer and Trump, but I guess I have to. Yeah, Mujang is the hippo, that's correct. Legal Eagle, gotcha. Alright, here we go. Legal Eagle it is. And Legal Eagle is up. It's got 16 extra points. Legal Eagle kind of in the lead as far as the donos go. Actually, I think it's in the lead as far as... Yeah, it's in the lead. Legal Eagle back on top.
All right, guys. So some big movement on the Alex Jones front. NPR is reporting here that Alex Jones, his cameras, his mics, his whole Infowars show, his vitamin site, that's all being liquidated now because of the Sandy Hook case. So let me give you some of the specifics. Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones' Infowars show is likely to be shut down within a few months after a federal bankruptcy judge ruled Tuesday that plans to sell off the assets of Jones's media company, Free Speech Systems, can move forward. Net proceeds from any sales will go to Sandy Hook families, who won some $1.5 billion in damages from Jones for spreading spreading lies that the 2012 school shooting never happened. Some of Jones' followers harassed and threatened the families for years. By the way, one of the fathers ended up committing suicide after all the harassment from Alex Jones' followers. Attorneys for a group of the families called Tuesday's decision a significant step forward toward a fair and equitable resolution for all the families. Free Speech Systems will now be sold at auction, meaning Alex Jones will no longer own or control the company he built, said attorney Chris Medhi. This brings the families closer to their goal of holding him accountable for the harm he has caused. A court-appointed trustee for Jones' personal bankruptcy case has already begun the process of auctioning off the components of Free Speech Systems, the parent company of Infowars. Listed for sale is everything from production equipment to domain names and the...
Oh my god, chat. I want to get one of those mics.
Infowars vitamin and supplement online store.
Can you imagine buying an Alex Jones mic, though? It probably smells.
Trustee Christopher Murray said in court that several parties have already expressed interest in buying Free Speech.
There's so many famous people coming out about the freakout parties. Oh my god.
Assets, including specifically Jones's X.com account. The sale process starts with...
But anyway, chat, we'll do the We'll do the Medhi Hasan, Eylon Levy debate after this.
The bids and then open auctions are set for November 13th and December 10th if needed. The bidders are unknown and could be anyone from another vitamin and supplement seller to an entity trying to catch and kill the Infowars brand or one that wants it to live on. Okay.
Oh no, it could be like there's going to be a bidding war then. Yeah, there'll probably be some like chuds there trying to buy it to give it back to Alex Jones. Well, wait, if they give it back to Alex Jones, like the debt's not paid off yet, right? So they could do another round.
That's interesting. I think it's going to be the latter. The fact that there's been interest in Jones' intellectual property assets, including his social media accounts, might mean the latter is more likely. Yeah, definitely. Quote, what that suggests to me is that the highest monetary bidders are going to be entities who want to take this brand and run with it in some way, says University of Florida bankruptcy law professor Chris.
I mean, I guess that's where the money would be, right?
That would mean someone...
It's not like you're going to buy Infowars and like turn it into, I don't know, like a gun control lobby or something, a gun control channel. I don't know.
In the right-wing media ecosystem that would have a ready-made audience for them.
Alex Jones's Storage Wars.
Jones would be free to continue working for a new entity, but talks are continuing between Jones and some of the Sandy Hook families seeking a deal that would bar Jones from continuing to speak about the school shooting. So not stopping him from speaking in general, just about the school shooting. A U.S. Justice Department lawyer acting as a kind of bankruptcy watchdog had tried to stop the sale, arguing that the bankruptcy trustee appointed in Jones' personal Chapter 7 bankruptcy has no authority to sell off Free Speech Systems' individual assets since Jones' company is no longer in bankruptcy and the company's assets are not the property of the Jones estate. But U.S. bankruptcy judge Christopher Lopez rejected those arguments Tuesday, saying he would clarify his order so the sale can go ahead as planned. But as Hampson puts it, the court has saved some big fights for later. That includes the fight over Jones' real Alex Jones X account. Jones' attorneys argue that the exclusive property of Jones is natural person and cannot be sold.
So no, I've had people that are not fans of Alex Jones make the argument to me that this sale of his Twitter account sets a really bad precedent. Right, so this would mean, I guess, potentially like any debtor that has a popular social media account could be forced to sell it. It does have a value. There are people that will buy, a big social media account. But if that's considered an asset, then yeah, anybody that gets into debt could be stripped of their social media accounts too.
Doing so, they argue, would violate the client's right to publicity, his privacy rights, and would amount to involuntary servitude under the...
It would be funny if John Oliver and his team bought it.
13th Amendment. Meanwhile, the Sandy Hook families remain divided.
NCC broadcasting live from her new studio in Austin, Texas.
About how any proceeds should be distributed. But no matter how they slice it, court filings suggest the total payout will be under $8 million, a mere fraction of the $1.5 billion they're owed. So in other words, it's a fire sale, bro. Everything's getting liquidated. And this is going to get some money, or at the very least some assets, and it will eventually become money, into the pockets of the Sandy Hook families who won their lawsuits against Alex Jones. I guess the question is what's going to happen after that, right? Because it sounds like Alex is going to have an ally buy Free Speech Systems, the parent company of Infowars, back, and then Alex can just go work for the company that he founded with his ally who technically owns it. And my guess is that person will basically give Alex free reign, and they get it.
It could be an ally, but did you think that also maybe it could be a right-wing competitor? Like it could be another right-winger that's like, yeah, nice Infowars, like, takes over. Can you imagine Ben Shapiro buys Infowars and starts streaming? I don't know. I'm trying to think who would do it. It'd have to be somebody super far right wing, probably further right than Ben Shapiro. It would be like Big Papa Fascist or something, right? It would be like some weird, like, I'm trying to think who it could be.
A tiny percentage of the action. But then the other question is, how is the court going to guarantee that Alex continues to make payments that are owed after the court case?
Even if I don't win the bidding war, I could still make the winner pay more. True.
Sandy Hook families. That'll be an important sticking point. But look, the idea that they're gonna, like
Alex Jones prank wars, set up a street like live action Frogger and dress up like a gay frog and play Alex Jones Presents Gay Frogger.
Somebody who opposes InfoWars is going to buy it and just get rid of it. That's not going to happen. Or even some other
InfoWars, hell yeah.
company is going to buy it.
Hell yeah, Ophelia.
And operate it. I don't think that's going to happen either. I think it's going to be, look, every step of the way, he's been playing the game, Alex Jones has, right? He's been shifting money all over the place, putting it in different people's names who are in his family, shell companies, etc. So he could try to hide money from these lawsuits however possible, right? And he's been doing that. And in this instance, I doubt he doesn't have an ace up his sleeve in terms of effectively getting InfoWars back or being an employee at InfoWars. And even in a worst case scenario where, for him, where somebody does try to like catch and kill InfoWars, he can just start another thing the next day and it would be totally fine. And it would, he could name it something else, and there's nothing stopping him from talking more generally about politics. Maybe it seems like they're working on a deal to maybe make it so he legally can't talk about Sandy Hook at all anymore. But outside of that, there's nothing they could do. He's going to do a show. He's going to say what he's going to say. He's going to lie as much as he wants to lie, and he's going to spread misinformation as much as he wants to spread misinformation, because that's the nature of this country. But what's happening, look, this is what happens when you are not paying the people who you lost in civil court to, and you owe them a lot of money. When you're not paying them, yeah, shit like this is going to happen. If he had agreed, yeah, we'll get on a payment plan, I'll pay you X amount per month, and we'll keep moving forward, and if I got to pay you for the rest of my life, I pay you a percentage for the rest of my life. He could have done a deal like that, and then you probably wouldn't go through this process, but he didn't do it. He wasn't paying, and so now, yeah, the court's going to intervene, and they're going to liquidate his assets and give the people the money, right? And they said it comes out to less than $8 million. He owes like $1.5 billion. He's never going to be able to pay that off, right? But you could have went along with it, You did the crime, you're going to do the time. It's a civil case, not a criminal case, but you get the point. He owes a lot of money. He could have paid it off in increments, come to some reasonable agreement, but he didn't. He did the classic Alex Jones thing. And the entire time, crying and
classic Alex Jones,
whining about it, making his problem worse. Well, now all your shit is getting liquidated. But again, I think it will be one of his allies will buy it, and he'll be right back there. That's my guess. I'm calling it now. Because there's a lot, here's the thing, people don't understand. There's a lot of billionaire money in that right-wing ecosystem, which is always why the idea that they're anti-establishment is hilarious, right? If something happens to this show, we're cooked. Like, we're just cooked. It's not like there is no left-wing billionaire who's like, yeah, let me save this guy who argues to
Hassan will buy it.
Taxes on me, right? It's not going to happen. But in that right-wing ecosystem, they got a lot of money to throw around. And so I bet an ally buys it and they find something to accommodate Alex Jones, and he'll probably just have to pay them in increments moving forward, some percentage of his income or whatever it is moving forward. That's my guess as to what's going to happen. But look, it is a reminder that every
All right.
I kind of felt like even if they find Alex Jones liable, he's going to find a way to weasel out of paying.
He's going to weasel, Chad. He's going to weasel. That's what he's going to do. Look, whatever you do, chat, Alex Jones is going to find some way to get out of watching those ads at the top of every hour on Twitch that lasts for 3 minutes and are unskippable. Whether Alex Jones gets himself a Twitch Prime sub to get himself a free sub, whether Alex Jones gets a discounted sub during the month of September, or whether Alex Jones is able to finagle getting somebody to gift him a sub, which can happen and does happen, but is more likely to happen if Alex Jones is active in the chat. He's going to get out of that ad break. Are you? That's the real question.
Get away scot-free. Turns out that's not the case. Turns out, this is quite a punishment. Having to, all your stuff is going to get liquidated. You got to move out of your studio, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I'm sure.
Can't they just liquidate him? Can't they just turn him into a liquid Alex?
He's going to cry and play the victim, etc. But It certainly is a colossal pain in the ass for him, if for no other reason than just logistically, right? But he will be back. He will be back because it was a civil case. It was not a criminal case. He's not facing jail time. He's just gonna have to pay these people over an extended period of time.
I'm surprised he hasn't gone to jail, right? You remember that time that he was in Seattle or something and he chased some guy? Like, I thought he was gonna like hit him or jump on him or something. I thought he was gonna get convicted. I thought he was gonna do an assault.
Committing defamation and lying relentlessly about their kids who got.
They're turning the freaking ads gay. That's all the ads are gay on Twitch.
You have to pay them over an extended period of time, but he will be back on air, and he will continue to feed into that victim narrative. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
All right. So now is the time for us to consolidate the fuck out of the streams. So get in, and we're gonna watch a little debate between Eylon Levy and Medhi Hasan. It's time. It's time. Hopefully that worked. Oh wait, let me just in case it didn't work, I will spam and replace the pinned tweet. There we go. Looking good. All right. So we consolidated the streams. Now it's time for the main show. Somewhere here. Oh, here. Yeah, that's it. This is Medhi Hasan. This is Eylon Levy. They're debating about Gaza. I've heard good things about this debate, but we'll see. Well, let's switch the view.
I am so sorry about the late start. A few minutes ago, I was trying to place a pizza order for 500 people to hand out to you, and the folks who are still out on the sidewalk who are processing as quickly as we can. There's still a few. But we wanted the security check to be thorough, and its thoroughness slowed us down a little bit, so our apologies for that. And I'm going to skip through some of my usual preliminaries to save a little bit of time. Very, very briefly, what I want you to know about our program, Open to Debate. Some of you are regulars from the time when we were very frequently on New York City stages before the pandemic, when we had a different name, but now we're called Open to Debate.
You're called Open to Debate?
We've been around since 2008.
Is that better or worse than modern day debates?
Our goal is to prove and demonstrate that civil discourse can happen between people who are arguing with one another. And we appreciate all of you who came out and are willing to participate in that. Our program ultimately will be heard on public radio stations across the United States. We are live streaming.
Like what, NPR?
Now to anywhere in the world who is.
Medhi Hasan does great. The other guy, not super advertised. Wait, I've got some chatters talking about this. Quite a bit of intro. Oh, thank you, Natalie. You're right, there really is. Which is good, because it means that we'll potentially get to the bonus content sooner. Because I'll fast forward, here we go.
In the Gaza war justified, I want to welcome Medhi Hasan.
Well, it looks like he's got a pretty friendly crowd.
Mehdi, you are founder, editor-in-chief, and CEO of Zeteo, host of Al Jazeera's Head to Head, an award-winning journalist. Welcome to Open to Debate.
Thank you for having me.
And gentlemen, thanks each of you for being here tonight. Let's start it with a handshake, and then we can begin the debate.
Glad to take this offline.
Thank you.
So wait, take this offline? Was there a Twitter interaction I mean, if I look up Medhi Hasan, Eylon Levy, I'll probably just run into clips from this debate. Yep, just like I thought, just like I thought. There's no point. There's no point. I'm just like, that makes it sound like they... Wait, August 30th. Was this, Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here, let me show you what we got. What's the best? Go here. Okay, Eylon Levy is doubling down and just inventing quotes from me. I quoted an Israeli general saying spreading disease is the way to victory in Gaza. His words. According to Eylon, that means all Jews are spreading the... Oh God, jeez. He sounds like a member of the KKK. He sounds like a member of the KKK bent on blaming the Jews for Israel's actions. Oh, geez, there's a long back and forth, isn't there? So this was like August. Oh, look at this picture retweets. Okay, so it started off with this, I guess. At least as far as I can see. Had struck? A natural disaster? Who caused it? How did it happen? Why the passive voice? He's responding to AP story about a 10-year-old Palestinian baby suddenly stopped crawling. Polio had struck Gaza. Shame on the journalists who wrote this headline. The Western media's fear of and kowtowing to the Israeli government and military, especially in headlines, is a sight to behold. Eylon Levy responds, I see we're back to the Jews deliberately spread disease territory. Even though polio coverage was optimal per WHO before Hamas started this war, Israel has since coordinated with agencies to get 1.3 million more vaccines in. But of course, yeah. So that's... Mehdi's response is, 1. Stop conflating the world's Jews with you, Netanyahu, and the Israeli government. Good point. It's one of the literal definitions of anti-Semitism. 2. Your government fired on WFP aid truck this week. 3. Your government's advisor called for severe epidemics in Gaza. Your government's advisor to bring victory. All right, response to that. Eylon Levy, wow, Mehdi is doubling down on the medieval anti-Semitic trope of Jews deliberately spreading diseases. I naively assumed he'd deny that was what he was saying. Even the medieval peasants who accused Jews of spreading diseases didn't say the world's Jews. Wait, what? No, he's saying that's not the... It's not about Jewish people. It's about the state of Israel, and more particularly the government of that state, the military, the state. Yeah, and again, and conflating, you know, Israel with the world's Jews is a red flag for anti-Semitism. Mehdi says, Eylon is doubling down in just inventing quotes from me. Quoted an Israeli general saying spreading disease is a way to victory in Gaza. His words. According to Eylon, that means all Jews. Yeah. He sounds like a member of the KKK bent on blaming all Jews for Israel's action. It's insane how much damage people like Eylon Levy have done to the fight against anti-Semitism by shamelessly and deliberately weaponizing it to protect the Israeli military from any criticism. So shameless and reckless. All right, so is there like a clap back to this? God, I'm so worried there's going to be like actual anti-Semitism in the quote tweets. What? Should I like look for Eylon? God damn it. I don't think it's... Okay, it doesn't look like there was a response, at least from what I can tell. Check here. Yeah, I can't... it doesn't seem... If there's a response, it was through a picture retweet. So anyway, that's what they were talking about. That's what Eylon Levy meant when he said, it's good to take this offline.
So let's get to our opening statements. We want each of you to take a few minutes to explain why you're answering yes or no to our question, were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified? And when I say...
Oh my God.
I just want to be clear, we chose that word to talk about Israel's immediate actions after what happened on October 7th up through today. It's everything. It's not this moment, it's not that moment, it's the course of things. Eylon, you are up first. Your answer to the question is yes. The floor is yours. Please tell us why.
On October 7th, Hamas perpetrated an act of genocide against the people of Israel. Its death squads invaded with a clear mission: to massacre as many people as they could, as sadistically as they could, and to take survivors as hostages. Hamas had a strategy: to lure Israel into an urban war and generate enough suffering that the world would pressure Israel to leave Hamas alone to do it again and again. Hamas slaughtered 1,200 people on that day at a music festival and in their beds. They cremated little children alive. They perpetrated barbaric acts of sexual violence. They beheaded, tortured, and mutilated their victims alive and dead, and they did it with glee. And then they took over 250 hostages, including little children, paraded them through the streets of Gaza to jeering...
Feels kind of like a greatest hits of the worst Hasbara that we've heard since the beginning of since October 7th. It sounds like a speed run of
crowds, hid them in tunnels and homes where they are being starved and tortured and raped and executed. It was the deadliest terror attack in world history after 9/11, the bloodiest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and the opening shot of the Iranian regime's regional war against Israel on 7 fronts. At this point, Israel faced a choice, as Hamas immediately threatened to do it again and again until Israel was destroyed. To do nothing, or to do something. Both would have consequences. Doing nothing meant letting Hamas get away with October 7th, leave it free to do it again and again, only this time with thousands of dangerous terrorists released from jail and with its popularity skyrocketing. That's not an option. And again. That was the choice that Israel faced after October 7th. Now, after October 7th, that campaign to bring Hamas down and bring the hostages home was the only moral response. Hamas exists for the sake of war, and for the sake of peace, it must go. Let me explain Israel's strategy. Israel's strategy is to get civilians out of harm's way so that it can target Hamas's terrorist infrastructure under their feet. Hamas's strategy is to keep civilians in harm's way so that it can use them to shield their military infrastructure. Israel left Gaza in 2005 and never wanted to go back, but Hamas seized power 2 years later, started firing rockets at our cities, and rigged Gaza's urban landscape for war. They dug a network of military tunnels 1.5 times longer than New York subway under homes and schools and hospitals. They booby-trapped tens of thousands of buildings. They started firing rockets at our homes and our towns from inside their schools and their hospitals. In response, Israel's actions are to target Hamas's terrorists and to take unprecedented efforts to keep their civilians safe from their own leader's sick strategy to sacrifice them on the altar of jihad. That's why it keeps repeatedly urging them to get out of harm's way from Hamas strongholds and flooding the area with over 1 million tons of aid, because it keeps saying this is a war against Hamas, not the people of Gaza. Now, the suffering of my neighbors in Gaza is horrific. I blame their psychopath leaders for launching this war, fighting it inside civilian areas, and refusing to release the hostages and surrender.
There was an offer to release the hostages on the table almost immediately. That offer was declined.
Now tonight's...
And ever since then, even recently, right? The unrest in Israel most recently has come from the reaction to Netanyahu not taking the chance to get some of those hostages that were found dead out. Those people's names were on the negotiation that Netanyahu turned down. Right? You are saying shit that the entire country of Israel knows is not true. God damn.
It is about whether Israel's actions in the war in Gaza are justified. In a context in which I hope we can all agree, none of the enemy's actions are justified. Because we are fighting a jihadist army that has as much respect for humanity and law as Medhi Hasan has for the truth. Mehdi may say, I condemn Hamas's acts on October 7th, but he will not condemn its strategy because he is part of its strategy. Hamas is counting on its defense attorney to shield it from the consequences of the war that it started and deflect blame onto Israel so it can do October 7th again, maybe because they share a goal that Israel shouldn't exist. Medhi Hasan will say tonight,
oh my God,
it does not justify Israel's actions in this horrible war. My question then is this.
Eylon, I'm sorry, your time is up.
What does October 7th?
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Mehdi?
So they're cheering for, there does seem to be like a, what is it, the audience is like half and half kind of. Half on Mehdi's side, half on Levy's side.
Eylon, in already calling your opponent a liar, you have already crossed one of the lines of the culture that we try to establish here. I wish you hadn't.
Wait. No, I can't tell. Were they cheering for him being shut down? Were they cheering for him being taken off after his time expired? Or were they cheering for that we're going to hear from Mehdi now? There were a lot of cheers for Mehdi.
I don't mind. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can
do that. You don't need to do that to make your case. Please. Medhi Hasan, you are answering no in answer to the question, were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified?
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, the question, were they justified? Were the actions justified?
And it would be great if you didn't feel the need to respond to the personal attack, because it'll waste
We'll decide when we get there, John.
Damn.
Were they justified?
Damn.
No, obviously not. Of course not. October the 7th, I think we can all agree, was a crime, a war crime, right? We can all agree on that. And taking hostages is a war crime. And those hostages should be released. But to destroy an entire place, an entire people in response is never justified. Never justified. How are we still I don't understand how we're debating this more than 40,000 deaths later. I don't understand how we're still debating this sitting in the comfort of New York, 7,000 miles away from a place that the UN Secretary General has called hell on earth. Justified? Justified? Was Israel justified in carrying out one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history, according to Dr. Robert Pape at the University of Chicago, dropping 500-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs on schools, hospitals, universities, bookstores, libraries, mosques, churches, refugee camps, apartment buildings, cemeteries, destroying a higher percentage of buildings in northern Gaza than the Allies destroyed in Dresden during World War II, reducing Gaza to 42 million tons of rubble while they got people out of the way. How is that justified?
Mehdi's aura isn't impeccable. Yeah, Imaginaire.
Dropping a bomb, for example, on a 6-story apartment building in central Gaza last October, killing more than 100 people inside, including more than 50 children, with no Hamas target inside.
I'm trying to read the room, chat, though. What do you think? Do you think that it's about 50-50? Seems like the crowd is about 50-50. Chat seems to think it's 50-50.
According to Human Rights Watch, with no explanation offered by the Israeli military. Even till today, was that justified, Eylon? Was Israel justified in telling people to go to safe zones and then bombing them and killing them in those safe zones? According to NBC, there were 7 deadly airstrikes between January and April in areas that the Israeli military had specifically designated as safe zones, killing Palestinian civilians like Sabrine Sakani, who was 30 weeks pregnant at the time. She was killed in a safe zone in April. Her little baby, newborn baby, died less than a week later. Was that justified too, Eylon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of kids in Gaza, 16,000 children, turning Gaza into what the UN has called a graveyard for children, according to Save the Children, killing more kids in the first 3 weeks that were killed globally in each of the past 4 years, killing little kids like 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her 15-year-old sister Leanne, firing 335 bullets into the car they were in. 335 bullets. And then killing the 2 paramedics who went to try and rescue them. Was that justified too, Eylon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of aid workers in Gaza? Right? A record number. Targeting again and again, systematically, car by car, according to Chef Jose Andres. A specifically, explicitly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy killing 7 aid workers in the process. Was that justified? Was Israel justified in starving the people of Gaza, using food and water as a weapon of war, to quote both the EU and Oxfam? Was Israel justified in blocking aid trucks from going into Gaza simply because they carry things like crutches, nail clippers, and even chocolate croissants, according to the Washington Post? Was Israel justified in raping, sodomizing Palestinian detainees who were charged with no crimes whatsoever? Putting hot rods up their rectums, amputating their limbs, according to CNN and the New York Times. Was that rape and torture justified, Eylon? Israel, according to the ICC chief prosecutor, who put out a statement calling for the arrest of Eylon's former boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that Israel may have military goals, legitimate goals, but the way they're carried out, killing innocent people, starving people, is criminal, he said. Criminal, think about that. Eylon Levy is a former spokesperson for a man who the ICC chief prosecutor once arrested for war crimes. Eylon himself has produced a number of lies, sorry, John, in service of those war crimes. He has a bunch of tweets still up tonight which say that babies were beheaded on October the 7th, babies were baked in ovens, babies were ripped from their mother's wombs. October 7th was bad enough, but Eylon had to exaggerate it for atrocity purposes. Those tweets are still up. Why would you trust anything this man says to you tonight? Look, he's here. He's here to gaslight you, to defend the indefensible, to excuse the inexcusable, to justify the unjustifiable, but you don't need to. Tonight you can choose to be on the side not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak tonight, as we speak, by Eylon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Eylon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this horrific and homicidal motion. Thank you.
Damn.
So we're going to have a discussion with that's a little bit looser in format. But the first thing I want to say to each of you is, this mutual urination contest is not helping us understand the principles involved. All right, you think he tells untruths, you think he tells untruths. You don't need to keep
mutual urination contest. Okay, I got it.
That point, I hope, to make your argument. And again, it's not what we're about. Eylon, I heard you in your opening statement say that the only
Imaginaire is telling me an account was named Britney Spears with a blue check responding to Mehdi. Not sure if that was actually Britney though.
moral response was for Israel to try to take Hamas down and to get the hostages home. I heard your opponent say...
wait. Brittany was like disagreeing with Mehdi?
The manner in which it's happening...
I literally don't know.
Enormous overreach with
Sasha
enormous
G
consequences.
super chatted $10. Moodang.
Moodang. 10 for Moodang, bringing us ever closer to that elusive dono goal that is now at 85%, a mere 15% away from 100, where it would pour out more content. Mu Dang getting now the most donated for item on the list. Not sure what is actually winning right now. Okay, so let me do real quick math. Legal Eagle at 50, all things considered. Foo Fighters at 43. Mu Dang at 45. It's close, isn't it? Yeah. It's really close. 45, 43, 50. A mere 7 points separating the top 3 items, chat. That's I don't know if that's ever happened before. Yeah, I would say that any of those 3 things are possible now. Noah Samson actually down at 23%. A mere 23%.
Number of people that he would certainly say, and I think a number of others would agree, are innocent people. Not all of them, but some of them, and that represents an unjustifiable response.
So we don't know if it's actually Brittany, but we do know that whoever it was disagreeing.
What we're talking about, it seems like, is proportionality.
The extra Y, the extra Y in Eylon doesn't seem to have helped.
And I want you to address the issue of proportionality.
So far, I feel like this moderator is the big this is what Sunday wanted me to do in the Tyler debate. This is who Sunday wanted me to be. Like, I don't understand. You're going to complain about my moderation after telling me not to moderate. Vox Populi. Insert clever joke here. All right. Vox Populi getting, I'll say 1.5. Even though that makes the math ever so much harder. And actually add it here as well.
This has been calculated in a number of ways. People have said that, as you said, it was the worst terrorist attack since September 11th, 2001. But others would say that the number of people killed on both sides is wildly out of balance and therefore disproportionate. There's an issue to be discussed here. There's a principle to be discussed here, and that's proportionality. And what, in your view, justifies the proportionality that Israel has stepped up to in its response? And again, because I want things to move back and forth, I'll probably jump in on you after about 90 seconds, just so you have a sense.
Israel's response is proportionate to the threat that we face, which is the threat of annihilation. After perpetrating the savage atrocities of October 7th, the first thing Hamas did was deny that it did them. The second thing that it did was to threaten to do it again and again until Israel is destroyed. That is what is at stake. If this war ends with Hamas free, emboldened, and empowered to...
I'm sorry, Chad. I don't mean to bring up the debate again. I'm just saying that, like, I feel like the moderator is losing. I feel like it's just like... I don't know.
More October 7th massacres, thinking
like this person reveres debates in a way that I find cringe. That's all.
Keep saving it from the wars that it started. Now, proportionality is a term in international law. It doesn't mean that if they kill 1,000 people, you kill 1,000 people and call it quits. It means that for each strike, the anticipated collateral damage, the damage to civilians, cannot be excessive to the anticipated military goal.
And your argument is that has been the principle Israel has observed?
Every military expert who has observed Israel's military efforts, including just recently in the Times, the Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO, has said that Israel is fighting in the most complicated urban battlefield that the world has ever seen, and he's satisfied that its rules of engagement and standard procedures are at least as rigorous as the UK and other Western allies. That's the former Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $19.99.
Move all of yours to Vox and let the people speak. Okay. We can do that. Wait, where were they? They were at Mu Dang, right? Oh my god, now I can't remember. It must be Mu Dang, right? So that puts that at like 21. And then that puts this at like... Is it taking it out of Mudang? I feel like it is. Wait, I can scroll up to see. Can I? Wait, Sasha said Mudang. Oh wait, no, wait. Where am I taking it away from? Here, I'll just like look with this. Oh my god, wait a minute. Did I add yours? Did I get your... Did I... Sorry, I'm super confused now. Where are we taking these from, Davy? I think it was Mudang, but maybe I forgot to add one of yours.
I actually want to agree. I want to agree with something.
What, I hadn't put them up yet?
Eylon said.
All right, so what is that? That's like...
Talk about this in abstract. X number here.
It's like 40 then.
Specifics. The problem with a lot of spokespersons of Israel, they want to talk in abstract. I want to talk in specifics. So if we talk about proportionality, we talk about discrimination, we talk about war crimes. Last October, shortly after October 7th, Israeli forces struck a 3-story residential building in Gaza City. They killed 15 members of the Al-Dos family, 7 children. According to Amnesty International, the survivors say no warnings. Eylon told us there were warnings. No warnings were given to evacuate. Amnesty found no evidence of any military...
That goes up to 40.
And Israel, to this day, has offered no explanation for that.
Yeah, it's 40, yeah.
For the dead Al-Dos family members, Eylon, can you tell us why they were killed?
Mr. Hasan, the IDF does not owe you immediate answers, and the fact that Amnesty speaks... The fact that Amnesty speaks to local witnesses intimidated by Hamas does not mean that there was...
Okay, so this goes down to 10.
Mr. Hasan, Hamas booby-trapped 40% of Gaza's buildings. It dug tunnels underneath homes and schools.
We're back to generalities, Eylon.
No, not
Why did you kill
generalities.
15 members of the
Mr.
Al-Dos
Hasan,
family?
I do not know, and I do not need to explain.
Yeah, I think I added one of Davi's, but not the other. 40 total to Vox Populi. That's what we've got, right? Right? But then, like, I think I'd only added one to Mudang. Because somebody else voted for Mudang, too.
Mehdi,
no,
hold
Mr.
it.
Hasan. Because in this war, Israel is seeking to neutralize the threat of a terrorist army that has a deliberate strategy.
I'm going to have to get the mic cut
sacrificing
switched,
innocent
please.
civilians.
Thank you.
Oh, we're going to do it like that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hamas has a deliberate strategy of sacrificing its innocent civilians, and this is a strategy that you are enabling by always deflecting blame onto Israel instead of considering the real question of why Hamas built its military assets into civilian areas under international...
Can we get a pointer towards the dono goals for stream likes?
Israel is obligated to give precaution where those feasible...
I think chat's just trolling me because it's on 69 right now, and they just want to leave it on 69. They're like, 69.
Precautions are possible.
Okay,
and it has done that by
let Mehdi come in, please.
I need to say 2 things. To be clear. To be clear. 15 people were killed, 7 children. You were spokesperson for the Israeli government at the time. Israel has never given an explanation. When you say, I do not need to explain myself, you literally do. You were the spokesperson for the government that committed a war crime, and you came to a debate tonight to defend war crimes. So you literally do. Number two, you'll notice, John, how Eylon quickly went to abstract generalities. Let's talk specifics. Let's talk about tunnels. I think it's abhorrent to hide tunnels under civilian targets. I wish they didn't do that. But when Israel shoots children in the head, 3 American doctors went to Gaza. Dr. Fayaz Sidra, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times, said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head, Israeli snipers. Or you can tell us why. You can defend that.
Mehdi,
Jeez, does he realize what he walked into by agreeing to this debate?
Mehdi,
Mehdi's going to ask him questions that he's not going to have good answers for.
forgive me for going abstract, but I
Please.
do want to go to some principles here. So you are listing a number of specific incidents that you feel cumulatively add up to a very, very much an overreaction.
War crimes, John, not an overreaction. War crimes.
All right, you call them war crimes. In not so much in the abstract, but what would have been an appropriate response to what happened that would not cross the line to proportionality?
It's a good question. It's a great question.
Now, I feel like, is this the question that Vaush answered? Natalie Marie, are you in chat by chance? Natalie sent me a clip that, she's really, Natalie Marie, if you don't know, you should follow her on Twitter. She's really good at finding moments in people's streams where they say some wild shit. And she found something from Vaush. I think it might have been him answering this question.
I'll answer that in two ways. One is, I'm not someone who has ever, and you can look at my record on this, whether it's the UK, the US, both of my countries, I'm American, British. I've criticized targeted assassinations, even by the US and the UK. I'm the loser, and people in New York, there's going to be an unpopular statement, who says that people like bin Laden should be tried, not assassinated. That's who I'm, a stinking liberal. But given we live in a world where America, Britain, Israel, multiple countries, India is now accused of targeting its enemies, killing assassinating, you could have tried to take out the leaders of the group without wiping out the entire place. I find it interesting that Israel, hold on. I find it interesting that Israel was able to pinpoint kill Ismail Haniyeh in a house in a foreign country. But when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to the Gaza Strip, they had to wipe out the whole place. They had to reduce it to 42 million tons of rubble. And one final point, I just got on factual points. Eylon, they're not your neighbors, they're people you occupy, just to be clear.
Yeah, that's gross that he called them neighbors.
So, I'm hoping you'll let point number 2 slide, and please take on point number 1. Mehdi's saying that there would have been a self-defense response that he feels might have been more appropriate, that he also feels would have been within the capability of the Israeli military. What's your response to that?
Notice the general pattern of argumentation we're seeing here. Gosh, October 7th was terrible. Hamas shouldn't have done that. Gosh, Hamas built tunnels under schools and hospitals. It shouldn't have done that. The question is what Israel may legitimately do once
No,
Hamas
that's not the question I asked you.
No, but I'm explaining.
It's what you did.
And his response.
It's what you did.
And Mr. Hassan's response is, well, if Israel could take out a terrorist leader thousands of miles away who wasn't expecting that he could be targeted, surely it can reach the terrorists who are hiding inside a bunker under a hospital, probably surrounded by hostages as human shields. Hamas rigged the battlefield. Hamas rigged the battlefield to shield its military assets under civilians, and it left Israel with no option of getting to those leaders.
Okay, no option, no other option.
The civilians,
no option is what.
It's so weird to imagine the person that makes the squeals. That squeals. It's coming up. Okay, well, I'll hold off for now. Like it's so weird to imagine the person that squeals when Eylon Levy says that. Yeah, exactly, Sasha G. Who was that? What kind of person reacts like that?
So first of all, as we've
I'm having trouble with this being a debate. Right, I'm having trouble with the format. I'm having trouble with the fucking civility policing from the moderator. Considering that we're talking about war crimes, considering that we're talking about ethnic cleansing, right? I'm struggling with that part. But to have a fucking sports-like reaction, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
And I'm here all night. Eylon can take his time. They killed 15 members of the Doss family, 7 children.
We can continue this at the reception afterwards if you want.
I'll happily ask you, why did government that you served in kill 15 innocent people in an apartment building? Hold on, this is very important because there's no evidence Hamas was there. He's not even tried to make that claim.
Mehdi, just in the interest of time, you've asked it. It's become a rhetorical question.
It's crucial to the argument. He's saying
there was no
tunnels.
when he says there was no other option. What is your response to that?
Well, no one in the world agrees with that. That's why Israel's become a pariah in the world, because even
what was the option, Mr. Hassan? What would you have had us do?
Even Joe Biden, the most
what does October 7th justify?
I already answered that question. Even Joe Biden, the most pro-Israel president of my lifetime, who has backed Israel with weapons and arms, has gone on the record saying too much indiscriminate bombing. You've killed too many innocent people. Even the people on your own side say you're killing too many people, Eylon. But Mr. you will not accept that.
Mr. Hassan, too many people have been killed. The number of people who should have been killed is 0. Too many people were killed when Hamas's psychopath leaders, who are funded by your paymasters in Qatar, maybe.
Can we drag the moderator off the stage? I think they both might agree with that.
All right.
I know the crowd would.
Let's please I'm going to respond
to that. I'm going to respond to that.
No. It's another cheap shot, and I don't want to entertain cheap shots. I want to.
Wait. I'm going to punish you for the cheap shot that your opponent took at you by not letting you respond. What?
To you, Eylon, with this question.
I'm sorry. Wait, what? Did I get that correctly? Did I understand? Wait, what? What the fuck? What kind of reaction is that?
Psychopath leaders who are funded by killed.
Wait, who made the cheap shot? Who's he saying did the cheap shot? How does this man sleep at night? Good question.
On your own side say you're killing too many people, Eylon, but Mr. you will not accept that.
Mr. Hassan, too many people have been killed. The number of people who should have been killed is 0. Too many people were killed when Hamas's psychopath leaders, who are funded by your paymasters in Qatar, maybe you share a slap.
All right.
Okay, that cheap shot. Your paymasters in Qatar. He's basically saying that Mehdi's getting money from Hamas backers, if I'm understanding this correctly.
Let's please bullet with that.
Or I don't know.
No.
Whoever.
No. It's another cheap shot, and I don't want to entertain cheap shots. I want to go to you, Eylon, with this question.
What's up with that tie, also?
When you say,
like, who told him to wear that tie?
That the war.
I'm sorry, I just really don't like that tie.
Killing in war can only be justified if it serves a greater good. What's the greater good that's being served at this moment?
Mr. Donovan, this war is not justified because Hamas should not have started this war in the first place.
Well, the question is whether
the question
you are arguing.
Response.
You are answering the question. Yes, Israel's actions are justified.
The response is an.
You think he's saying Al Jazeera?
Attempt to prevent the next.
I assumed he was implying Hamas backers.
October 7th massacre. Well, on October 7th, Hamas showed us what it was capable of doing. And they immediately went on TV and said, October 7th, October 10th, October 1 millionth. Everything we do is justified. We're a nation of martyrs, they said. We're proud to sacrifice millions of martyrs if that's what it takes. And we are trying to stop October 7th and to do so in a way that minimizes the cost to their civilians.
Let me just deal with the last point and the previous point, which is the idea.
Chat, I want to go away and get some food really quick, but I can't because something's going to happen.
Let's just be real here. And a lot of military experts say this, but you don't even need military experts. You just need common sense. The idea that you prevent another October the 7th.
I should have eaten something more than just breakfast today.
Or that you destroy Hamas by making tens of thousands of Palestinian children orphans is insane. It doesn't protect Israel. Forget Gaza. It doesn't protect Israel. And let me just deal with this.
All the best moderators are in my chat. True, Simon.
Classic. My paymasters in Qatar. Yes, I host a show for Al Jazeera English. Let's just be very clear. In December, the New York Times published.
Okay, so that is what... was I wrong? So he was referring to Al Jazeera? The way he said cheap shots, I had assumed there was something more, but...
another October the 7th, or that you destroy Hamas by making tens of thousands of Palestinian children orphans is insane. It doesn't protect Israel. Forget Gaza. It doesn't protect Israel. And let me just deal with this classic, my paymasters in Qatar. Yes, I host a show for Al Jazeera English. Let's just be very clear. In December, the New York Times published a very, very long piece.
Come on. Nobody
very
cares.
important
Nobody
here. Very
cares.
important here. It's relevant to the debate. The New York Times
All right,
published
make
a
it
very long
relevant.
piece.
Please make it relevant.
New York Times published a very long piece which said a month before October the 7th, the head of the Mossad, David Barnier, went to Doha, Qatar, and the Qataris said, do you want us to keep sending money to Gaza? And he went back to Netanyahu. He said, what should I say? And Netanyahu said, yes, please. And he went back and he said, yes, please send the money to Gaza. Eylon went to work for the government of Benjamin Netanyahu a month afterwards. He's never apologized for that to the Israeli people. Benjamin Netanyahu's never apologized to that to the Israeli people. So if anyone should answer questions about Qatari funding of Hamas, allegedly, reportedly, whatever you want to call it.
Wait, are they talking about Hamas or are they talking about Al Jazeera?
It's the Israeli government that facilitated it for many, many.
Like, I mean, Eylon's the one that brought it up.
Eylon was in that government. He's the spokesperson for that government.
It was a terrible mistake to allow Qatari money into Gaza on the mistaken belief that if we improve civilian life in Gaza, create jobs, create opportunity, Hamas's psychopath leaders won't launch this war. They went straight on TV and said, we tricked the Israelis. We made them think that we were concerned about the civilians in Gaza.
Al Jazeera, yeah, I know that. I just, also when they talk about Hamas's financial backers, a lot of times the country that comes up is Qatar, right? A lot of times, so it's government funded.
All the while we were taking
I just like
that money to build the tunnels and the weapons.
Well, wait. So is it just that he thinks that working for Al Jazeera is a big? But why was that seen as a low blow? That's just literally one of his employers. I'm trying to connect it with it being a low blow. You could try to find a pause button. Go heat up some food.
And the rockets we are firing at Israel. If we had known, Mr. Hassan, what Hamas was going to do on October 7th, perhaps we should have started a preemptive war to eliminate that threat before they could have burned the cement of children alive on October 7th. But we didn't.
Okay.
Hamas tricked us,
Time out.
and we won't
Time out.
repeat the same mistake again.
Bit of column A, bit of column B.
Time out. Going to take a little bit of a 10-second breath and slightly lower the temperature, but only slightly. Eylon, you were making the argument that Israel's actions are justified in the pursuit of the destruction of Hamas. We've come to the point, though, where even
the low blow is that he obfuscated who was the actual employer. He was trying to imply Mehdi was being paid by. That's what I thought, Ophelia. That's what I thought. That's what I thought he was saying.
even Israeli military officials are saying it can't be destroyed. Therefore, what
about the almost 365 days since?
Happens to that argument that the justification is the destruction of Hamas if it's an organization, a movement that can't be destroyed?
Of course Hamas can be removed from power, just like ISIS was removed from power. ISIS is now a terrorist organization that is trying to blow up concerts in Austria. It no longer controls territory the size of Austria. Following this war, we cannot allow the Hamas terrorist regime, it's not an organization, it's a terror regime and a terror army, to regroup, restock, rearm, and keep shooting rockets at our...
But the problem isn't Hamas, the problem is resistance, and that is what you cannot kill. And that is what you are creating and sowing the seeds of, the next generation of, with this concentration of suffering and oppression against the people of Palestine, rather than an actual military operation that is targeting Hamas, right? This is the opposite of how a modern counterinsurgency is supposed to be conducted. After all that the world's military understands about insurgency since like the 50s, right? Again, Battle of Algiers. What Israel is doing is ensuring another you know, like the continuation of yes, violent resistance against them, right? And they plan, I would assume, to use that violent resistance as more pretext for expanding the greater Israel.
Towns, while it is still holding civilians.
That has been the game from the very beginning. He shifted the goalpost to removed from power. Yeah, he did.
It is a regime that must be removed from power because we know exactly what it wants to do if given half a chance. And
Bad Lefty says, take this from an Irishman. Resistance never dies. True.
to do October 7th again and again. And Israel's war, Mr. Hasan, I'll yield the stage to you and ask you, eliminating the Hamas terror regime, removing it from power, a legitimate military objective, yes or no?
Of course, it's a legitimate military objective for Israel. And that's what I quoted the ICC chief prosecutor saying, but you're doing a very bad job of it. What's interesting?
Do I understand that after October 7th?
What John
do
said,
I understand? No, because I want to clarify and understand we're on the same page.
You want to clarify the guy who can't answer why you killed 15 civilians?
No, I want to understand that we are on the same page. Do you agree that
I'll answer your questions when you answer
7th,
mine.
It was legitimate for Israel to remove the Hamas terror regime in order to prevent another October 7th? It's a yes or no question, Mr. Hasan.
No, it's not. It's a loaded question. I'm going to say it was legitimate for Israel to defend its citizens inside of Israel. It's not legitimate
This was the question that Vaush answered,
to occupy Palestinian
like coming up here.
for decades on end. And let me answer. Can I actually answer what are you
Here, let's rewind.
clarify the ICC chief prosecutor saying, but you're doing a very bad job of it. What's interesting?
Do I understand that after October?
Elon's question.
Do I understand? No, because I want to clarify and understand we're on the same page.
You want to clarify the guy who can't answer why you killed 15 civilians.
No, I want to understand that we are on the same page. Do you agree that
I'll answer
after
your questions when you
October
answer
7th,
mine.
it was legitimate for Israel to remove the Hamas terror regime in order to prevent another October 7th? It's a yes or no question, Mr. Hasan.
No, it's not. It's a loaded question. I'm going to say it was legitimate for Israel to defend its citizens inside of Israel. It's not legitimate to occupy Palestinian territory for decades on end. And let me answer. Can I actually answer what you came to me for?
If I can rebut,
let me answer John's question. Let me answer
Elon, you've had about 2 or 3 minutes in a row. Go
you
ahead,
asked a
please.
very interesting question of Eylon. You pointed out that he keeps saying, notice the sleight of hand. You said that he said, and he said it many times, not just here, Hamas should be destroyed. When you asked him, Israeli military experts in general say it can't be destroyed. Notice what Eylon said? He said, remove from power. Quickly move the goalpost there. Because he knows that Hamas can't be destroyed by these means. In fact, the former head of Israel's military,
said from
let me
the
finish
very
my point.
beginning.
The former head of Israel's military, who was a member of Netanyahu's war cabinet, he said earlier this year, quote, anyone who says you can destroy Hamas is telling tall tales. So it's not me calling Eylon Levy a liar. It's the former head of the Israeli military.
Mr. Hasan, from the beginning.
Okay, let's see how what Vaush brought up here.
After October 7th, was it legitimate for Israel to remove Hamas from
And thank you, Natalie, for clipping this.
power in order to eliminate the threat of repeat October 7th? Yes or no?
Very simple.
I want to toss my own answer into this, by the way. This is an answer that's very difficult to offer because the default lefty response is, well, if I was Israel, I would have simply not kept Gaza in a concentration camp for decades, right, to prevent October 7th.
See, now here's where you suck as a leftist, right? When you entertain a question of what you would do if you were like the military-industrial complex, right? That is always a mistake. That is always a mistake when you answer the question, like, right, when you get sucked into like answering the question of what you would do as, you know, the United States government in the current geopolitical, in the geostrategic struggle that they're involved in, right? You always fucking go off, and here you're answering the question of what you would do if you were fucking Israel? Because you think it makes you a Giga Chad? God damn it, Vaush. You are so debate-brained. This is debate brain rot at work.
What would you do if you were the Israeli PM and you were elected on October 6th? And then October 7th happened. What would you do? So I'm going to be real with you guys. A military response from Israel was inevitable, obviously. Not only was it inevitable, I think you could argue it was justified. Even with all of the pre-existing context of what had been done to the Palestinians, let's not be, like, stupid here. You're not, as the leader of Israel, going to go, oh, they got that one.
we have been pretty racist to them. They got that, like, obviously no. Like, yeah, let's be adults here.
It was be adults and add to the body count. Good one, Vaush. Good one.
In my head, I would like to believe it would have been possible for a targeted reprisal that could have been engaged in alongside a set of reforms used as incentives to the Palestinian population to oust Hamas themselves. Keep in mind, Hamas does not do a good job leading the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip.
Oh my God, where's he going with this? Because this is already so off. He's gonna say something like that he's going to buy off in some way the Palestinian people, and that's how he's gonna kill the resistance, right?
Hamas is not like a benevolent ruler of the Gaza Strip at all. They kill Palestinians. They threaten and torture them. They're a militant Islamist organization. That's true, Nuts. That's true. You can be...
I feel like this is a tactic straight out of the battle, a tactic employed by the French straight out of Battle of Algiers.
Restrained. I would like to believe it might have been possible if Israel was super based and red-pilled to engage in a targeted military response that would have incentivized the Palestinian people to give up Hamas on their own. To essentially say, like, you know, we will give you your water, your food, your land, your rights. We will correct this, but we need Hamas ousted. And ideally, you would put the Hamas leaders to trial, which gives you a lot more closure than killing them, though killing is a hell of a lot easier. Maybe this is a little bit naive on my part. I don't know if there's like a clean solution here, but I think the best outcome, the greatest possible outcome.
Let me show you what I'm talking about. I think this is the scene that I've got in mind.
A whole bunch of arrested.
Look, it sounds like, watch what the French are saying over the speaker. Oh God, I should put you, let me, I guess this is going to be kind of out of context here. This is after the strike has started, right? So, you know, the French have bombed the Kasbah after the FLN started assassinating French, you know, officials and military personnel. The French respond by literally blowing up a civilian area, and the FLN has organized, in fact, you know, and gotten most of the Algerian people on board with a strike. And the French have set up this roadblock between the French area of the city and the Algerian area of the city. I guess that's for context. People of the Kasbah, the FLN wants you to stop you from working. This is what Vaush is doing, right? This is how effective this is, right? Imagine hearing this from your occupying power. The FLN, Hamas wants you to looking at this where you see the, you know, the resistance as being a function of the leadership of an organization like the FLN, like Hamas. That is how the French viewed the situation in Algiers. And as such, they went after the leadership, just like Israel's going after the leadership of Hamas. But at some point, and you can kind of see it, you know, with a little kid picking up the microphone, at some point, resistance becomes spontaneous. At some point, it is not dependent on any kind of leadership. That's what Vaush is missing. That's what he doesn't get.
It's a hell of a lot easier. maybe this is a little bit naive on my part. I don't know if there's like a clean solution here, but I think the best outcome, the greatest possible outcome that could have happened, that wouldn't have been just magical, would have been down the line a whole bunch of arrested Hamas officials who objectively slaughtered civilians. Like their asses are going to jail forever. And a Palestinian population that is cautiously grateful that we are trading those Hamas leaders for a reissuing of...
He really thinks that he could buy off people who have been subjected to an open-air prison, who have had their land and their dignity and to some degree their identity taken from them. He really thinks you could just buy people off
their rights. Does that make sense? I'm speaking very simplistically right now because I don't want to spend like 5 hours talking about it, but that in my mind would have been the greatest possible world. That would have been nice. I don't know. I mean, we're never getting it back, so. We're in the dark timeline now. Also, I'm going to pee super quick, but then we'll continue.
We've been in the dark timeline for longer than you realize, Vaush.
From the beginning, Israel has said that its goals are to remove Hamas from power and dismantle its ability to wage war again and to live up its threat of...
Is she speaking Arabic? I think, yeah, some of the... so this is the Battle of Algiers. It's a famous film. It was filmed in Algeria, and actually some of the people in the film were involved in the FLN, right? Some of the soldiers in the film were involved on, you know, the French side of things. It was banned for the first, I don't know, 5 to 10 years of its resistance. It was banned from being shown in France.
Repeat October 7th. And that is why I ask you, after October 7th, was it legitimate for Israel to remove Hamas from power in order to eliminate the threat of repeat October 7th? Yes or no?
Very simple answer. Israel has the right to defend its citizens in its territory. It doesn't have a right to be an occupier. It doesn't have a right to... Let me finish the point, because you think they're your neighbors. The International Court of Justice says Gaza and the West Bank are occupied. They've been occupied every day since 1967. You did not withdraw in 2005. You blockaded.
I'd like to explain. I'd like to explain what the purpose here is of the legal fiction.
And I've already answered the question, Eylon. I've made the point that even if I was an Israeli general trying to destroy Hamas, killing thousands of innocent people only helps Hamas. Every terrorism expert in the world says you're a recruiting sergeant for extremist groups when you go and kill.
Like, it's fucking King John from the Disney version of Robin Hood logic, right? That Vaush is exercising. Like, it's fucking cartoon villain logic, right? We will pay them off. And they will...
innocent civilians.
Mr. Hassan, whether this war... Whether this war...
Time out, Eylon, time out. I have a question for whoever wants to jump on it. Is Israel's war in Gaza making Israel more secure?
When this war began, Hamas...
Wow, there's a lot of laughter at that question.
A fearsome missile arsenal that rained thousands of missiles on our cities. I had to keep running into a rocket shelter. Israel has now eliminated...
There's a few claps.
...threat of rocket fire from Gaza. It has cut off its smuggling routes. It has destroyed its missile silos, and it has destroyed Hamas's weapons capabilities. That alone has made us safer and makes it easier to sleep in our beds at night.
Three quick things. Number one, the Israelis went to Supreme Court recently, and they were having an argument in Israel's Supreme Court, and they put in the official...
The crowd erupted at that question.
...filing that we do...
Yeah, like people have said, there's like 50... The audience is 50-50.
...control Gaza. Even after all this time, Hamas is still in control of lots of parts of Gaza. So they say the honest stuff when you're not looking. It's true. Number two, I interviewed Ami Eylon recently, former head of Shin Bet, former Israeli admiral. He said very explicitly, Israel will not be safe until we give Palestinians freedom. This is his words, not my words. And number three, Number three, I'm glad.
You see what kind of conundrum this settler colonial mindset causes, though, right? Because there's a lot of people on the other side that when he says, give Palestinians their freedom, they complete the sentence, freedom to murder us, right? And that's that mindset. And that's what Vaush actually embodies. Like, I don't want to take us back to a debate from a million years ago, but, Vaush has debated people about this. And his concern with the idea of self-determination is that self-determination will be used to enact genocide against the settlers, right? And that's a function of the project of settler colonialism. Once you get sucked into that mindset, you will use the possibility that you giving freedom to those that you've oppressed will be used by them to hurt you as a justification, even after you've realized that what you're doing is wrong. You will then use that as a justification to keep doing it.
Glad you had a bomb shelter to protect you, because the Al-Dos family in Gaza did not have a bomb shelter to protect them.
Okay. Another question. We have not yet talked about the hostages, and we should. Is Israel's action in Gaza going to is it for the benefit of the hostages?
Absolutely. Israel is fighting to bring the hostages home while Hamas is starving and torturing.
The ones that are dead because you've refused to negotiate, those hostages too? Are you going to be satisfied with bringing bodies home? Because Netanyahu's refusal to negotiate has resulted in people that would be home safe with their family now being dead. Really? Is this what he's going to say?
And raping them. We managed in November, because Hamas was being clobbered and it wanted a breather. They released nearly half of the hostages. We've sent in special forces to rescue hostages in raids my opponent has condemned. Israel is fighting to put the military pressure on Hamas to release the hostages, but Hamas doesn't want to release the hostages. And the reason it doesn't want to release the hostages is that it knows that the longer this war goes on and the more suffering it generates among its own people in Gaza, the more it advances its own goal of isolating Israel. And Mr. Hassan, it pains me.
Do we know if this was recorded before the 6 were killed? I think it was recorded after. I'm not sure though. So the Twitter dust up that I saw was on August 30th, there around, and this was released on Zateo 2 days ago. I think this must have happened, within the past week, right? This debate.
That you do not seem to realize the role that you play within Hamas's strategy when you deflect blame onto Israel. Never demand any accountability. Never demand any accountability from the Hamas regime. When you know that Hamas's goal is to maximize suffering, you give it a reason to drag on this war. If you want it to let the hostages go, you should tell
of all
Qatar
the nonsense
to
you've said
pressure
tonight,
Hamas to free the hostages.
Of all the demonstrably untrue things you've said tonight, this is the big one. So apparently, if you want a deal to end the war, you're enabling Hamas's strategy.
No.
That's what you just said.
No,
I'm enabling Hamas's strategy.
But you have systematically undermined every leverage Israel has to free the hostages.
You know who's undermining?
Stop pretending
Can I
you
answer
care
the
about
question?
the hostages.
Of the two of us, hold on. Of the two of us, whose strategy has released more hostages, mine or yours? Because I supported a ceasefire. And we got, hold on.
Our strategy. Your strategy is to give cover for Hamas's war crime.
Let him finish, please.
Over 100 hostages were released last November. in the pause, in the ceasefire deal. A lot of Israelis wanted that to continue. Hostages' families wanted that to continue.
Yes.
Netanyahu, can I finish my answer? Netanyahu said no. In fact, I interviewed Zahir Moore, whose uncle Avraham Munda was horribly killed in Gaza. Zahir Moore, by the way, was arrested today. He's been arrested and attacked by the Israeli government that Eylon served in multiple times. He said to me, Netanyahu and the government that Eylon was part of, always choose the wrong way. Ever since October the 8th, everything they do is directed at not getting the hostages back. That is the plain truth. That is the nephew of a hostage. They don't want you to hear about the hostages.
Yeah, the families of the hostages are the you know, this was the this is what spurred people into the streets not long ago.
And people like Eylon use the hostages as political pawns. The hostages' families are standing on the streets of Tel Aviv opposing the Netanyahu government, calling for a ceasefire, calling for a deal. They don't like Eylon.
Now, understand it's, you know, it's because they, you know, hostages' families could have had their family members back had it not been for Netanyahu's incalcitrance to negotiate, right? It's not because you know, people in Israel are you know, there's not really a contingency of people that are wanting to free Palestine, but they wanted for negotiation to go on so that they could get their family members back, and people are sympathetic towards that.
They don't support Eylon.
Mr. Hasan, how many hostage rallies have you spoken at? How many hostages' mothers have you embraced and hugged them and told them, I am here for you, whatever you need? I was at Central Park. I was at Central Park last Sunday at the...
Natalie says this was before the pager attack in Lebanon.
You are not. Mr. Hasan, if you really care about the hostages,
let me ask you, we got
I have a spare hostage pin here. If you want to show them you care, you're welcome to put it on your tracker.
All right, this is fantastic. Let's go. So,
put it on. Show them you care. Show them you care. I am in daily contact with the hostage families. I tell them I will do whatever it takes to help you get your kids home. Show them you care and stop trying to exploit the...
If you really were going to do anything to help them get their families home, you would oppose Netanyahu. That's what gets their families home, right? That's the stumbling block. That's what's stopping... God damn it.
Okay, Eylon, allow him to respond. You've got your bit of stagecraft. Please take it.
Let's be clear. You saw the very, very performative outrage there from Eylon there. To be clear, don't you lecture me about hostages when your government has killed more hostages than it has rescued. That's on you. That's on you. And that's
on Hamas. That is on Hamas.
Let me answer this.
All right.
I need to finish this point.
I'm going to let you finish this point, and then we're moving on.
I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages, and let me finish. And I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured, and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support the release? Do you support the release of Palestinians?
I do not support,
do you support
the release
of Palestinian children? Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Mr. Hasan, anyone who is...
Let's get some space here.
He can't answer the question.
Mr. Hasan, he won't put on the hostage pin.
I support the release of all innocent people.
Mehdi?
He doesn't. That's all you've got.
Once
Eylon.
again.
Gimmicks.
Once again.
All you've got.
All right. I have one more question before we pivot to some questions from some journalists who are joining us, and I want to talk about America's involvement in this situation. The U.S. has been largely supporting Israel. If the war in Israel is unjustified, that implicates the U.S. in an unjust war. If the war is justified, then we have an ally that requires our help. Which is it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
We have, it's about U.S. involvement in the war. If the war is unjustified, that implicates the U.S. in an unjust war. If it's justified, we have an ally that requires our help.
When this war began, President Biden said that Israel is facing sheer, pure, unadulterated evil. It was so obvious in the moment of shock after October 7th. that for Israel to defend itself, it has to dismantle the Hamas terror regime, that President Barack Obama said we must stand by our ally Israel as it dismantles Hamas. The United States has made valuable support to Israel in its goal of bringing down the Hamas regime. What we need is pressure on Hamas and its patrons.
Dunking is fun and all, but it doesn't change anything. True.
Qatar, Turkey, and Iran to let the hostages go. That pressure has not been forthcoming.
I mean, before I came on stage, Gershon Baskin, who's Israel's most famous hostage negotiator, he WhatsApped me and said he's got a deal, 3-week deal on the table with Hamas that Hamas has agreed to release all the hostages and end the war. He says it's with Netanyahu. The ball's in Netanyahu's court. So when he keeps going on about hostages, tell him to speak to his former boss to agree to...
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Is the negotiator.
As for the United
in whose
States,
deal to free Gilad Shalit, we released Yehia Sinwar.
As for the United States, it is tragic to me as a citizen of the United Kingdom and the United States that my two countries have armed Israel as it carries out what the ICJ has called a plausible genocide, as it arms a prime minister who is wanted for war crimes.
Mr. Hasan.
The ICC chief prosecutor has called for the arrest of Yoav Gallant and Benjamin Netanyahu. The American government should not be arming a man wanted for war crimes. And Eylon Levy should have began his speech tonight apologizing for working for a man who is wanted for war crimes by the ICC chief prosecutor.
Mr. Donver, you called me to account at the beginning of the debate and said I should not have called my opponent a liar. The former president of the ICJ, Joan Donoghue, had to go on
many
TV,
other judges disagreed with her.
had to go on TV
The
to
American
explain
judge who worked
that the ruling did not define there was a plausible genocide.
Actually, the other
She had
judges
to go on
disagreed with her.
TV to refute the lie. The only reason for you to make that
The ICC
lie,
chief prosecutor
the
called for an
only
arrest warrant, Eylon.
whose arrest warrant claims were based on lies.
All right, this is not helping. We are not able to hear what anybody is saying. We're not able to hear what anybody's saying. You are both talking at the same time, and I'm talking at the third time. So let's stop this. I have a question for each of you before we pivot, which I want to ask you if you can answer without attacking one another. And I'm also curious to see if you can do it in under 20 seconds, because we're just curious. Each of you came to this debate, and by your decision to participate, we saw on social media that both of you were attacked by members of your own camp for being even on the stage with somebody who's holding the opposing view. But you showed up anyway. Eylon, why did you show up?
You want to make a point for debate as an institution at this point? Like, that's what you want to use this time for? Just be like, can't we both agree that even though you're calling Mehdi a liar and a terrorist supporter, and you're calling, you're laying, the bodies of children at Eylon's feet, can't you both agree that, the people on each of your sides that said you were wrong to show up here on this stage and dignify this other person, that those are pieces of shit, and we need to have debates, and we need to make this money. We need to get these clicks. What a sick man. What a sick man.
15 seconds.
Because Iran, the Palestinian nationalists, and their allies are waging a war of misinformation that has one purpose. They want to destroy Israel. And they think it will be much easier to destroy Israel if they convince the world that Israel deserves to be destroyed. A full campaign of the most ridiculous lies to try to convince good, ordinary Americans that when they're ready to pull the trigger and massacre us once more, they should stand to one side and say, well, the Jews had it coming. And I'm not willing to allow that to happen.
You recall the question?
Statement.
Sorry?
Okay, just a 20-second answer.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I believe that what is happening in Gaza, the killing of 16,000 children, the genocide in Gaza is the great moral tragedy of our time, the great crime of our time. And I will go almost anywhere and take a stage with almost anyone to try and bring that war to an end and convince people that the war needs to end now.
May I add something?
No, we have to move forward. All right, we're going to bring in some other...
Too many people took Model UN in school, true.
Now we have some journalists. We have 4
Wait, what? What are we doing here?
Journalists who are each going to ask one, I hope, very short question. there are people who have been writing about the area for a long time, particularly about the situation now, and they are certainly not monolithic in their own views. I first want to go to Peter Beinart. He's a journalist who's written for Time, the New York Times, the Atlantic. He's former editor of the New Republic and editor-at-large of Jewish Currents. Peter, if you can stand up, there's a microphone, I believe, in the aisle for you, and ask your incredibly short question.
Thank you. Eylon, you suggested that the goal of the war was to depose Hamas from power, but on October 11th, Benjamin Netanyahu said the goal of the war was to destroy Hamas. On October 12th, Yoav Gallant said, the defense minister said the goal was to wipe it from the earth, because I think they understood that even deposing Hamas would not necessarily make Hamas less of a fearsome threat. The Taliban didn't become less of a fearsome threat to the United States once they stopped holding power. Saddam and his forces didn't become less of a fearsome threat once they no longer held power. They recognized that winning this war meant destroying Hamas. And yet your own former colleague, Daniel Hagari,
Peter,
the IDF spokesman, said it's not possible. To be clear, I'd like you to be on the record. Do you think it's possible to destroy Hamas, or were Netanyahu and Gallant wrong?
I believe it is possible to remove the Hamas terror regime from power. Whether leaders used belligerent rhetoric that
I can't tell. Was that somebody from his side of the aisle? Like, I'm almost asking him to be more strident.
Exaggerated the goals of the war. No, look, Hamas needs to be destroyed. It's an idea.
I couldn't tell where the journalist was coming from, what side the journalist was coming from.
Ideas deserve to be destroyed. And whether that idea is destroyed or not...
You're going to destroy an idea now.
Depends on the lessons that the people of Gaza take from this war. Will they conclude that terrorism is a dead end, that their leaders have repeatedly led them into disaster after disaster as part of their forever war?
Okay. I couldn't tell. So they're pointing out the absurdity in Netanyahu and Gallant's statements, right? Okay, just making, yeah, because they're standing on that side, so yeah, that's what it makes sense.
Against a Jewish state in any borders whatsoever, or will they take the lesson that in fact they were rewarded for the October 7th massacre? That is what is at
I was worried that it was somebody that was like, no, you got to destroy fucking Hamas, right? No, it was, they're pointing out the absurdity of these statements. Okay.
Stake here, and we are trying to convince the people of Gaza terrorism is a dead end. There is no light at the end of that tunnel.
Mehdi, you also get to respond. You can respond.
You want me to answer? I think Peter made the point very eloquently. It's a nonsensical war aims. The real war aims, of course, are what the Israeli ministers say. When Smotrich says the aim of the war is to annihilate Gaza, that is the aim. I take him at his face value. When he literally said that. And when they say this stuff, when they talk about resettling Gaza, when they talk about staying in Gaza, that is what they mean. This is not about, can I finish an answer, Eylon, one time?
Not government policy and goes against government.
I would just say this.
Yeah, let him finish,
if you want to convince the people of Gaza that terrorism is a dead end, then stop inflicting terrorism on them.
There we go.
Every accusation is a confession, huh,
Mehdi? Imaginary music says saying terrorism is a dead end when we live in a timeline where their peaceful march of return happened the way it did. Yeah. Surprised you didn't say 40 virgins.
Our next question comes from Jillian Lederman. Jillian is an editorial fellow at the Wall Street Journal, former chief executive chair of the Israel Leadership Network. Jillian, thanks for joining us, and what's your question?
Thank you. My question is, given the current circumstances, do you believe that Israel pulling out of Gaza in 2005 was the right decision?
Who's that a question to?
It's a difficult question.
Let me just ask you, Jen, are you pointing that to anybody in particular? Both can answer it, but okay.
Israel withdrew from the Gaza Strip in 2005 and never wanted to go back. It gave them Gaza. They had the option to turn it into Singapore. They chose to turn it into Mosul. They could have had a thriving state in Gaza after Israel pulled out and Jewish organizations paid to donate the greenhouses. Instead, they chose to rig Gaza for war. The tunnel network under Gaza is the largest public works project the Palestinians have ever undertaken. They did it for the sake of the October 7th massacre.
Was it a mistake to pull out? That was the
Yeah, withdrew, like, right? And enclosed a virtual prison on the people of Gaza. Like, withdrew is not usually something you say about a place that you've enclosed with walls and guards.
I don't know.
Okay. No, fair enough. Fair enough.
Simple answer is, of course, Israel did not pull out of Gaza. As the ICJ has pointed out just recently, Gaza is occupied territory. Let me put it very simply to you. What Eylon doesn't tell you is when they pulled out, they kept control of Gaza's land borders,
Not with Egypt.
waters.
Not with Egypt.
With
Of course
Egypt.
we controlled the
Israel
borders.
and Egypt
We're on the other
kept
side
the
of
land
it.
borders. Have you noticed I can never finish an answer without an interruption? The land borders, the sea waters, the air, and wait for it. And the population registry. If you're born in Gaza, you have to be registered with the Israelis. If you were born in New York and your birth had to be registered with a foreign country, would you say you were occupied or not occupied? Would you say you're a free people or an unfree people? It's an absolute lie. The occupation never ended.
Israel ended the occupation of Gaza in 2005.
Then why did you keep the population? Let me interrupt you.
Hold it. We are done with the interruptions. It's just destructive. So you go.
The population registry isn't an interesting question because Israel runs it in cooperation with the PA as part of the Oslo Accords. Hamas is free to run its own population registry because it has effective control inside Gaza.
Mehdi,
Under
you'll get your shot.
international law, occupation requires the effective control of territory. Everywhere in the world, it is understood to mean boots on the ground. And the only reason to fabricate a new standard to say that just because Israel doesn't allow Hamas to build an Ismail Haniyeh international airport means that it is occupied is as part of a campaign to try to make Israel responsible for civilians in Gaza so Hamas can take the resources and funnel them into the war machine.
We're losing sight of the question.
Briefly, very briefly. Eylon, a moment ago, you all heard him proudly quoting the former president of the ICJ. The ICJ literally, the other day, said Gaza is occupied. But Eylon and I went to the same university. We did the same degree. He didn't do law. He's not a lawyer. The ICJ says Gaza is occupied. It's over. The debate's over. You've lost that one.
No, that's not the end. That is not the end. Because a basic principle of...
One moment.
The ICJ disagrees. You're done.
Jillian, do you feel that your question was answered? Was it a mistake to pull out of Gaza? Because I don't. But we're going to move on. Thank you for the question. It would be helpful, and I realize you're both very passionate and have a lot to say about this, but it would be helpful, at least at the beginning of your answers, to stick to the questions.
I did. I said they didn't pull out because they never pulled out. I mean,
okay.
I didn't accept the premise of the
question. All right, fair enough. You question. Next up.
It ripped people out of their homes.
I know. I was there. I witnessed it.
He witnessed it, Mehdi. It happened.
The part that you're talking about. Next up, we have Dean Obeidallah, a lawyer, a comedian, and a journalist who is host of the Dean Obeidallah Show and a frequent commentator on CNN, MSNBC, and the Daily Beast. Dean, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I have a question for Eylon. You've defended everything the Israeli military has done, everything, and Mehdi's gone through it. My family lives in the West Bank. My question is there anything that you would condemn Israel for in terms of killing Palestinian Christians and Muslims, or are they all inhuman in your view and not worthy of any sympathy, dignity, or self-determination as a people?
All right. Hang on a second. Hang on. I have an issue with the question. The first part of the question, is there anything you would condemn from Israel? Legitimate question. But the assumption that if he feels differently, that he has no sense of the humanity of Palestinians, is a bit of some baggage loaded into the question.
Fucking debate brain.
So why don't you take the question? Is there anything that Israel is doing that you would condemn?
I have gone on TV as a government spokesman when the army said that there was a particular mistake and a certain target should not have been hit. We fess up and admit our mistakes because that is what a responsible military should do.
You can answer.
Okay.
But Israel is fighting an enemy whose use of war crimes is strategic and systematic. They're not investigated on Hamas's end. No one is ever called to account. Its use of war crimes against...
Wasn't he the one that said every accusation is a confession?
its own civilians while they hide behind them in their schools and hospitals to fire at us is strategic and systematic. And so I stand by my country as it fights...
Moderator needs to stop watching WIC TV. True.
...proportionate force to dismantle the Hamas army of terror. Because yes, my neighbors are human.
Okay,
because I want a better future.
I have an important I have a very important technical program note. I've received a message that the audience clapping volume is so loud that in the recording, very frequently, it's been impossible to hear what our debaters are saying. And
don't clap.
And so what I would like you to do is to clap in between their points. Let them finish and then go for it, please.
The gentleman challenged my humanity, and I would like to defend it.
I tried to let this go.
I want a future of peace between us and our neighbors. That cannot happen as long as the Hamas terror regime is in power.
Okay. On the subject of... I'll wait for the applause. On the subject of Eylon's humanity, I asked him earlier if he supported the release of Palestinian children. He refused to say so. He can tonight. We'll all wear this pin.
Mr. Hasan, any children?
Let me say this on the West Bank. He cannot help but cherry pick the evidence. He cannot help but cherry pick the evidence. He just said a moment ago, he tried to gaslight you. He said, Hamas is never held to account. Actually, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court gave out 5 arrest warrant requests. 3 for Hamas, 2 for Israel. I support all of those arrest warrant requests. Do you? Do you?
Mr. Hasan.
Do you? It's a yes or no question.
Every single line.
It's a yes or no question.
Every single line.
Do you support accountability for all of them?
Absolutely, but you and what army?
Do you support arrest warrants for Netanyahu?
Wait, now we can't hear what you're both saying.
Do you support arrest warrants for Netanyahu?
No, Mr. Hasan, because every single line in the request for arrest warrants
wait a minute.
by the prosecutor
Mehdi, we can't
of the ICC is based on lies. Like the allegation of starvation, impossible to reconcile with over 1 million tons of aid that have entered Gaza since the start of this war. Aboard more than 52,000 trucks. 52,000
69 trucks right now. Did you know that?
Mr. Hasan,
69 trucks according to 15. According to 15 aid agencies.
Who are they
Who should we believe? 15 aid agencies or you and Netanyahu?
Mr. Hasan, who are they
Who should we believe?
Mr. Hasan.
15 aid
Mr.
agencies
Hasan.
or you?
These aid agencies are quoting UNRWA.
The aid agencies.
These aid agencies are Hamas. Like, this is always what they do, isn't it? Isn't it? Like, right? UNRWA is Hamas. These aid agencies are Hamas. The journalist is Hamas. The doctors and the nurses are Hamas.
Statistics are accurate, yes or no?
Actually, no.
Excuse me, wait a minute. It's a lie. Is this helpful? Yes, for some, okay.
Well, lies need to be stopped.
I would just like to ask you to take turns.
Okay.
And not talk at the same time.
Got it.
You're doing worse at waiting. Get better.
Wait.
And not talk at the same time.
Got it.
You're doing worse at waiting. Get better.
Over 1 million tons of aid. Now, according to Mr. Hasan, I don't know what double-digit number he quoted, comes from UNRWA. UNRWA's own dashboard on its...
Here we go with UNRWA.
...says that this is an incomplete register of data, that it cannot monitor all the cargo going in. Israel is monitoring it. UNRWA is undercounting it by a factor of 10. That's how you get to the bizarre statements like imminent famine in Gaza, because the IPC Review Committee said that that assessment was based on not counting all of the trucks that have gone in. They literally undercounted trucks in order to make this horrific allegation of starvation.
So the entire...
Eylon, your point was made.
To the speech?
Let's respond.
So you just began the whole...
Moderator finally scolded Eylon for something. Sounds like a moderator is regretting making the show. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's the guy that's just like so debate-brained that he tries to get him to come together on, like, can't we all admit that the people that said that you shouldn't debate this, that this was like morally reprehensible or wrong, and it's just like you want to use that, like, this guy is like a true believer in the religion of debate.
Answer premised on a lie. It's not based on unrest statistics. It's based on their own experiences.
They do not.
At Israeli crossings. David Miliband, Eylon. David Miliband.
But yeah, at least to his credit, he's not one of these people that's trying to use neutrality, quote unquote, as a substitute for objectivity, right? He is noticing when one of the debaters is you know, is causing most of the problems.
And you know, we're both British in front of this audience. David Miliband was the former foreign minister of the UK, very pro-Israeli politician, served under Blair and Brown, not some Palestinian lover. David Miliband said on CNN, our trucks are being stopped because they're finding a tiny little surgical scissor or a nail clipper, and they're sending the trucks back. David Miliband is not some hater of Israel. Cindy McCain is the head of the World Food Program. She is the widow of the most pro-Israeli senator of my lifetime, John McCain. She has accused Israel of blocking aid trucks, killing aid workers, starving children. Cindy McCain is not UNRWA or Hamas.
Dean, we are a long, long way from the question you asked. I don't know. That's bad moderating. I'm sorry that I... We have another question from John Levine. John is a political reporter for the Sunday New York Post. He has credits on CNN.com, The Atlantic, The Chronicle of Higher Education. John, thank you for joining us. And come on in with your question, if you could stand up.
Thank you both for being here. My question is for Mehdi. I think it's an easy question, so I hope we can get a direct answer.
Oh no, New York Post.
I'd like to ask you about your new media startup, Zateo. In May,
hey, Zateo, we're watching Zateo right now. Everybody go follow them.
John, this has got to be on the point where it is debating.
It relates to Qatar, which I believe was brought up in the debate.
We're debating whether Israel's actions were justified. That's not on point. I'm sorry, I got to pass on it.
He's rejecting the New York Post guy.
I'm happy to take the question. John, I'm happy to take the question. I'm happy to.
We're not here to talk about your career.
To take the question.
I know you are, and I'm not. So I'm sorry, John. If you want to come up with a question that's on point about Israel's actions in Gaza, go for it, please. Yeah, I can, because this is a debate where you ask questions.
What? What was the...
On point about Israel's actions in Gaza, go for it, please. Yeah, I can, because this is a debate where you ask questions.
I couldn't tell. Something about, like, you're going to tell me what questions I can ask? You think that... did I get the gist of it? Yeah, seriously, fuck the New York Post.
I mean, now I really want to ask the question. I'm just curious. I just want to answer the question.
You can talk afterwards. All right.
I mean, the dude works for the New York Post. I prefer not to talk to him, but... It's not my debate.
Thank you. All right. We are coming down to the end.
I love that he said the dude.
Our closing statements, and that's where each debater has the floor again exclusively.
Oh, closing statements. There we go.
Eylon, you're up first in this. One more time to remind people, I think they know that you're arguing that Israel's actions in Gaza are justified. You can take the floor, and you have 2 minutes to tell us why. 2.5 minutes to tell us why.
After the sadistic massacre of October 7th, Hamas immediately told us, if you leave us on our feet, we will do this again and again. It wasn't enough to cremate little children. It wasn't enough to commit acts of gang rape.
Oh my God.
Necrophilia. It wasn't enough to gag people, bind them.
Why do atrocities on one side justify anything, and atrocities on the other side? And what, you're talking about, like,
tie them to trees and strip them. They told us, we're coming for you. If you leave us on our feet, we will do this again and again. This war has been horrible. We have paid a
He's like literally putting words in their mouths, like, if you don't absolutely destroy us and wipe us from the earth, then we will come back and we will do all kinds of horrible things because we were evil people. And The only way that you could beat us is to be as evil or worse than we are. But you won't do that because you're good. Ha 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 ha, we've got you now. And Benjamin Netanyahu said, guess what, buddy? I can be more evil. I can be more evil. If that's what it takes, I can do it. I'll make myself a fucking monster for the state of Israel. Like, what the fuck? This is some comic book shit. This is some fucking comic book shit.
Horrific price for it. We are trying to prevent the threat of a repeat October 7th massacre. And we are fighting a sadistic enemy that rigged the battlefield in a way that said, we've hidden our military assets under civilians. The only way that you can get to us is by going through civilians. And that's why Israel has taken more actions than any military in the history of the world. And so every commander from Afghanistan...
Trying to demonize Palestinians because one retaliatory act was gruesome and excuse all of Netanyahu's genocidal war crimes. Yeah. It's Jokerfied. Yeah, you're right, Bad Lefty. It is Jokerfied.
Their own leader's sick strategy of trying to sacrifice them. That is why it keeps telling them to evacuate. It never designated a safe zone.
Evacuate to where?
Where Hamas terrorists could abuse hostages with impunity. It told them to go where it is safer and where Hamas is not. And on every occasion, it has been stymied by UN agencies saying, no, keep them in Hamas strongholds. By Hamas trying to fight to keep them in the strongholds. While we try to...
They tell them to go somewhere, and then they go there and they get killed. What are you talking about?
Keep them safe from their own psychopath leaders. I asked Mr. Hasan, removing Hamas from power, legitimate, yes or no? And he wriggled out of it. He said, well, defending Israel is legitimate, but not the point you go into Gaza. Okay, his response, end the occupation. Let Hamas have an Ismail Haniyeh International Airport. Let it have a Mohammed Dev naval base. There is nothing you can do with a terror regime that is sworn to your destruction, whose goals are legitimately genocidal. We need this war to end. But we need this war to end in a way that ensures that Hamas cannot restart it at a time of its choosing, feeling emboldened and empowered because of international pressure generated by people like Medhi Hasan to keep saving it from the wars that it started.
Yeah, what does he mean strong-armed the UN?
And I just need to say it. And Medhi Hasan, you have the final word in this debate. One more time, your argument for why Israel's actions in the Gaza war were not justified.
Ladies and gentlemen, were the actions of Israel in Gaza justified? Look, the argument is pretty simple tonight and pretty hypocritical from Eylon. What we've heard tonight is that nothing justifies October the 7th, but October the 7th justifies...
Justifies everything, yeah. Yeah.
No, October the 7th does not justify everything. It does not justify the suffering in Gaza. It does not justify the
I feel a little sick watching this too, Rotten Mouse.
killing of kids in Gaza. It does not justify the starvation.
Yeah, saying airport like it's a nuclear bomb.
It does not justify
Did I say nuclear? Nuclear.
the rape and torture of Palestinian detainees, which Eylon refused to condemn tonight. It does not justify any of that. It doesn't justify the tearing up of the Geneva Conventions, the defiance of international law and the ICC and our own Leahy law. Yes, October the 7th was a war crime, but the response to a war crime is not to commit your own series of war crimes on an epic scale. 33 times as many people killed since October the 7th as were killed on October the 7th. And I'll say this to you. Look, very, very clearly, if you support...
And that's on the low end of the estimates.
This motion tonight, you are opening the gates of hell, not just in Gaza, but globally, because every dictator and tyrant around the world will say, Israel's actions were justified? Then so are mine. Putin, Assad, Kim, they'll all say, Israel killed kids. Israel killed aid workers. Israel killed journalists. So can we. And I will be very clear. I will be very clear with you tonight. If you are here tonight, ladies and gents,
There was this prominent talk show dude who, to the idea that you can't kill an idea, replied, yes, we can. We did so in World War II. That's also something Lonerbox said. Had no real answer when it was pointed out to him. Nazis are still a thing, lest we forgot. Like, yeah, no, I mean...
if you're here tonight, to defend what Israel's done, knowing full well what Israel has done. If you're defending the human suffering in Gaza, the amputation of little kids, if you're doing that in full knowledge, then you're not just here to defend the indefensible or justify the unjustifiable. I'm sorry, you're a sociopath. And I will say to you,
He kind of does have that Bateman energy about him.
please, don't be a sociopath tonight. Don't support war crimes. Don't defend a genocide. Join me and every human rights organization in the world, every humanitarian aid agency on the planet, every American doctor and nurse who's been out to volunteer in Gaza. Join us in opposing this ridiculous and offensive and horrendous motion. And on behalf of the Al-Dos family, who Eylon clearly doesn't give a damn about, I beg to oppose this motion.
Okay, now they're doing the motion thing, so what does that mean? The audience votes on this at the end, or like they see who changed their mind? Is it one of these things?
I am curious. Did anybody have their minds? Did anybody have their minds changed tonight by anything they heard? Wow. All right. Thanks. John Levine. Yeah. So here's the thing. The reason I turned down John's question, we really try to preserve the integrity of what a debate is supposed to be, and it's supposed to be about the question, and it's supposed to stay on the question. It's supposed to avoid personal attacks. But you came all this way, and Mehdi would actually, it seems, like to answer the question. So go for it. This is an extra.
You were accused of being in the pay of. Yeah. Eylon accused you of being in the pay of Qatar earlier. You took objection to that. I'd like you to be able to dispel that you're taking any money from Qatar by confirming that you're not taking money for Zateo for Qatar. Is Qatar funding Zateo? Yes or no?
It's a great question, John, because you work as a media correspondent for the New York Post. No, I'm not. I'm answering your question. Patience. We waited for you. You're a media columnist for the New York Post, were you not?
I'm a political reporter for the New York Post.
You were at one time a media columnist. You should read the Washington Post interview that I did literally when Zateo was founded. And Jeremy Barr, an excellent reporter, slightly better one than you, he asked me that question. And I said, no, we haven't taken any money from foreign governments or foreign citizens. Every investor in Zateo is an American citizen, has nothing to do with Qatar. So nice try, better luck next time. By the way, since we're all in the spirit of asking questions, how do you feel about taking money from the racist Rupert Murdoch every day?
All right. I regret taking that question. I regret the times this debate failed to be high-minded by two people whom I otherwise respect. And I want to say that concludes our debate. I want to thank our debaters, Eylon Levy and Medhi Hasan. We appreciate that you did show up and that you at least talked, maybe not to one another, but at one another vigorously and vociferously. And in fact, you were listening to one another, if only to counter, but you were listening to one another, and I think that's progress. And I want to thank all of you in the audience for being here and being open to debate. And I want to...
Their new religion of debate.
All of the journalists who joined
We can solve all the world's problems if we just debate in good faith.
As well for moving the conversation in a more interesting direction. So that is a wrap on this debate. We're open to debate. I'm John Donvan. We'll see you next time.
Are you open to debate about being open to debate, though? That's the real question. Or are you just a freaking debate lord? Anyway, chat. Anyway. Let me look at the poll. See what the poll is doing. Now, I'm looking at the poll first for a very good reason, because it seems like there's a very strong Vox Populi tonight, and that might be all we need, is to just read the poll and see that Legal Eagle is ahead by 32% over Foo Fighters at 28%, over Noah Samson versus the Anti-BreadTube video at 23%, over Mudang at 17%. Let me take a look once more and make sure The Vox Populi is indeed as strong as I thought it was. The Vox Populi is strong with these ones tonight. Yeah, 41%, which is dwarfing everything else there, meaning that it looks like the poll is the poll, and that's going to decide. We got 120 votes. We got 73 likes. It's not the best ratio, but hey, I'm glad people voted. I'm glad people voted. Now, I'm gonna read off and thank my Patreons once again. If anybody has a problem, wants to see something else, this is your last chance to change the poll. What would have to happen to change it? Yeah, we got 41% Vox Populi to 16% Legal Eagle. So Legal Eagle's like 24 points from 25.5 points to be exact from overcoming the Vox Populi. And well, wait, that's the one that's winning. So I guess that wouldn't change anything, right? It would have to be like Foo Fighters at 15%. Would need 26.5 plus 5, so 31.5 in order to overcome the Vox Populi and also overcome the lead by Legal Eagle, Noah Sampson. Oh my god. Would need like 40, like 50.5 in order to cover it. And Mudang, I don't even want to think about it. Mudang is quite far off. Well, no, actually, Mudang is about where... No, it isn't. Yeah. Anyway, if anybody wants to change this, you know how to do it, right? It's probably going to have to be through a donation. I'm going to read off the Patreons once again and give people a chance to, if you have objections, phrase it in the form of a super chat, I guess. We got, so yeah, thank you to Patreons. Patreons help me keep the lights on. Patreons help the show keep coming to you week after week. We have various tiers of Patreon. You could be a based weasel and get the videos that come out before they come out in an unedited, uncut, uncensored kind of version, right? Sort of a Snyder cut, if you will, right? You could be a fancy weasel and get your name read off every stream, and I try to do it twice a stream, once in the beginning, once in the end. Sometimes I only do it once, but you do get a shout out with every stream. And then fancy weasels, those are the people that get to hang out with me in Discord one night a week after stream. And fancy weasels get we need to figure out what night that's going to be, what night is convenient for the three of you, since there's 3 fancy weasels now. All right, so shouts out go to my fancy weasels. That is Temporal Insanity, Funky Monkey, Moe No Ape, Just Julie, Jules K, JR. Fancy shouts out go out to my fancy weasels. That is Zara Xerex, Shaxba, and Omega Star. Thank you for supporting the stream. And now it's time, I believe, to call the poll closed. Oh my gosh, is it? Call the poll closed and watch that bonus content that you have earned. And also for me to take a pee, I guess. I thought about getting something to eat, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Where is... Oh, it's here. There it is. Diddy.
Mo money, mo non-consensual
oh my God.
parties where the unwilling participants
All right, so I gotta pee super bad. I'll be back as quickly as I can, and we will react to this. Oh no, not the baby lotion. Oh my god, the baby oil. That's so free. It's like, oh, I don't know what it is about it. Like the baby oil just hangs in my mind. Anyone else can't rewind the video? Wait, what?
Participants were often beaten and given drugs and IVs to continue.
I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
1,000 mo bottles of baby oil.
Yeah, what's up with the baby oil? Why baby oil? Do I want to know?
Yeah, these allegations are bad.
Do I even want to know why the baby oil?
Gave Diddy the key to New York City.
Oh my god, Mayor Adams. Yeah.
Is getting the key to the city from the bad boy of politics.
Well, apparently Mayor Adams finally got something right because Sean Combs has apparently been a very bad person.
Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
After months of speculation, the Department of Justice has charged Combs with sex trafficking, racketeering, and interstate prostitution. Yes, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy or P. Diddy, may be facing up to life imprisonment for his alleged crimes. Now, our last video on Combs detailed the reasons why federal agents from Homeland Security joined with local law enforcement to raid his Los Angeles and Miami properties in what turned out to be a sex trafficking investigation. The evidence seized in those raids forms the basis of this indictment. Assistant U.S. Attorney Damien Williams said,
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct.
The indictment comes on the heels of several people filing lawsuits against Combs for allegedly beating, drugging, and forcing women to perform sex acts, which were sometimes recorded. Combs denied the allegations, but as more lawsuits were filed, evidence started to leak out. CNN obtained a 2016 hotel surveillance video showing Combs violently grabbing, shoving, dragging, and kicking his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura down the hall. Combs then apologized.
My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy and go into rehab.
Sure, he's sorry now, but the Cassie video seemed to be the tipping point. More women and men came forward with allegations, former employees said they witnessed abuse, and then the FBI raided the properties. The Department of Justice said the video of Combs assaulting Cassie was part of a pattern of conduct where Combs forced women to participate in sex acts with commercial sex workers. The indictment also says Combs went to great lengths to cover up his crimes. For example, quote, when a member of the hotel security staff intervened to help Cassie, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. And all that brought us to this moment. Combs was arrested on several counts: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, of course, as always, these are only allegations. They have not yet been proven, and Combs maintains that he is not guilty and the government still needs to prove its case in a court of law. But the first count is for RICO conspiracy. Now, we've covered the basics of RICO charges before in many videos about Donald Trump and Young Thug. RICO refers to the Federal Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is codified in 18 U.S.C. 1961 through 1968. RICO is the federal law that was originally designed to combat organized crime. It allows for both criminal and civil actions against individuals or organizations engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity. Racketeering can include a range of criminal acts such as fraud, bribery, money laundering, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and more. Then to prove a RICO violation, the prosecutor must first show that the defendants had an enterprise, and an enterprise is any group of people associated with each other for a common purpose. Second, there needs to be a pattern of racketeering activity, which means at least 2 acts of racketeering within a 10-year period. These are known as predicate acts. And third, there has to be a connection between the defendant and the management of the enterprise through the illegal activities. And passing the RICO statute wasn't so much about being tougher on any individual crime, but about being able to prosecute crimes that were often hard to prosecute. And the indictment says that, quote, the Combs enterprise consisted of Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, entities within the Combs business, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global, individuals employed by and associated with the Combs business, and others known and unknown. The indictment—
Wait, he denied it before the video?
Claims the purpose of the enterprise was operating a global business in the media entertainment, and as part of that goal, the enterprise devoted itself preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs. The indictment says Combs demanded, quote, absolute loyalty.
Chat, when I opened up my door, there were 2 cats camped out in front of it. There were there were 2 sneaky cats, like just right in front of my door. I think they listened to the stream, maybe. I don't know.
And the people involved in the enterprise sought to enrich themselves, and Combs rewarded, quote, those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes.
The road to the bag is definitely tied to your team and the company that you keep. If you are surrounding yourself with different energies that's not on the same wavelength as you, if they not praying for you, inspiring you, supporting you.
He had paid the settlement before the video came out.
Showing you a better way. Hello? Remove them immediately.
As to the third element, according to the government, Combs was
let the cats in.
The leader of the enterprise, and he directed his associates to, quote, lure female victims into his orbit.
The cats want more cat jam in here, possibly.
The pretense of a romantic relationship, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims.
Look, the whole thing is, I got a kind of fucked up roommate, all right? That, like, when I accidentally didn't close the door one time, like, made an angry, threatening text at me. You know? And I'm just kind of like, So, like, the whole thing is, and it wasn't even that late at night. I don't know.
Engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as, among other things, freak-offs. Now, these next allegations are pretty graphic, so you might want to skip ahead to this time code if it might upset you. Now, Combs apparently recorded these freak-offs.
Oh my god, chat, should we skip to the time code? How bad is this going to be? You gotta rehydrate some, like, what, some refried beans? Wait, I used to get this really good dehydrated refried beans. And it was like in a bag. It's your livelihood, I know. I know. I don't know, I think she just had a moment of weakness and, you know, hit send on something that she should have, like, thought about. And said, like, that's not something an adult types. No. Erase.
Sessions. The indictment says the freak-offs sometimes lasted for several days in a row. Quote, during freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept video.
I need a local bad lefty in my life to scare them into being better roommates.
Of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. And to pull this off, Combs needed the cooperation of dozens of people. And the indictment says just about everyone in his orbit was in on it. Quote, supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees.
Okay, so at this point, you know, I mean, they're saying that this is a racketeering organization, Combs Enterprise. It feels... I mean, I guess it wouldn't fit the... So a conspiracy is a bunch of people, like, agreeing to do this of their own volition, right? They're like, yeah, let's do Combs Enterprises. Let's help P. Diddy have his freak-offs. But I don't think that's what it was. I think a lot of this was probably intimidation. I mean, I'm guessing, unless they're getting something out of it.
These employees were responsible for the logistics, like booking hotel rooms, setting up lighting, stocking the rooms with lubricant and linens, arranging travel for the victims, and delivering IVs and cash. Now, you're probably wondering whether these people could face charges for participating in these events. Well, hold that thought because we'll get there. But during the freak-offs, the victims were subjected to serious physical abuse, including punching, kicking, dragging, and having objects thrown at them. At times, their injuries took weeks to heal. And Combs maintained control over the victims by, quote, physical violence, promises of career opportunities, granting and threatening to withhold financial support, and by other coercive means, including tracking their whereabouts, dictating the victim's appearance, monitoring their medical records, controlling their housing, and supplying them with controlled substances. When the FBI raided Combs' Florida and California properties, they seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics, and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Now, the predicate offense...
So wait, now, the dude's got a place in California, a place in Florida, and a place in New York?
...is the illegal activity that is the foundation or the first crime in the chain of another crime.
They worked for him. They can just
The
quit.
indictment lists dozens of state and federal crimes that were cited as foundations for the RICO conspiracy charge. Quote, members and associates of the Combs enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics.
There's a whole setup process for these freak-offs. Yeah, I get linens, right? But I'm not even sure, like, who the subjects... Like, I guess one example that we have is, you know, somebody in the music industry whose career was, like, dependent on Diddy.
Offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The arson allegation stands out because that probably involved Kid Cudi. Although the indictment does not include specifics about the arson, for more than a decade there was a rumor that Diddy put a car bomb in Kid Cudi's car because he was angry that Cudi had been texting Cassie Ventura. Reporter Gavin Godfrey even tweeted about the rumor way back in 2014. In 2023, Cassie alleged that, quote, in February 2012, during Paris Fashion Week, Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura that he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car and that he wanted to ensure that Kid Cudi was home with his friends when it happened. Around that time, Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway. And after the Ventura lawsuit became public, Cudi confirmed that the rumor was true. And Combs is accused of possession with intent to distribute narcotics, including benzos, ketamine, cocaine, meth, and GHB, which is known as a date rape drug. And then there are possible gun crimes. The FBI seized 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, quote, in or about March 2024 during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California.
Wait, Ophelia, what are you making?
Enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. Now, penalties for a RICO conspiracy include up to 20 years in federal prison, but Combs could face an even longer term due to the underlying predicate crimes.
Wait, what's a drum magazine? Is that one of those Bonnie and Clyde guns? Or like the, you know what I mean? The old, like the... Is it like a round magazine?
Sex trafficking and prostitution, among others. The government is seeking forfeiture of any assets or property derived from or involved in the criminal enterprise. But that raises the question, why RICO at all? There's lots of illegal stuff that's...
Oh yeah, TVP, I know what that is. I've eaten that before.
On its own here. Well, the obvious answer is probably the statute of limitations. A lot of the alleged conduct took place decades ago, where the statute of limitations has passed. So while the prosecutors couldn't charge it as a crime straight up, they can use it as a predicate act as part of a RICO enterprise. Now, obviously, if you're accused of leading a RICO enterprise...
Oh, okay, it looks like a Tommy gun. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
You want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer...
Oh my god, seriously. Gotta get the advertisement.
18 U.S.C. 1591 defines sex trafficking as inducing a person to engage in a commercial sex act through the use of force, fraud, or coercion. And a commercial sex act is defined as, quote, any sex act on account of which anything of value is given or received by any person. And a person commits coercion...
Can hold 100 bullets? Damn.
By threatening serious harm or physical restraint, or convincing a person that failure to perform an act would result in serious harm or restraint, or by threatening to abuse the law or legal process. The indictment against Combs alleges that he, quote, recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained a person known as Victim 1, and willfully caused her to engage in commercial sex acts, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that Victim 1 was engaging in commercial sex acts as a result of force, fraud, or coercion. People often think of human or sex trafficking as someone being snatched off the street and sold into slavery, but the more common scenario is exactly something like this, where a vulnerable victim is recruited.
The magazine with articles all about Zildjian symbols and floor toms and cool beats and stuff.
By a powerful person.
Shiitake. Oh my god, dried shiitake mushrooms are like somehow they're tastier when they're dry. It's like one of my favorite things.
Promising something of value, like housing, money, relationship, drugs, or career opportunities. The women who sued Combs described this pattern. For example, in 2023, a Jane Doe filed a lawsuit against Combs, alleging men working for Combs met her at a nightclub in Detroit, promised to introduce her to Combs, and they allegedly escorted her to a private jet and flew her to a recording studio in
a shit take mushroom. That sounds like something Vaush would keep around.
Jersey, where she met with Combs. She claims that they plied her with drugs and alcohol and then gang raped her. And once a trafficker gains the victim's trust, they often isolate them from friends, family, and support networks. By making the victim feel dependent on them, they limit the victim's options to leave or seek help. Cassie Ventura's lawsuit described this scenario. She met Combs when she was 19 and he was 37. Quote, within months, in February 2006, Miss Ventura signed a 10-album deal with Mr. Combs' record label.
I wanted, Cassie to, everybody to meet Cassie. Y'all know that's Cassie. And hear the story, the directly from our mouths.
Once she was financially dependent on Combs, he then, quote, asserted complete control over Ms. Ventura's personal and professional life. Ventura alleged that she was trapped by Mr. Combs in a cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking. This indictment doesn't name the victims, but it does say that Combs engaged in this sort of pattern of abuse in that he manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. Combs and his helpers, quote, ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support and threatening to cut off the same, and using intimidation and violence. To ensure the victim's silence, Combs allegedly threatened their careers and livelihoods. He also, quote, used these sensitive, embarrassing, and incriminating recordings that he made during freak-offs as collateral to ensure the continued obedience and silence of the victims. And if found guilty of sex trafficking, Combs faces a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 to 15 years, depending on the circumstances and how the federal sentencing guidelines apply. Now, the federal crime of transportation to engage in prostitution is governed by 18 U.S.C. 2421, which is part of the Mann Act. And as we've covered before, the Mann Act was born during the white slavery hysteria of the early 20th century. The law criminalizes the transportation of individuals across state lines for the purpose of engaging in prostitution or other illegal activities. And famous people prosecuted under the Mann Act, often under extremely dubious circumstances historically, include Jack Johnson, the boxer, actor Charlie Chaplin, singer Chuck Berry, architect Frank Lloyd Wright, and former New York Governor Eliot Spitzer. Yeah, so historically the Mann Act was used to arrest black entertainers while driving their girlfriends across state lines. It doesn't have a great history. The indictment states that Combs knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with the intent that the individual engage in prostitution and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same. To wit, Combs transported, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of female victims and commercial sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Violating Section 2421 can result in severe penalties, including imprisonment for up to 10 years. And if minors were involved, which is not part of this indictment but has been a rumor in the past, or if there are aggravating factors like coercion or violence, the penalties can be significantly enhanced under other sections of the Mann Act or related trafficking statutes. So what about all of those other people who allegedly helped Combs abuse women for decades? Well, Combs' former bodyguard, Roger Bonds, appeared on several talk shows to describe all the violence that he witnessed.
I remember making it a band when he threw a chair at Lorianne Gibson.
Throwing the phone,
the chair,
throwing papers, and
you know, she quit after that. She was like, I'm not there. She came back some years later, but even then, guess what? We looked at it like it was okay. I didn't see nobody say nothing about domestic violence when you created this monster because you just seen him throw a chair at a person. But at that time, right, we ain't look at it like, oh, he has a problem. Yeah.
Wait, the dance?
I knew it.
What is this podcast?
You know what I'm saying?
So Bonds raises a good point about people knowing what was happening and failing to intervene. Initially, there was skepticism about the Combs allegations because there were apparently lots and lots of witnesses to his conduct. But the indictment claims that Combs and his team threatened and intimidated witnesses to keep them from talking. Quote, members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including Combs' security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. And here's a moment Bonds was talking about when Combs threw the chair at Gibson.
Turn the cameras off. You disrespectful.
You and your corner.
That's Diddy.
So the screen went black for a few seconds, there was a loud noise, and then everyone in the studio looked shocked. And Combs continued to berate Gibson. And lots of people witnessed this, and the full video might be even more damning. Lorianne Gibson filed a police report, and sources close to Combs said that the argument was just for TV and that Gibson overreacted. But the police evidently bought the story, and presumably they didn't get the unedited video.
Oh yeah, this is another weird thing about this case, is that apparently there was like a lot of police either looking the other way or maybe, you know, assisting, or like there's a lot of real weird police behavior
from MTV. And the NYPD did not charge anyone. And that's one of the things that makes this case potentially so galling, is that women reported Combs to the police and nobody really started talking until women started filing lawsuits. But it's worth remembering that the only reason survivors were able to file lawsuits against Combs was because of a new law in New York. In 2022, New York passed the Adult Survivors Act, which gave victims a 1-year window from November 24, 2022 to November 4, 2023 to sue their alleged assailants, even if the statute of limitations had expired. And in this case, the law seems to have worked exactly as intended, because once Cassie Ventura came forward, the floodgates opened. But AUSA Williams issued a warning to other Combs associates.
Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly.
In other words, if you witness any criminal activity or participation in it, it's better to make a deal with the government right now before it's too late and you get charged. Because apparently dozens of people helped Combs commit these crimes. Now, some people might already be cooperating with the government, but more people could still be charged. And if you look at everything Roger Bonds is saying, for example, he might have criminal liability. Here he is telling Piers Morgan he witnessed violence against women and never did anything about it.
How many times did you personally witness him be violent towards women?
I low-key hate the amount of access that Piers Morgan's seems to have to, you know, like high-level people. Like, he's just not... A key person in the Diddy case, you know, he's talking on the phone with Donald Trump.
Around 4 or 5 times.
And was that all with Cassie, or was it Cassie and other women?
I seen him with Cassie, and I seen him with Kim Porter, his kid's mother.
Right, who's now sadly no longer with us. But what did you see him do?
I've seen him get physical. I've seen him get really physical, grab him up. It was one time that Cassie mentioned inside her lawsuit where she said she had to go over to the London hotel. I was the one that was checking on her every day at the London hotel. You know what I'm saying? So I know that.
Pierce is taken more seriously than he should be. Yeah.
True. I seen him get into some wrestling and punching matches.
And there is a federal crime called misprision of felony, which is defined in 18 U.S.C. Section 4. Quote, whoever having knowledge of the actual commission of a felony cognizable by a court of the United States conceals and does not as soon as possible make known the same to some judge or other person in civil or military authority under the United States shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. So if a person has knowledge of a felony and conceals it and does
such a weird name for a crime. It's called misprison.
Report it to the authorities, that person has committed a crime. Now, prosecutors don't charge people under the statute very often, but the indictment claims other people helped conceal the crimes. Quote, on phone calls, Combs and other members and associates of the enterprise, among other things, provided these victims and witnesses with a false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs's crimes. Combs caused these calls to be recorded on at least 2 occasions. Oh, so there are recordings and the prosecutors have them. Bonds and everyone else on Combs's payroll should probably lawyer up. Now, Combs has pleaded not guilty. He surrendered his passport in April. His family surrendered their passports as part of the proposed bail package. And he also put his private jet up for sale. Now, notwithstanding, the government wanted Combs held in pretrial detention without bail. Combs argued that some of the allegations in the indictment were from many years earlier when he was younger and more immature. But the AUSA argued that that was irrelevant as both Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein were held without bail based on criminal conduct that was several years old. But Combs's lawyer argued that Combs's case is different from many of those other high-profile trafficking cases because he was not charged with crimes against a minor. He argued, quote, Jeffrey Epstein, children. Keith Rainier, children. We have a substantial bail package. Some family members are here. They love him. A $50 million bond secured by a $48 million piece of property. On August 20th, we paid off the $18 million mortgage. Now, that last detail is pretty interesting because it looks like Combs knew he was being indicted, so in August, he paid off the $18 million mortgage on his Miami home so he could offer the property as collateral for the bond. The home is located on West Star Island, and it was appraised for $48 million. He also offered the equity on his mother's home. Now, the AUSA also had concerns about Combs fleeing the country, but that wasn't the only reason that the government opposed the bond. On September 10th, Dawn Richards of the band Danity Kane filed a lawsuit alleging that Combs sexually and verbally abused her for nearly 10 years. In the suit, she said Kalana Harper witnessed Combs abusing Cassie. Harper denied it, but the AUSA said Combs called her 54 times before she issued a public denial. The government's position was that this was witness intimidation. They argued that Combs has been reaching out to several witnesses and that witnesses told the DOJ they felt intimidated and scared of Combs. The AUSA also pointed out that Combs had weapons in his home and that his alleged criminal conduct was ongoing. They also found drugs in Combs' hotel room during the arrest. Combs' lawyer argued that his client wasn't trying to intimidate any witnesses and that he had lots of reasons to contact them. He also said, quote, these toxic relationships were mutual. Now he's trying to be better for the rest of his days. The judge said, and I'm paraphrasing here based on the report by Matthew Russell Lee, quote, There has been significant violence and weapons around, also coercion of witnesses. Even gentle coercion can be effective. The type of behavior we're talking about happens behind closed doors. I thank your family members for coming, but I cannot release him. You can find Matthew Russell Lee at theinnercitypress.com. His reports on the happenings in the Southern District of New York have been indispensable for this case and lots of others. Now, Combs appealed the denial of bail, and a hearing was set for September 18th. And on appeal, Combs updated his bail package to address the trial judge's concerns that he was a flight risk and posed a danger to the community. Combs proposed that he would imprison himself inside of his Star Island compound without visitors, quote, except for family, property caretakers, and friends who are not considered to be co-conspirators. The problem with this is that it's hard to say which of his friends and employees wouldn't be considered a co-conspirator at this point. He offered to use private security, but several courts have already rejected that in other cases. Combs' lawyer said, quote, he's never run from a challenge and he will not run from this one. Instead, he takes these challenges head on. He moves towards them confidently and with the assurance that right is on his side.
Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
Unsurprisingly, the government took a different view of Combs' history and personal characteristics. Quote, the defendant's years-long use of force and coercion speaks directly to dangerousness. And the government confirmed that there is, in fact, more than one victim. Quote, to be clear, despite the indictment naming only one victim in count 2, this case is not about just one victim. The government's evidence to date, including the defendant's own communications, demonstrates that the defendant has used force and coercion against multiple victims. Combs argued that the only reason he had recently been speaking with witnesses is because he didn't know he was supposed to stop communicating with them. The prosecutors, not surprisingly, called BS. Quote, the defendant has been aware of the government's investigation of this case since at least in or about January 2024, and even earlier, directly following the filing of a civil lawsuit in November 2023, the defendant was continued his long-standing pattern of engaging in obstructive conduct. And the government said Combs has been contacting grand jury witnesses. Quote, the fact is the defendant has personally and repeatedly contacted multiple witnesses, including at least one he himself knew was a grand jury witness. The defendant contacted these witnesses, including at least one whom he had not been in contact with for years after they were served and leading up to the date that they were required to appear before the grand jury. And the government also had harsh words for Combs' lawyer. Quote, just yesterday during the bail argument and a subsequent appearance on CNN, defense counsel impugned the allegations made by a statutory victim, challenging the motivation and timing of her claims. In addition to being factually inaccurate, this sort of attack comes close to the limits set forth in Local Crime Rule 23.1. It also can be expected to intimidate other witnesses who may feel tremendous pressure not to go up against the defendant. Local Rule 23.1 prohibits attorneys from publicly challenging the credibility of prospective witnesses. The government said the defense counsel's commentary emphasized the huge power imbalance between his client and the victims and witnesses. So not surprisingly, the judge denied bail. He said that the Ventura, quote, video is quite disturbing. He was concerned that Combs might try to contact witnesses through coded messages, and Judge Carter said that there was an acute risk of witness tampering and that Combs was still a danger to the community. So Combs was sent to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, which has been plagued by horrific conditions and confinement. Jeffrey Epstein took his own life at MDC in 2019. And the Bureau of Prisons put Combs on procedural suicide watch, a precautionary status because he's a high-profile inmate. And now all sorts of new allegations about Combs are surfacing in the media. A short memoir allegedly written by Kim Porter was released just days before Diddy's arrest. The music producer who published the book claims that Porter gave, quote, her close friends a flash drive with manuscript on it before her death. And the book became an instant bestseller. The book claims that Combs forced himself on minors and was responsible for 3 murders. Though of course these allegations are not corroborated, and some of Porter's friends doubt she had anything to do with the manuscript. And it may be unrelated, but many high-profile celebrities in Combs' orbit
was like Legal Eagle low-key suggesting that Epstein did Epstein himself, right? Like based on like, you know, the conditions of the prison are so, or not prison, but would it be like the place where Epstein himself or didn't Epstein himself, depending on what version of the story you believe,
have been deleting their presence on social media. So we probably haven't heard the last of the fallout. And as for defenses based on what happened at the bail hearing, it looks like Combs is going to argue that the sexual encounters were consensual, and consent is a complete defense to all the sex trafficking charges under Section 1591, unless the victims are minors, which is not alleged here yet, though we might see a superseding indictment at some point. And for the Mann Act charge, Combs is accused of paying for male sex workers to travel across state lines to have sex with the alleged victims. Now, consent is not a defense to the Mann Act charge. To get a conviction there, the DOJ only needs to prove that Combs paid male sex workers and then they crossed state lines, regardless of whether the alleged victims consented. So we're definitely going to need a lot of caution.
Like, okay, so I can't tell exactly what's going on, but I know it's extravagant. It's, what's the right word for it? It's, like I gotta say, I don't understand what this freak off is. I don't understand what's going on there. I mean, I know a little bit about it. I can tell, the things we know are not good, right? But exactly like what's going on and why and how is like scaring me, to be completely honest with you. And I guess we'll know more when the I didn't mean to say extravagant. There's another word for this, right? It's big production. It's not just, it's like, we're paying sex workers to come in. We got linens. We got, like, I feel like there's something big that I'm just not getting that's going on here. And maybe we'll know more when the indictments get unsealed. As a lawyer, he might be trained to avoid too much accusation without... Oh, yeah, true. He watches a woman being... And then he keeps the film of that in order to have, like, blackmail on her. I just imagine the scene from Requiem from a Dream. It's a Bacchanalia Caligula. But he's involved too, right? Because remember, Diddy is having to take IVs after all of this. So yeah, they're
to watch all the dominoes fall, which we can get with today's sponsor, Trade Coffee.
I mean, I know we're YouTubers. Gotta get paid, but Jesus Christ. There is no good time for a freaking ad read in a story like this. There just is none. There's just not gonna be one. God damn. Okay, well, on that note, chat. On that note. Jay-Z is worse than the Diddler? Wait, Jay-Z's got shit coming out? Alright, stick with me for a little bit longer, Twitch. I'm gonna send you over to Echoplex Media. Wait, am I? Yeah. I am. Get in that robot. Usher, Bieber, and Lord knows how many minors were involved. Yeah. Well, now, Usher, like, Bieber went to, what was it, Flavor Camp? The Puffy Flavor Camp? Usher. So, yeah, what was going on with the other people there? Were they, oh my gosh. Do I want to know? Probably not. It's probably going to make me sick to my stomach when I understand what exactly is going on. Yeah, thank you, mods, for keeping us safe tonight and dealing with some really weird drama from Glup Shitos. Guardianships over minors. He took them with those two and a teenage girl. Wait, took a guardianship over Bieber? Or no, wait, maybe Bieber wasn't at the Flavor Camp, right? That was something different. But yeah, the Flavor Camp. What's going on with the Flavor Camp? Usher served Bieber to S. Oh my god. I mean, now this is all speculation, right? How is Short Chat doing? Oh no, we consolidated chats before the Medhi Hasan thing. There we go, rating all the Twitch people into, yes, they are rated. All right, chat. I'm gonna get some sleep now. Maybe have something to eat. I might be streaming tomorrow. We do need to do some kind of a. I want to do, like, before the end of this month. I want to do some kind of a Twitch, like some kind of a Twitch subathon, and I also want to do a Fallout New Vegas-a-thon. So look for that coming up. But I'm gonna get to sleep now. I will probably see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow is normally my day off, but I've taken some day off. I've taken too many days off already. So yeah, look for some videos too. I've got maybe 2 videos in the near state of readiness for the near future. So much love, everybody, and I will talk to you later, hopefully when I'm better rested and less traumatized. Jesus Christ, that was bad. Anyway, good night, everyone, and thanks for hanging out. And yeah, like I mean, I gotta sleep. I feel like there's something else I want to say, but I can't think of it right now. But I'll think of it tomorrow, or